Old Sticks, day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. It starts right now. 629 We Be Big, 629-932-3244. It is a day where the gifts, I'm just telling you, we got more than we got days. And so we're going to be throwing some stuff together. And as Bubba put in the promo to tease today, could be one of the biggest giveaways the show has ever had as far as cost value in one day when it comes to just gifts. Hey, we're giving it away. So be looking for that. Don't really know when. We'll just kind of see how it feels and then give it away. You listen for that sounder, day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Friend of the show, Riley Green, will join us today because Bubba is at the Randy Owens Center JSU benefit concert tonight. He'll be emceeing that, and Riley Green is part of the country stars that will shine at JSU at that benefit concert, 7 p.m. Tonight if you're listening live, and it's the 14th. And also the Birmingham Bowl executive director and good friend of the show, Mark Meadows, will join us late in the show today. Is the 76 Birmingham Bowl is December 23rd at 11 a.m. Troy and Duke will play. I'll be happy to be the in-stadium MC along with JJ Puit with Fox 6 out of Birmingham. We'll tag team that like we did last year. Always fun. Looking forward to that, and we'll catch up with Mark today. Good to have the Burgess brothers back. We'll also talk about and continue to honor Coach Bill Burgess and talk a little bit more about the arrangements that we have made public through social media yesterday, but Rick and Greg back today. So let's bring them in. There is Greg to my left, and Helmsy is to my right. Guys, how are y'all?
Boys. We're good.
How you doing there, Greg?
I'm good. Good
to have you back, buddy.
And I'm doing that because I know my dad would tell me to go to work.
Yep, that's right.
You got everything taken care of, get your butt back to work.
His boy, wouldn't he?
He would. And I want to thank everybody, the emails, the text messages. I'm going through them, and can't respond to all of them.
Yeah.
But, wow, it's been overwhelming and greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
And will continue to be. It's a blessing, and thank y'all very much.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I was telling him, Helmsy, just me sitting over here, the amount I'm getting, I can't imagine what they're getting, and so I understand what you're saying.
And it's great. It really is.
Yeah, for sure. It's just good to have you back as we've been continuing to honor your dad. Yesterday, the amount of calls and emails, and I want to let you know something. On the 12 working days of Christmas, we went with 92 from the 92 championship. We went with that caller and saving his birthday for today. I mean, his age for today, as far as the caller and everything. But the audience, we came up with that, and it was just a day of celebration for his life, and I know the impact he had on so many. But he was, your son Taylor wrote up a really good piece about, I don't remember a whole lot about coaching. I just remember him as Pop and the hunting trips and
the kids were when he quit coaching, they were really young, so they don't. But he used to take Taylor to meetings with him. Taylor don't remember it, but when Lisa was pregnant with Chandler, and I remember there was a couple of times she had a doctor's appointment, and my mom was working then, so she needed somebody to keep Taylor, and Dad would just take him to work and take him to the coaches' meetings. And he'd sit in there as a little kid. So
that's funny.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But it's and what JSU did yesterday with the scoreboard was just awesome. That looked really good. That was greatly appreciated.
Yeah,
those guys. I mean, they've kept the family involved all these years. And my Greg Seitz, and it's like I say, words can't. Yesterday was very overwhelming.
Yeah,
I bet.
I know it is, buddy. Well, we love y'all. You know that, and we're in it with you. But I know that's your dad, and so we just continue to celebrate him. And glad you're back today. And we'll continue that theme throughout the day to day, and as we wrap up on the big year ender.
We finished shut this baby down for a couple of weeks.
We are, and y'all announced, I guess yesterday, and we put it out on social media that. The service will be Sunday afternoon in the Birmingham market at Valleydale Baptist Church at 2:30 p.m. Yeah. But for those of you around the country that want to join in, Valleydale Baptist Church, they have a YouTube page and they'll stream that, and so we've got all that information out on our social media. So be looking for that. But it's good to have you back, buddy, and looking forward to another day together. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
I know talking to you yesterday, you were just like, "Hey, man, it's just, you hate that it happened, but it's been an answer to prayers. But the way it happened and the fact the family was able to be there together, it was a special moment.
It really was. It was.
And Mom doing well?
Yeah, she's tired, but she
I bet y'all are all just exhausted.
Yeah, that first night, But yeah, she's got a lot of support around her, and you just lean on family and all the nice people that send all the messages. She really appreciates it too. So it's it's just one of them deals.
Yeah, I know.
We all deal with it.
That's right. Yesterday afternoon, I was doing JC a solid. He's been a little sick. He's got a little bit, I guess, what everybody else has.
Passing it around.
Fever at 102 something, and I'm snotty and head cold and all that. And so he's been isolated and down. But he had a scheduled oil change and tire rotation at the local dealership for his car yesterday afternoon, and I was free, and I told him, I said, you know what, I'll go knock that out because I know you're not feeling great, so I'll go knock that out. I had time, and so I go, and I'm sitting there, and I get a text from Tyler. And Tyler and Mabry, for their Christmas, for Mabry's side of the family, they were going to take a little trip out to Denver and somewhere around there to a little resort and do some skiing for a couple of days and come back just as a family getaway. And I knew that they flew out yesterday afternoon around 3:30. Well, he texts, I guess, around 1:30, and I had just pulled up to the dealership for that appointment. He says, man, I think I got kidney stones again. I'm at the airport, bent over like an old man. And I said, do what?
What a terrible
I said,
time.
wait a minute. You're at the Birmingham International Airport right now, and you've already gone through TSA and done all your luggage check and all that, and you're telling me you're bent over like an old man because you think you've developed, kidney stones have hit you right now?
You won't be on a plane with kidney stones.
He said, yes, sir, I am down. And I'm like, oh, no. Well, you can't jump on a plane and be, 30,000 feet in the air. And then I'm like, but then you got, I think it was 7, 8 counting him, family members, friends, everybody going. You can't hold up the whole group either.
Handle.
And I said, so I call him and I'm like, hey, I said, where we at? Man to man, where we at here? Give me the level. He goes, and he couldn't even talk. He couldn't hardly even talk. And I'm like, dude, you got to call your wife up and have a serious conversation about, hey, this is where we're at. I'm in a handle. And then they were flying United. And then I said, then find somebody at a little United kiosk or something that deals with all this and go to them and tell them your situation. Because if you went to the little, airport infirmary or whatever, they weren't going to let you on a plane if they think you're in a handle, and you probably don't need to be. Yeah. So he rerouted everything and has a 3 p.m. today. But from there, I go run and get him at the airport and go to the emergency room because, these urgent cares, they don't have the scanning equipment to scan the kidneys and figure out where we are or whatever. So, when we left the emergency room at 9 p.m. last night, everything was resolved and he had gotten what he needed. But that was my day yesterday.
Good.
Wow. How about
9
that?
PM.
As I laid my head down, Terry said, well, this day didn't go as planned, did it?
You didn't count on that.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. Yes, that time of the year again. It's time to get your special someone something really nice, and our friends at Pajamagrams have you covered. You need to get her Pajamagram's famous Naturally Smooth pajamas. These pajamas are so good, they sell out every year because they're known for their ultimate comfort, silkiness, and smoothness and style. They're soft, silky, and luxurious. When you order the Naturally Smooth pajamas today, you'll get a free Silky Smooth nightie too. That's a $75 saving on a deluxe 2-for-1 complete gift. You can't beat that, folks. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you even get to add gift packaging. And if you ask, well, there's one easy holiday gift that's sure to make her happy this year because they sell out every year. You gotta act fast. Hurry before they're gone. Head to Pajamagram.com for these Naturally Smooth pajamas. Pajamagram.com and and tell them Rick and Bubba sent you.
Say hello to a stress-free holiday season with the help of HelloFresh. Get back to really enjoying the holidays and dinner time with tasty, hassle-free meals designed to cut down on time in the kitchen and savor time spent around the table. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one breakfast item per box while subscription is active. Use the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to hand-stitched leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? Burglars love taking advantage of people traveling for the holidays. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering up to 50% off on any new system this holiday season. Protect your home with Simply Safe for a limited time. You can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com or look under rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
22 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oh, boy, there it is. 629-932-3244. You know, I did so good yesterday. I didn't mention 866 one time. That number is no longer for the rest of the year because it was shut down during the 12 working days of Christmas. The volume was so high. So now we have a dedicated line, 629 We Be Big. 629-932-3244. It is day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. So be looking for that. It's going to be a huge giveaway today, too. Tonight, Bubba will MC the Randy Owens Center JSU Benefit Concert. Riley Green will be part of that, some of the country stars that will shine there at JSU. And so Riley Green will join us a little bit later on the show today. And then on December 23rd at 11 a.m., I'll be the stadium MC for Troy and Duke at the Birmingham Bowl. And friend of the show, Executive Director Mark Meadows, will join us a little bit later, way later in the show, last hour. So as we mentioned, Rick and Greg back with us today. We've talked to Greg about Coach Burgess and some of the arrangements that we put out yesterday for Sunday. That will be a continued conversation throughout the day. But, you know, Helmsy, in the break, you had mentioned some of the packages of furniture that you had delivered to your house and some of the problems that it presents just because of your driveway and where your house sits.
Yeah, I just feel bad for the package, the small packages and stuff. I don't feel bad. That's their job. They just walk down the steps, they throw them down. But when people show up to deliver furniture to my house, I immediately I get a lump in my stomach, and I want to go out and go, guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm screaming from down. Hey, sorry, my bad. My wife ordered this, and so we're turning.
Wasn't me.
We're turning the. She wanted to be. She works from home, and it's taken an adjustment. When you're at the hospital for 20-something years, and then all of a sudden you go work from the house, it's different. And so, trying to find her footing on where she wants her office and those type things. It's been. I guess it's coming up on a year. So she wanted in the bedroom to begin with, and then we moved her out and about, and then she realized that's not going to work because of kids and dogs and just the everyday, but she wants to be close to everything so she can kind of, just kind of manage the day better instead of being in. And who wants to be in their bedroom working when you're sleeping there for 8-9 hours a day? So you need some change of scenery. And I told her she would do that. So one day she was like, you know what? I'd like to turn we're never in our dining room. Nobody ever sits in there.
Right.
Why don't we turn our dining room into an office, and we'll do some, I think it's called like French doors and whatever. And then another door over here that goes into the kitchen. And so that way, when I'm working, I can actually be amongst the family and see outside and those type things. And I'm like, that sounds good. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. So we start this process. She buys bookcases. She buys desks. And so these things are being delivered over the last few days. And yesterday the desk got there. And those guys, they pulled up, and I see them pull up, and I see them look at each other like,
are you kidding,
they probably
man?
Came from some great, nice lunch that they were hanging out and just in a good mood. And they when I apologize, they kill me with kindness. Like, oh, no, it's part of our gig. No worries. No big deal at all.
You walk in
hey, we've seen worse. And I'm like, I haven't.
Yeah, right.
Like, I haven't
Inside
seen
they're
worse.
screaming.
Can't imagine worse.
Yeah. And so, and it takes, like, you can't muscle. Like, a lot of them you can tell it really, honestly, if this was going somewhere else where it was more flat, they would probably take everything down in one little, but they can't because they don't want to take a chance. And so they take one by one, and it takes more time. And anyway, so yesterday.
They make a special note of your address, and they're going to dump it off with somebody else next time.
You know what's funny?
You put comments on the delivery?
We do.
Things we need to know.
We do.
You won't believe this?
Well, and here's why we do it, because we've actually had people show up at our house with things and tell us they can't do it because they've got something else going on or something's wrong or whatever, and they just don't want to mess with it. So we go ahead and get in front of it and put these notes and say, look, listen, this is going to be the worst 20 minutes of your life.
Yeah.
You're going to have a hill that you have not seen anything like. You're going to have to make a decision to go down 65 or 70 steps or a big steep driveway that looks like you're going off a ski slope.
Don't bring just one guy.
Yeah, and
no,
exactly.
do not. And my truck may not come up the driveway if I try to drive down.
Right.
Don't forget that.
If you do attempt that, you may be stuck.
Right.
So I want to give Amanda a ton of props because I've kind of been like, whatever you want to do with that room, that's fine, blah, blah, blah. You didn't have to do that now, but thank you. That's why you get paid big bucks right there. You just take care of people.
Oh, well, I didn't know. You might have to look at it.
Man.
You dropped your phone. So.
I did. It came out of my pocket, which was weird.
Yeah.
Slid right out of there. But she got everything in there yesterday, all set up nice and all that. And I walked through this morning, and she's got these. They look like built-in bookcases, but they're not. You just they're right up against the wall, and there's a little light in there, and a little accent light and all that. So I'm walking through this morning. I'm like, wow, so that looks really good. And where she put the desk, I kind of questioned it. I'm like, I don't know that I'd put it there like that. I don't know that I'd put it there. Of course, when I walked through this morning, I thought, I don't know where else you'd put it. Like that's a perfect spot. What was I talking about?
Put it perfectly.
You need to stay out of it.
And so, and I have for the most part. But this morning I was like, okay, so wow, you did a really good job with this room.
Yeah.
Right.
And so now she's in there, and the doors are not. I told her that. I said, listen, she got all excited. She wanted to move everything last night. So while Speedy was dealing with that quag, I was having to move computer monitors and all this, and you forget half the time there's a bunch of moving parts with this because it's connected back to servers and switches and firewalls and all this. And so I'm trying to remember, okay, you unplugged it here, that's got to go here, which monitor goes here and all that. And so got finished with all that last night. Had no idea you were going through what you were going through yesterday.
That's nothing. I mean, it's just waiting. I'm good.
Sit and wait.
But it's more for Tyler than anything.
But she's made the mistake where she wanted everything in there. But see, the doors are not installed yet, and the kids are going to be home. Now I know she doesn't work, but like the next few days, and then she gets a bunch of time off too. And so I'm thinking, but that time you're here, the kids are going to be here. You're going to be able to shut a door. And so we'll probably have a couple of days of her screaming at somebody or me having to scream at somebody because of it. But the room looks great.
Yeah, and that's all that matters.
And I want to apologize to the delivery folks that had to deal with bookcases.
Sorry about that, guys.
And the desk.
One good thing, though, you had some boxes to burn.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
The furniture boxes are good.
They are good.
They get to roaring.
Well, you love burning
stuff. You didn't give me
you?
anything on my fire the other day.
I glanced by and was about to give you something on it, and I got distracted.
Very solid.
Of course,
fire.
you made me nervous because I thought I wasn't supposed to be doing that. But it's in a fire pit, so... Can they really get on me for a fire pit?
I think the no burn's over. I hope so, because I had a big old fire going.
I love burning stuff.
Oh, me too.
So much fun.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to power tech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like their everyday earbuds. This past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping, buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com.
That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering a holiday deal of up to 50% off on any new system, so you can stay safe all season. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your home. Simply Safe's Video Doorbell Pro and wireless outdoor security camera are powerful ways to deter package thieves. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, about half the cost of traditional home security. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. This holiday season, we highly recommend protecting your home and family with Simply Safe. And for a limited time, you can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-629-WE-BE-BIG. Gosh, for years, it's just muscle memory.
Yeah.
629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-932-3244. So I was talking a lot with my dad over the last 24, 48 hours, just about a number of different things. And then the last 24 hours was all about Coach Burgess and getting updates throughout, and then a number of other different things. And then he called me last night, and he said, man, it's good to know that there's good people out there. And I said, okay, yes, sir. What are you talking about? And he goes, well, we had an issue. They had their this time of year, the HVAC units and everything. You get them serviced if you buy a year deal where twice a year they come out and then they service the units, and that's important to do before you start running heat and all that. Have something in the spring and in the fall or summer or winter, whatever. And he was on schedule to get it done a day or two ago. And the guy came back and he said, Mr. Wilburn, everything looks good. However, I've noticed a bubble or something in the gas line from the city to the house or something with some of the equipment and instruments that they sensed something.
Yeah.
So he said, so I've got to turn the gas off so we don't have a problem, and you need to call the city and have them come look at it. It should be a quick fix, but just that's there for you. So Dad called the city and they're at Huntsville Utilities, and spoke to a very nice lady on the phone, and she said, yes, sir, we'll have somebody come out, and Jimmy Jam, well, they heat the house with gas.
Yeah.
And
Cold.
It'd been some cold nights. And so anyway, long story short, they had to get through the night with no heat. And I'm like, well, Dad, why didn't you call and tell me? Well, no, we're fine, because the house was already somewhat heated. We don't open the doors much, and then we just piled up under the covers, and we were fine. Well, he said we did not freeze overnight. Yeah. Please understand that.
We're good.
And I said, okay. He says, however, he said, when I was talking to the lady, because I called back the next morning, they were like, oh, well, we came and fixed it, but nobody told us that they had cut the gas off. We fixed it. We didn't know. We could have cut it back on. We didn't know. And so they said, well, how about this? We're going to get on this now. And then all of a sudden she paused, and she said, wait a minute, Wilburn. Are you related to Speedy, Rick and Bubba show, whatever? He goes, yeah.
Your mom didn't tell him, did she?
Actually, I'm Larry the Leaf. Well, if she was on the phone, she would have screamed it across the room. You know Speedy? And she was like, oh my gosh, we love the show. Jimmy Jam, hate you went through this. The guys just had no idea that it was cut off. There was that miscommunication. There's two guys that are headed out right now. And I'm talking about this was before.
They could have cut it off because of the show.
Yeah.
You really, always go that way, too.
Yeah, there is that element out there, too.
Before daylight, Mitch and Chuck came out.
Oh, Mitch.
And he said they were two great guys. Jamie is the lady that works in the office that he was talking to. But Mitch and Chuck listen to the kickoff hour every day. They're out early. They're running around. And he said they could not have been more efficient and more nice. Before daybreak, they were out there making sure we had everything running. And so he said that they were huge fans of the show, and they were very polite and went overboard to make sure that my parents were taken care of. And so anytime you have aging parents that don't live in the city you live in, it's good to know that people are taking care of them. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to those guys and Jamie as well for helping with Huntsville Utilities.
Cold night at the Wilburn.
Yeah. And with that, how about she goes, well, nobody told. They had no idea the gas was cut off.
Put a note on that.
Yeah, something like that. But thanks, y'all. Appreciate that. Just a little shout out and talk to my dad.
The house is warm and toasty.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? They all snuggled up in his new little recliner he's got.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Oh, he's a pro now. He's got him a little remote. He'll just tell me, how about this? My leg's going up, my leg's going down. Did you say you had a question for us?
Well, just a little factoid here.
Oh,
do y'all know? I didn't know this, but did you know what Michael Keaton, the actor, we all loved him in many of movies.
Sure.
What his real name is?
Jerry.
Seems like
it's Michael something.
It seems like I remember this.
Michael Keaton. Michael.
I knew it wasn't his real name.
Well, I didn't. And I was
Landry.
listening to a podcast, and his real name is Michael Douglas.
Oh, I get it.
And the
Well,
reason that he changed it is because he was a couple years younger than Michael Douglas,
Yeah, it
and
makes
thought
sense.
I can't beat Michael Douglas.
Yeah, he
and I
definitely-
didn't realize that. So this is
Why did you choose Keaton? I wonder.
I know,
don't know.
and I know this thing happens with band members sometimes and stuff like that, and stage names and that.
names.
But I didn't know that actors would change their real names to these.
Yeah, like I say, most time it's singer.
Emma Stone did the same
musicians
thing.
do it.
She used to be Emily something, Lee or whatever, and she changed it. I heard this on a podcast is the reason that I brought this up.
A lot of the Hollywood people.
But I had no idea that Michael Keaton was actually Michael Douglas and changed it
and I
because of
understand
Michael
why.
Douglas, and I get it too.
I didn't until right
He
now.
needed to change it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough there.
That's
You
too
don't want
close.
that. No. You
That's
don't
two.
want that
That's
at
two
all.
studs actors I like to watch in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. JC watched that show you talked about.
Which one?
The Obama show that they produced.
Would y'all quit calling it the Obama
What
show?
is it?
What it is.
Leave the World Behind was produced by
that was
Michelle.
terrible.
Yeah. You didn't
Well,
like the ending.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Well,
hey,
that's part of it.
Yeah,
You ruined it.
JC
I
said it
didn't
was
know the
really
Obamas
good
had
except
it.
for the end.
That's what most people are landing on.
And it really never did anything. the storyline. It really didn't.
Well,
he gets lost riding around, and some Mexican lady yells at him, and you never know nothing else about it.
Greg, that you
never even revisit.
You won't leave the Mexican, and I agree with you.
Don't forget, he left the house, and
you.
he couldn't. He didn't do anything but go up and down the road. Well, then suddenly a Mexican lady waves him down. She's going nuts, and he has to drive off and leave her.
When I don't want to ruin this respect. I've got a question about certain things in the movie, but I don't want to ruin it for
I got to
you.
tell you, I think I ruined something for JC. I got in trouble because I was just kind of going through, when you're sick or whatever, you just kind of go in and battle. And so, hey, man, you good? And he paused. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, I'm good. That kind of thing. What are you watching? Oh, Greg hated this. Greg hated it. Now, Helmsy loved it. And then he said, stop. Don't ruin anything. I said, I'm not. I'm just letting you know that Greg didn't like it. But he really didn't like the ending. So now you said something about the ending. So now all I can think about is I'm not going to like the ending. Dad, could you please back out of the room?
Well, you were correct.
And he said, so that's all I'm thinking about. I said, no. Well, you've ruined the movie. And I'm like, no, I haven't ruined the movie.
Well, I will say this.
I'm just saying that Helmsy loved it and Greg,
The whole thing, it would go, this could be really good, but then it was just kind of.
Yeah.
And surely as nice as that house was, he had somewhere to sleep besides the floor.
I thought that too.
You know, and I thought so. There is no other bedroom in that
Greg,
house.
you
house
don't,
was huge.
I know. I thought about that. As well.
I'm like, so you're sleeping in the
what got on you there.
It makes no sense.
I don't know what you're talking about because I haven't seen it, but.
Well, it is. It's here's the thing. Even though you're not going to like the ending, you're not going to expect the ending.
No,
you're not gonna. You're gonna be like, what?
It's almost like they were making. They go, well, I can't think of anything else. Okay, let's just.
I'm telling you, there's got to be a second movie coming out.
No,
there's got to be.
There's not. If that was the case, it would have been in a series. They would have been. What I'm saying, this is a one-shot, 2-hour movie.
Maybe this is a new thing, Greg.
Maybe
we're doing
you're right.
movies like this. Julia Roberts said, "Watch this."
Maybe you're
Ethan
right.
Hawke said, "Watch this." Mm-hmm. We're going to do a movie. We're gonna have the biggest cliffhanger ever. We're going to have everybody just mad at us, and then we're coming out with a second movie.
Yeah, and it wasn't really a cliffhanger.
Leave the world behind.
It was just the ending. You know what I'm saying? It really wasn't a cliffhanger. It was just like, so you're going to end it that way?
Yeah, you're right.
And what is this Obama movie? What's it called?
Would you stop calling?
I didn't know
Obama?
the Obamas had anything.
Well,
to do with it.
I knew, but I didn't tell y'all because I didn't want it to, make you think, well, crap, I'm not watching it, just because it's their movie.
Well, no, I mean,
I got emails there still. I can't believe you watched that movie. Obama's. They produced it. Can't believe you'd watch it.
Which makes
That's
me.
their voice.
I mean, yeah, it's their voice.
Hey, which makes me the theme about.
I know, Greg. That's why.
Maybe really experienced.
No,
it.
Greg.
Hey,
that's why I'm in on this. That's why I'm. This will bother me.
About the elite.
Yes.
JC mentioned that. After I told him, because I had to. How
See,
quick do you think Obama came out of my mouth?
This really ought to stir.
The Obama's producers.
This ought to stir the American people up a little bit to go, wait a minute.
Yeah. Now, if you were looking for a good ending,
they're not. Hey, they're smart people. They're not this creative. They're not this artsy.
That's a good point.
So is this more real than we give it credit? And then when you hear the things we heard yesterday about the Chinese hackers,
you missed that.
I'm telling you,
I can't believe y'all watched this.
Well, I can't either, Speedy. It's produced by the Obamas.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Up-Level Rewards. Some deals may require the purchase of products, services, or subscriptions. Visit DecemberCash43.com for program requirements. Other restrictions and instructions to claim reward. Actor Portrayal.
Hey, where did you get all that cash?
You mean this $1,000?
Yes, that $1,000. Where did you get all that cash?
Since it's December, I went to DecemberCash43.com and got $1,000.
You got $1,000?
Yes. Just go to DecemberCash43.com this month and follow the simple instructions on the site. Once you finish, the $1,000 is yours.
Is that easy to get $1,000?
It is, but only in December. You just answer the basic questions on the site, complete the deals they show you, and get $1,000 sent to your Venmo or PayPal.
I'm always short on cash. I'm going to DecemberCash43.com right now to get my $1,000.
Ready to get your $1,000? Get started right now at DecemberCash43.com. Remember, this offer is only valid in December, so go to DecemberCash43.com. Just go to DecemberCash43.com. Follow the simple instructions and get your $1,000. Go to DecemberCash43.com. That's DecemberCash43.com. Don't wait, it's this month only. Go to DecemberCash43.com. DecemberCash43.com.
And Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I can help whoever's next.
Cooper's overnight shipping company has to deliver the goods.
Ship these gifts to your grandkids.
They need a logistics manager to keep the wheels turning.
126 packages going to Toronto, Tuscaloosa, Montreal, and Minneapolis. Oh boy.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another 10% off all of 2024. That's 12 months of savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. The holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to power tech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like their everyday earbuds. This past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping, buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. I told you we'd get here fast. 629-932-3244, 629-WE-BE-BIG. A couple of hours from now, Riley Green will join us. Bubba emceeing a special event at JSU tonight. Some country stars will shine there at JSU. And it's going to be at the Randy Owens Center for Performing Arts, and it's going to be a benefit concert. And we got quite a lineup. Jamie Johnson, Randy Owen, Riley Green, Gordon Moat, and Bill Bubba Bussey, co-host of the Rick and Bubba Show, will serve as MC. I'm sorry, I'm reading the press release. And that's tonight, and so we'll talk to Riley Green about that.
You know what's interesting is and Bubba actually went to this church. and I was married in this church, but the property of that church is where they're going to build the new Randy Owen Center.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
And so that I was telling Amanda that the other day. I said, 'cause our anniversary's coming up actually tomorrow. Y'all help me remember that.
Note.
Yeah. And so I said, hey, you remember the church we got married in Jacksonville? It will be the Randy Owen Center. So
that's cool.
And I've seen images and pictures of what they're going to do. I don't know if they plan to tear it down and start from scratch or take the existing building, but it looks good. It looks like they would have to start from scratch.
Right.
But, but that's the property in which ROC is going to be on.
That's so cool. So he'll MC the Randy Owen Center JSU benefit concert tonight. And we were in a little bit of a handle, Greg, yesterday. It's a good handle. I understand it's not a bad one. But when it comes to the gift, we had told Bubba for days about the gifts that we have, and it's a good problem to have. I'm not complaining, but we have more gifts than days, and so we need to start kind of piling stuff on. We've come here to the end. 2 days left, and we've got a lot of gifts to give away.
We need like 3 more days.
Right. And so the next 2 days, I'm just telling the audience, it's going to be quite beneficial for you. And so be listening, because there's some really high-dollar gifts that are sitting around in here that we've got to still give away. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
We got today and tomorrow.
And from what I understand, Santa Bubba is going to go nuts today.
Yeah.
So today is the day. You better be listening.
And I want to give kudos to you, or cooties, but I want to give kudos to you because you get hacked on a lot about your slow delivery and people not getting their gifts in time, and we joke around. But I've already been and y'all saw the picture. One guy is already under the Christmas tree. He's already received the gift.
That was amazing.
We do have fun with it, but now I'm not so much getting spam out that quick. But the 12 days, I stay on top of it. Well, except when I have a little hang up every now and then.
Right.
But adding all these is a problem for me, because you're going. I mean, now I got 2 days to get them all shipped, and we've added a bunch of stuff to it.
Yeah. Well, and not like yesterday, for example.
Not about you.
We thought we were going to give a couple away yesterday, and Santa Bubba just gave one, and then he gave another one. But he goes to his office and gets the gift. It wasn't even part of the pile we had. It was just a gift card that he threw on there.
Well,
so Santa Bubba's going
2
nuts.
more.
Yeah, he is. He's going nuts.
Let's back off. Why don't we take some of the stuff? Speedy, you can have it. I know
look,
give
we gave
Speedy all the free stuff.
No,
And let's be done.
See, and that's something else that we overdo too. Is me being cheap and wanting stuff. I mean, but we'll have fun with it. I'll get it. But guess what? We're gonna have a good time here the next day or two, giving away stuff. So. That's there, but
I missed you screaming nothing yesterday.
Yeah, he did the nothing.
I had to do it. It just didn't feel right for me. I was uncomfortable doing it.
So you got to do that. That was fun.
And it wasn't fun.
Well, he said he
Greg.
talked to you.
It's not kind at all.
It's not kind.
He said he talked to you and you told him what to say.
That's right.
Nothing. It's not kind.
And then the next caller won a gift card, $100 Amazon gift card. So they got away with something. So we didn't have time to scream nothing. But it was quite the day. Good to have you back.
Well, I'll have a bunch of boxes today headed that way. Get them out.
So go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go.
Well, I was going to. Y'all brought up this Luke Combs.
Yeah, that's what I was
and
going.
So I did a little reading here during the break, and so I'd know what y'all were talking about. So essentially, you got a girl that was selling some merchandise. It was like $380 worth of stuff.
Yeah.
And because of that, a lawsuit was filed, and a judge awarded Luke Combs $250,000.
Where did they get that number off of her selling it? And he knew nothing
and he's
about
sick
it.
about it. He didn't know anything about it, and is paying the girl back for her troubles, I guess, from the.
Yeah, I think she's got some medical bills. He's trying to help her with that. He basically said, I have people that work for me that keep an eye on this type of stuff, but they usually go after big companies who are trying to sell, merchandise with our image. And I get that. It's kind of like when we get stuff yanked out there.
I know.
He said, but I didn't expect them to do this. Said it made him sick to his stomach.
Said that she sold 18 Luke Combs themed tumblers.
Goodness.
And was hit with
How
the
did
lawsuit.
They get $250,000.
That's what I want to know. And what happens with that judgment? Does it go away?
Everything her store brings in has to go to that lawsuit till it's paid off, is what it said.
It said, all future sales from her Amazon. She has a little, like a little shop that she, because and I know a lot of people do this through Amazon.
like
they have like a themed shop through Amazon as well, and they say that all future sales in this lawsuit, all future sales on her Amazon store would go to Combs as well until she paid off the $250,000 that she was ruled against. And so now Combs explained that he has told his company to go after folks, and I can understand it, that are illegally using his image and likeness to
we do
make
that here.
Tons of money. Right.
I just want the judge to tell me how he came up with $200,000.
But apparently the woman, he said, somehow got wrapped up in that, and it just says it makes him sick to his stomach because.
Can he go, hey, judge, don't worry about the $250,000. We're not going to require her to do that. Can he do that, or is it, hey, the judge made this decision, so it's final?
Right.
The story in that, it didn't really say, I don't believe. He just said they said, noted she has a tumbler to sell on her website with all the proceeds going to help her with medical bills. And I think he is stepping in and paying a bunch of her medical bills.
Yeah, I saw that.
It says here what he's going to do, since it was a tumbler that she was selling, that he is now creating a tumbler to sell on his website, and all the proceeds of that tumbler will go to her. Okay. To help with her medical bills, as you just mentioned, and then to try to, I guess, get this this ruling back. But
you would think Luke could come back and go, "Hey, appreciate y'all trying to look out for me. There ain't no sense in this woman paying $250,000." And by the way, where did y'all come up with that number?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And couldn't you just send a letter say quit selling them?
You'd think that's probably where they'd start, and maybe they did. I don't know. I don't know.
But I think he seems like a really good person, because I remember we did a story when he lost his voice one night. He went ahead and performed the show, but gave everybody their money back.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
So he seems like he's a pretty good guy.
Okay. Well, so that now we kind of got an idea, but it looks like maybe this company went off and did their own thing and said, hey, this is kind of what you hired us to do. And he's like, no, not a fan of the show that's just doing something like that. Let's
they were doing their job.
Hang on now. I think he was talking more about companies that.
Yeah, there's a lot of big-time bootleggers out there.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show, and we're glad to have Rick and Greg back. Don't forget, Riley Green on the show today. The Birmingham Bowl, it's 76 Birmingham Bowl. It's not the 76th. It's the Gas 76.
They're the sponsor.
They're the major sponsor. So it's 76 Birmingham Bowl.
A little confusing.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure you know.
That's right.
I mean, we've had plenty of Birmingham Bowls, just not 76.
Don't think we've had 76.
That's the title sponsor. We'll be right back. Mark Meadows will join us late in the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But let's not. Bubba, you said it in the early days of me first starting to follow Christ. Let's be careful not to shoot our wounded.
We
got wounded.
I didn't coin that phrase.
No, but
we got to be careful that we're not an army that an army should take their wounded in and get them behind the line and leave no man behind and nurse them back to health.
Right.
We shouldn't go, hey, they're wounded, shoot them and move on.
Yeah, and so I think some correction here and some help is probably more what she needs as condemnation.
Yeah.
And saying, well, my wife came home and said, after the concert, and then she was still loving the music. Said, I thought she was okay. She's got to learn a little bit how to have some stage presence. End of subject. Now, when she made this statement, then I got to hear a Sherry monologue, in the car that was saying, hey, she's got to be real careful where she's going here. And it is something that we certainly, for obvious reasons, disagree on, because we all do need to come together and say, in a loving way, God's standard is what it is. And I will tell you this, anybody that says you have read Scripture and studied it from Genesis chapter 2, when he establishes his standard, to the Revelation, and you said you just don't see God really coming down one way or the other on what his standard is, are you blind? And how about this? I hate to say this, maybe you're spiritually blind. At one time I was spiritually blind. I didn't see the Scriptures the right way because I didn't have the Holy Spirit. But anybody that says, now if you want to say, yes, it's there, I don't believe the Bible, okay, at least that's, Greg even said that. There was an activist for the LGBT that says, we got to stop saying it's not in the Bible. He said, now we may say we don't think the Bible's the final word, but to say it's not there is just, I mean, that's just
No,
ridiculous.
it's not true because it is. I
Right,
could carry you line and verse and show you.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things. All of us need to look at scriptures and stop pretending like it's not there.
Right.
Okay, so that we're all held to the same standard, and I keep trying to say that. I'm not trying to come down on this sin like it's some sin of all sins, but it's certainly not special and gets a pass. And we're getting into a mode where we're saying, well, we can only speak to certain sins, and we think God's being unreasonable on others. Well, that's been around ever since the fall. There's been a lot of people that's told God He was unreasonable, and it didn't
change,
and it didn't go well either.
No.
Let me tell you what He's not going to do is change. And
matter of fact, He says He ain't changed.
Right.
He's very constant.
Yeah. What is your name? I am. I've always been. And His standard was established in Genesis chapter 2. And you see throughout Scripture, it never changes all the way to the return of Christ to get the bride. It never changes. It never changes. That is, there's some programming notes as we get ready to wrap up the old year. Come back, have our 25th birthday on January the 3rd, and we'll roll into another year. So, Bubba, we all are different contacts, and we contact each other throughout the day at different times. Some of it is fragmented. Some of it has a flow. Some of it is misspelled because of Siri or an attempt to text, and our big fingers can't make it happen.
Well, we're all doing better not texting driving, but
Right.
you let Siri do it, and she's not really set up for a country accent like myself.
She'll
miss a few things.
Yeah, you sent me something yesterday.
I try to talk perfect when I'm speaking to her.
Yeah, but it doesn't work out. The
Helms can do it. 9, 5, 5, 9,
2, 9er.
It's 9:05. Call me.
Right.
You just about have to do that.
That tree is ugly.
Yesterday, I get from Bubba. From yesterday from Bubba. He's texting me. He says, "Hey, did Blanton call us or did you call him?" I don't know who Blanton is. Blanton. I said, "Who's Blanton?"
I know a Blanton.
But anyway, so I don't know.
It's not that Blanton.
Well, so another one. So
it's supposed to be Beck.
So he gave you Blanton.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there last night getting ready for Chris Tomlin to bring it, and all of a sudden I get this text from Bubba. What's the surgery that you get for high ankle sprain? Recovery 2 weeks. And I just in my own mind, I'm like, well, I'm going to try to figure out what this means.
Right. Well, this goes back to a bigger thing. It's been in the news a lot, and especially with the Alabama quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
That's pretty good, by the way.
That's pretty good. Take the N out of it. Just take the N. You got it.
I'm not changing anything.
Okay.
It's like Spatula. I'm staying with it.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about Tagovailoa. What Saban, and he's the only one who's figured out. He goes to the islands of Hawaii and brings us back a quarterback because he's thinking to himself, you get them Polynesians, and you already know the Samoans are good, and you get a combination of a Samoan and a Polynesian, and you got a Tagovailoa.
And now Jalen Hurts had to deal with it earlier in the year, and I think we brought it up when he was dealing with it.
Mm-hmm.
We have all, because we're all here, obviously world-class athletes once upon a time.
Yes, of course.
Playing at the highest levels available of competition.
You wouldn't believe that competition in Calhoun County.
And we've all had a twisted ankle, and then you have what is considered worse, the high ankle sprain. And that involves some different, muscles and tendons and things. And used to, if you had a high ankle sprain, you knew you were out for weeks. You wore the boot, and it was going to be a long and tough recovery. Well, I remember when Jalen hurt his leg that way, he had surgery. And I thought, surgery for an ankle sprain?
Right,
This is something new. Right. And now I heard that Tua had that yesterday, and it can change the recovery time from literally 8 weeks down to 2 weeks.
Wow!
And I was just curious as to what are they doing? What is that procedure? It was kind of a, hey, I'm just curious. I don't understand. I hadn't had anybody explain it, and it's a fairly new technique because I've never heard of anybody having that prior to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, the last I heard, it's almost. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you. That's not the number, Ricker. 629-WE-BE-BIG. One fun thing to do is to take folks that have been saying the same number for over a decade and change it on them. So here we go. It's cruel, especially to aging radio hosts. We start this hour with our national anthem. Here we go. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, and we thank you for being with us as we draw ever near to the final show of 2023, and that will be, Lord willing, tomorrow, the big year ender, BYE. Bye. And then we'll go on vacation for a couple of weeks, as is tradition. Best of shows, Rick and Bubba replays, all being part of that while we are away. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, all from here at the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, is back, and Helmsy, all giving you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler has your YouTube experience. He is back and ready to go. And we are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little Christmas party we call Rick and Bubba.
There's Act of Congress. Bubba, thanks to you and to Speedy and Adler and Helmsy for guiding the ship here at the last week of the show. As Greg and I obviously were with our Father when he stepped from this earth into the presence of the one and only living God and his Savior, Jesus Christ. And wow, what a reunion is going on in eternity. So we had a lot to deal with. We were up. Dad went at, y'all said, 1:11 in the morning. So by the time everybody got home, it was time for the show to start. And then you got to get into planning. And hey, they want to know about this and fill out the paperwork on that. And hey, you got to come see us here. And then all that goes with that. So we're still in the middle of that, but we have gotten to a pause point. Greg and I felt like if there's any way possible, we need to be here for the last two shows of the year. And then, you get plenty of rest time after that. So we're glad to be here. And there are no words. They're just not available. And I know we've been through so many things in the 30 years. And I hope that you hear from each member of the show, not just the Burgess family, the Rick and Bubba show family. We're so grateful for all of you and your kindness and your outpouring of prayers and support and kindness. I know what I'm saying is not getting it done. I don't know what to say other than just a sincere, heartfelt thank you. And we're doing the best we can to manage it all. Dad, you heard him talk about it. Heard us talk about him for years on the show. So you've got all the people that don't know anything about him other than the legendary status of him here and all the things we've said over the years. And hey, let's face it, everybody talks about him coaching and everybody talks about all this stuff. I'd like to let y'all know we have a vacuum now on content. We've lost content.
Yes.
I mean, the content that he provided for this show, good gracious. I mean, and we can continue to just, do best ofs about him. But unfortunately, one of the things I thought of when he stepped into eternity, I said, well, we just lost a lot of content. And it's because he was a great content provider.
I don't know if we got so we could play it back or not, but I think I left y'all a voice message when I was going through some of the old tapes, the cassette tapes.
Yes.
And it was the week we were playing the coaches at Jack State in softball.
Oh, wow.
And we'd call Coach in his office, and you were trying to talk a little trash to him.
Of course, yeah.
And all of that. And it was really funny. And I don't know if we ever got so we could play that back or not.
Probably not.
But
yeah.
I left it on y'all's voicemail, I think, at the time to hear it. And there's still a lot of old gold out there we're going to have to mine through.
Yeah.
But, we've had a lot of fun over the years.
We know y'all reminisced yesterday, and Greg and I don't want to come back in here. And for those of you that honestly you're not connected to this, you're like, are they going to talk about their dad again for another show? Well, we will some because Greg and I, but you guys covered a lot of it yesterday. I didn't get to hear much of it, but people were letting me know what y'all were talking about. And then there's been all kinds of TV stories and articles that people are writing about Dad that interacted with him. So those things kind of speak for themselves. But there's things that Dad represented as far as a lot of us, and I've seen some of this. He reminds me of so-and-so, and that's certainly true. There's an era that is a bygone era, and that era of men, not figuratively, they are literally a dying breed.
Yes.
Literally a dying breed.
That's right.
And when they go, the vacuum it creates is substantial.
Yeah.
And then what we have to
you have to announce your pronouns.
Right. And what we have to wonder, what I think I kind of felt the charge as just men, not as the son of this individual man, but as men, sons of these men, all that what they represent. Are we man enough to step in and fill that vacuum? To be counted in their company?
It's a dying breed.
It might be something to consider, but because the world sure does need it.
Yeah.
It does. And your family needs it, and your church needs it, and our society needs it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk a little bit about Dad. Obviously, so I want to say in general, Dad belongs to an era, and I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But there's a uniqueness about this one individual man that I've never seen duplicated. There's not another one like him, and I'm telling you, and there's some things about. I know people throw that around. Hey, they broke the mold, but let me tell you, sometimes you say that about people, it's not really true. I know a lot of people like them, but in this particular case, this is as unique an individual as you will ever encounter.
Oh yeah,
I mean, he in every essence of the word, he's an original. Because there was a unique mix that he had that I don't see a whole lot. I'm sure there's people similar, but I don't see this exact mix. And I thought, of all people, one of the people that laid it out as far as a player-coach relationship, and of course Greg and I will talk about a dad-son, a granddad, a great-granddad, but as far as it was JJ Puit, who is he works with a local Fox affiliate in Birmingham, and he played for Dad. And I think that he did his best to say from a coaching style, there was a unique mix with him that you don't see a whole lot.
Yeah.
And it kind of features two worlds all happening at the same time.
We ought to play that story.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, we got it. I think somebody sent it to us.
JJ did a great job.
Yeah, and so we'll unpack some of that today. But let me tell you, now when it comes to the 12 working days of Christmas, good night. We're going crazy today.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely bonkers.
Rick, I will say about yesterday, the show had to go on. Most days are easy in here. Yesterday was hard.
Yeah.
And we're glad you and Greg are back
Yeah,
today.
well, thanks, man. We'll unpack that a little more when we come back. Stay on.
Rick and Bubba.
Disappeared, and I lost contact about how you treat a high ankle sprain. I came back and they're doing surgery. Like I missed the transition.
Right.
Because I remember having a friend who had a son that was a really good high school player who had that, and all they were trying to do with him is come up with ways for it to heal quicker by stimulating the ankle and
do the stem machine.
There was no
heating.
surgery.
Right. A quick Google search here. It just says the goal of the surgery is to properly align and stabilize the joint so the ligaments can heal in the correct position, because a high ankle sprain is when the ligaments that connect to the tibia and fibula are stretched or torn, and so they're trying to align everything up so it can heal quicker.
So they did decide you could go in there and manually try to set it up in a position to heal faster.
Right.
Well, I mean, your ankle can only move so many different. It seems like that would be something you just set it. You know how we say you'd set a bone before you put the cast on.
But sometimes they say because it's such a twisting injury, like if your ankle's twisted or something.
Look, I like this animation.
I don't
That's
want to go
nice.
out. Or Speedy, whoever found that.
Oh, look, what is that?
I don't know.
We're aligning it.
We're getting everything in.
They got a welding.
Oh, here comes some bolts.
They put hardware in there.
There's hardware.
A lot of times they'll do the little hardware and pin it, and to where it stays in the proper spot.
That
and
helps it heal.
Tyler, my oldest son, actually had a surgery like this where they put two pins in, and it keeps everything
So it won't be
stabilized
moving.
where it doesn't move at all. And then you go back in and they take the pins out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we're gonna hold it still, let it heal.
That's
Then
a
we'll-
lot of drilling for a spring.
So I got to ask, based off that, did they do the drilling? It looked like they put the pins in and then drilled to bring them out the way that showed. Was that?
I will tell you this.
I think the smaller ones they can put through, but a bigger one they have to drill.
Oh, look.
I will say this, watching some of the surgery, it's like you have all your garage tools, like DeWalt screws and screwdrivers and stuff.
But with a bag on
Electric,
it.
huh?
With a bag on it.
So we're stabilizing it like that, like we're now we're cutting those
Now,
off,
there
so
you
they
go.
don't stick out.
Right.
Speeds up healing. Get it now.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
They go in there and
drilling
like,
would hurt.
It's just like vroom, vroom, just
In the
take it
long
out.
run, not while it's going on, but you think they'd have some effects to that.
The healing, yeah.
It just
I don't know.
to have
Maybe your bone
metal
don't
go
do that.
through your bone marrow too looks like that'd be rough. You know it.
That's a thumbs down.
I had to
Yeah.
get mine done.
Really?
A little sore.
What about the shoulder thing? You got that worked out?
Yeah, it's feeling better.
Is it? Did you do anything or just
left it alone for a while.
Okay. Because I know you.
So that's the whole surgery.
yeah.
They're just tying down the two bones together
Yeah.
so they're not moving.
So
Because
she'll heal.
the high ankle sprain too has a lot to do with the twisting, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or a big lineman putting his foot right up on your ankle,
Boy, he
on your
did,
leg.
didn't
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that'll do it.
But he's also had another other ankle got to bother him a little bit. His knee's been bothering him.
he's
It's been tough back here.
Yeah.
What if he'd have played 4 quarters a game? You know, he'd really be banged up.
Did it cost him the Heisman?
No.
That game may have.
No.
Vegas odds flipped over the weekend.
No.
I think Haskins is going to win it.
Did you know why? Because they feel bad about Urban. I think the kid from Oklahoma's going to win it.
No.
Yep.
I don't think Tua's going to win it. I don't.
Tua's going to win it. It's going to hurt.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What about France? We want to talk France right
Well,
now?
I'm glad to see them crank it up a little bit.
Yeah.
France is.
Did you know
had
there's a place in France?
Yeah,
Yeah, there is, Rick.
They've had kind of a violent night over there. Now, you know, they're a little more socialist than we are, although there's a lot of people here would love to look like France.
Well, there's not a wall around
And
America. You can leave.
Yeah, the government there, you know, the whole idea with socialism is to give out a bunch of free stuff and then tax everybody to pay for it. But you
So
know,
that
when you're
means it's not
getting the
free?
free stuff,
Right.
yeah, it's just a fancy way of paying. I mean, it really is. And
Bubba, you're right. All they're doing is they're now mad about a system they said they wanted.
Yeah. Well, they were supposed to have some new fees and tariffs and taxes kick in. A lot of it had to do with global warming and carbon emissions and all that.
There we go.
And I heard one commentator say that their average price over there when you transfer it into U.S. dollars is about $7 a gallon. Can you imagine that?
Say that again.
$7 a gallon.
Good night. Look at that.
But now they got a lot of free stuff. But $7 a gallon, you're still paying for it. People,
you pay
these people that you remember the Bernie Sanders big hey, everybody gets college free.
Yeah.
But you're going to tax people who are out working, so you get college free. But then when you get a job, they take the money from you. You're
All right, so 21 minutes past the hour. So what we're going to do today, as far as the 12 working days of Christmas, and Bubba, tell me if I'm out of line, we ended up with an influx of extra gifts. And so what we're going to do is today we're giving away multiple gifts just throughout the show, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if you go day 11, we'll just say day 11 features multiple gifts.
Rick, we got so much to give away. We're gonna have to get on it here in a minute. Let me tell you just a couple of things.
Okay. All right.
We have a MacBook Air laptop.
No,
Okay?
we do not.
That's over $1,000 value.
Okay.
We have a DJI Mini 4 Pro Fly More combo drone.
Okay.
It's
Good
got
night.
everything. I mean, it's got all kind of stuff. It's almost $1,300.
Okay. All right.
We got DeWalt stuff left and right. I mean,
it's like.
Let me tell you, this fan, I've got one of those. That is awesome.
Are you going to
by the
group
way.
some of these together, or are we doing each individual
We
thing?
got a USB speaker here. We got a tape measure.
Yeah, right.
Well, goodness,
Good
we got
gracious.
a couple of cards here.
You got cards? Okay. All right. So,
you know,
I
we
mean,
got a-
Bubba, would I be exaggerating?
USB charging kit right here.
Would I be exaggerating
I
to
like
say
them
that we'll
slippers.
have a gift every hour? At least one.
I think we'd have to.
At least. Okay.
So and then tomorrow the big
The biggie.
The biggie.
You big boy.
The Bromberg's David Yurman jewelry piece. And, Rick, it's so funny because we cannot pronounce how you say it.
Right.
And the people at Bromberg's have very, very graciously recorded it for us to tell us how to say it.
I saw that.
Yeah.
And can you play Speedy's laptop? They're going to tell us what it is.
Yeah, okay.
Let me get it here.
I saw that audio.
Chatelaine.
Say it again.
Tanzanite.
Say it again.
Chatelaine. Tanzanite.
Okay.
So this is a David.
Chatelaine. Tanzanite.
This is a David Yurman sterling silver petite
Tanzanite.
chandelier.
Tanzanite.
Chantelane Tanzanite.
And then there's some words after it I can't say either.
Close.
That's all you need right there.
I just want to make sure I have this right.
Chandelier Tanzanite.
I want to be sure I have this right. Clients have to send us recordings of how to say things. That's how bad we are.
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
All right. Tanzanite, doesn't that explode if you shoot it?
I thought that's tannerite.
That's
tannerite.
Tannerite. This is chandelier.
Tangerine.
Chandelier tangerine.
No.
That's funny.
That's it.
Tanzanite.
That's funny.
So we got one of them. It's pretty impressive.
So I mean, every hour.
It's listen. It's so impressive.
night.
It's so impressive. Betty said, "Hey, you got that at your office?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Can I come by and see that?"
You talking about a Chantelane Tanzanite?
It is a David Yurman sterling silver petite chandelier Tanzanite.
Oh gosh, I didn't know it was the petite one.
How do you say that other word? How do you say PAVE with a little
You don't
line?
have to worry about it. Just
What is it? Something diamond.
Don't even Pave.
Chatelaine. Tanzanite.
See, I was hoping she'd go one more word, but
Sasaline.
Chantelane.
I'm just going to go and tell you this. You might want to put that in instant replay. 'Cause it's gonna be, we're going to need it a lot.
We're going to play it a lot next
Changeling.
Yeah.
So we will continue. We talked about gifts every hour. Okay, probably we'll get into that every single hour. There'll be at least one gift. So just
You're
hang on.
a good caller. You may get one.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We may just like the way you sound.
Yep.
I'll tell you, if somebody can follow instructions on certain things, you may get one. So we have that coming up. We got Bubba emceeing tonight, the Randy Owens Center JSU benefit concert. And we have Riley Green coming up later on the program, who will be playing tonight in Jacksonville State University. And Speedy at Jacksonville State University. And Speedy will be at the Birmingham Bowl on the 23rd. And we've got Mark Meadows with the Birmingham Bowl, too, coming.
Yeah, and y'all brought up JJ Puit. He and I both work together on that bowl. We both do in-stadium hosting and emceeing, so I'll work with him again on that. And I know y'all just mentioned the fact that he had put a piece together on your dad, too.
Yeah. So if you
He played for your dad in high school and college.
Yeah.
No, just college.
No, at the same high school.
He is from
but he didn't play for Dad.
Right,
at
it was
that high
Robert
school.
Harry.
Yeah.
So
how long is this, Adler?
If I include Mike Dubberly, it's 5 minutes. If I cut just to JJ, it's 4 minutes. Four and a half. Might have to wait.
Yeah, let's come back and we'll do that because we don't have time for that. And I'd probably just get to the JJ.
Okay.
Just because that talks about what it was like. Just time wise and all that. That the other is just kind of hitting the stuff that y'all have already hit on the show.
Yeah.
And you said yesterday, Bubba, that was a tough show though. I mean, we've done some tough shows over the years.
Well, it was because in show business there is the saying, the show must go on.
Right.
And we've all had to belly up to that from time to time. But what we do here, we've talked about it. It's early and that part's tough.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of it's easy. It's fun. We like to be here. We enjoy what we do. That's why we've been doing it 30 years. But it was hard yesterday because we wanted to, of course, we all have feelings like the audience. And, it's just tough because you're sad when you lose someone. We were sad for you and Greg and Angie and Ms. Burgess and but we wanted to go on, but we just wanted to kind of sit here and reminisce and we did some and we moved on and did some other things too, but it was always kind of on our mind. And
it was one of those things.
It's just you kind of just want to sit here and think and not do what you do normally, and but we got through it, and the audience was very kind and helped us get through that yesterday. So we missed you guys. We're glad you're back.
Yeah, well, you go to this. The thing that Dad had that was so unique is everybody thinks about hard nosed, and all that's accurate. There's no doubt about that. And man's man, certainly. No one was ever sick. No one was ever hurt. There was something flawed in them to be sick or hurt. and all that's true. But there was a kindness that he took around with him that was also incredibly unique. And every single place, even with Alzheimer's, every single place that he ended up, everybody fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I mean, he was only at a memory care place for what, about 5 weeks, by the grace of God, by about 5-6 weeks. And I'm already getting this outpouring from them about how much he meant to them and how much we loved Coach. And hey, I know we're not supposed to pick favorites, but I have one, and all this kind of stuff. And he was only there a few weeks.
Yeah.
And one of the things I will say that God showed a tremendous amount of grace when Dad's Alzheimer's decline started to kind of kick into fifth gear. We all began to pray for the Lord to take him to you. Do not let him meander on and get into a nursing home and all of that. None of us wanted that. He didn't want that. When he had his cognitive skills, he told us, when it gets down to choosing quality of life for your mother or me, pick her. Just do what you got to do with me. Don't let me destroy her. And you know, we made those hard decisions, but the Lord was so gracious that after we had to make some of those really hard decisions, I mean, he took him quick. And that was so
His answered prayer.
So gracious. And it wasn't fun to watch it and be part of it, but you know, we knew this day was coming sooner than later, and there's a tremendous amount of grace and a lot to be thankful for. I mean, I know some people, God love you. You know, your parents or grandparents stay in these nursing homes or these memory care units for years.
Yeah.
And we did not want that, and we didn't have to deal with that. And we got to have him as, you know, be able to be part of every stuff and all that for just about the entire time he had Alzheimer's. He only started missing stuff about the last 6 weeks. You know, and that's gracious.
Yeah.
That is really, really gracious.
Amen.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paying for it. You're just bad at math. I've never understood that. There is no free.
There's no such thing as anything that somebody's going to give you that doesn't have a cost to it to you in some way, shape, or form.
And when the government prints money to pay for stuff because you want it for free, somebody is still paying for it. It's your kids and your grandkids. They're paying for it right now.
Well, what we're seeing
and they don't even know it yet.
What we're seeing in France right now is exactly what we've wondered. You know, we always say, well, now everybody's got a breaking point. I wonder what it is.
There it is.
We have found that the French, this is finally them. They finally have been taxed to the point that they say no more.
Right.
No mas.
Well, you know what happened here. This is they tried to pull to the old Clinton deal. Remember, the Clintons went in and they said, you know, we're gonna tax the rich. The rich ain't paying their fair share. Well, in the middle of the night, they redefined rich as people that made $40,000 a year, and now people are going, wait a minute, I thought we were getting the rich. Now you're getting my paycheck.
Right.
And they're like, oh no, I'd rather go to the street and burn something.
Well, as we said many times, anytime a progressive, far left, whatever their title is of your time here in the United States, whenever the far left, you know, if you ever put them in power, if you've ever said you wanted to be rich, just put them in power. You'll be rich. They'll declare you rich when they come to get tax dollars.
Rick,
now, you may be saying you're not rich, but they'll say you are. So if you want to be called rich, then vote for them because they'll call you rich. I promise you.
Go back and look this up. When Bill Clinton them pushed this through, it literally was in the middle of the night when they changed what they considered rich, the top bracket, which was going to be over $100,000. And that sounded good to everybody making 70 or 80. Let those rich SOBs pay for it, right?
Right.
They don't deserve it.
Right.
And then, boom, now I'm a rich SOB making 40. And they're like,
right. But
not happy.
And to tell you how devious that was, it was in the middle of the night, and Bill Clinton didn't even have a date.
Right.
I mean,
right.
he
was at home that night.
Yeah, he actually went home to get that thing passed.
Which was rare.
But it goes back to this again, and Bubba has said it, math doesn't lie.
No.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. I had to learn this when I actually started growing up a little bit. Now, obviously, I've got a lot of growing up to do, but it is mathematically impossible for big government people to give you everything they say they're going to give you and only tax 1% of the population. That math does not work if you took 100% of the money of the top 1%. It's impossible. Okay, so to Bubba's point, you are going to pay for it.
Yeah, you do. They just hide it and buy your vote with it in the meantime. And what was his name? Billy Preston with his great song, Nothing from Nothing Leaves Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have something if you want to be with me.
That's it.
I mean, all socialists need to learn that song. You can't make something out of nothing. It's like this little sweet lady from New York who's going in that she's just fired up and
the Casio kid, what's her name? Casio Ortiz.
Yeah,
what's her name?
Did you just call her Casio?
It's Casio something.
It is.
I'm gonna tell you the clip that was going around the internet where they had her sitting in front of the Saturday morning cartoon on how the government works. That was gold,
Schoolhouse
by the
Rock,
way.
yeah.
Absolutely gold.
Well, if you don't want to be,
but she thinks that it's ridiculous that we don't have free college, that we don't have free this, that we don't have free that. Well, how you gonna pay for it? Well, we're gonna tax the rich. Well, as you said, there's people a lot smarter than us who've gone and looked at the numbers. They said, you know what? You can tax what you consider rich, the top 10% of the population. You can tax them. Matter of fact, you can take everything they got. You can put them out on the street, homeless. You still ain't got enough money to pay for what you're wanting to do.
Do you have any? Does anybody have any concept how much money it takes to run the government on one day? I mean,
the way they run,
I don't know if
the way
Casio
that they
knows
run, the way the government runs the government.
yeah, right. Now, Casio, Greg, here's the problem. If you don't want to be lampooned, then do not go out there and start getting everybody fired up saying the Democrats need to take back all three chambers of Congress.
Exactly. That's step one.
If you don't want to
as a duly elected congressperson,
right. So if you don't want to be lampooned, you can't make statements
You
like
can't.
that.
I mean,
Right.
you're right out of the gate.
So they're saying right now on these riots in France over fuel tax, utility hikes, and all this, but they're saying that 4 people have been killed, 100 people have been
Mad
injured.
about it.
More than 400 people have been arrested, and you're saying they are taking it back? Are they getting?
Well, they have postponed the implementation of it temporarily.
Oh, yellow vests are going nuts.
Yeah, the yellow vest.
Who was it telling us the yellow vest story about France? Was it you?
It was
you know
in the article I read.
do you know you have to have a yellow vest in your car in France if you drive? In case you break down and get out on the side of the road, you have to have a yellow vest on or you'll get a ticket.
So you don't get run
for your
over?
own safety. That's how much they take care of you, wound to the tooth.
My goodness.
They tell you what you got to wear if you broke down.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 is not the number. It's 629. We be big. Hey, Relief Factor. Been taking that, loving it. A lot of you have as well for debilitating pain. And when we hear from a lot of you out there that are taking it too, and the difference it's making for you, man, that feels great. It does. And the majority of people that use Relief Factor are seeing substantial relief. I take it every day. It's all natural, non-addictive, no side effects, and maybe it will work for you. Remember, abusing this over-the-counter stuff and the problems with some of the prescription stuff, go to ReliefFactor.com. I hope this works for you. Stop using the over-the-counter stuff, and to the point that it's actually giving you problems. And try this, and hopefully this will be the natural answer, as it has been for so many. $19.95, 3-week supply. You can get that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. All right, so here is the story. It's there were a number of stories yesterday. I even got people talking about that. Even Feinbaum on the SEC channel. That we had a great article, EA Sports, and there was all kinds of stuff coming in. Burgess Snow Stadium with the scoreboard lit up. Helms, thanks for saying that.
That was lit up all
good.
night, by the way.
And Alabama Sports Hall of Fame putting stuff out. Auburn putting stuff out. There was just so much stuff going on yesterday. I mean, it was to the point yesterday that even my dearest, closest friends, they would call me and I could not take their call because there was never a point that I was not in the middle of all sorts of family or I wasn't fielding this and that. It was just a wonderful outpouring and just so thankful, and there's no way to properly pull all that in. But here's an example because you want to hear the uniqueness of Dad as a coach and how he coached. And JJ Puit, who played for him, one of the many players, is going to, if you'll listen, he's going to show you a unique mix that Dad mastered, because I think it's just who he was. And so many times in a position of leadership, we either do too much of one or too much of the other, and rare is the leader that can mix them appropriately. And here is JJ Puit talking about that for WBRC Fox 6 out of Birmingham.
I know this was a very solemn day for you as well when you heard this news, JJ, but tell us give us an idea what it was like to play for Coach Burgess.
You know, Coach Burgess was one of the toughest guys that I've ever been around. He was a no-nonsense guy, but he was also loving and very kind. You know, one of the things I loved about Coach Burgess was that he didn't care if you were the star athlete or if you were the third-string linebacker. He treated everybody the same. I recall one story where our star running back was late getting on a bus for a road trip. Well, finally, Coach just said, after 10 minutes waiting, he said, you know what, let's go. And he made our star running back ride with the state troopers to the game in the back seat of the police car. Wow. So he didn't care, you know, how you were. He just wanted the respect. But if he chewed you out, you knew that when he came and he slapped you on the shoulder pads, he had forgiven you and all was well. And that was his way of showing love to you. So he was just a great man. And a lot of the guys, we call ourselves the Burgess boys. Everybody who played for him, we call ourselves the Burgess boys. Sweet. And, you know, he touched so many people's lives because he made us the men that we are today.
Oh, that's a great thing to say about anybody.
Yeah.
Mike mentioned you won a national championship under him. Of course, it takes the players, but it is the coach that leads the way. What was it about his coaching style that allowed y'all to be so good?
Well, you know, Janice, the fact that he said that, you know, one of his favorite lines was, he says, hey, we'll play you anywhere. He said, we'll play in the parking lot as long as it's, you know, 100 yards long, 52 yards wide, and got white lines on the field. So he was just that kind of guy. I remember one time we played, and it was raining so bad. And he says, guys, so when we get out there, he says, I don't want to see you not stretching. You just plop down. And it was freezing cold in the rain. And he was just a tough guy, but just so loving. Those are just two words I can describe. I know it's hard to describe a tough guy and a loving guy, but that was Bill Burgess in a nutshell. He was just loving.
We've seen JSU come so far, obviously, and there were some other great coaches before he came there as well. But in terms of a program, now they're on the top level of that. But he really laid that foundation of winning, because JSU had come up short the previous two times trying to win a national championship, and then he broke through. What do you think that was like for him personally?
Well, I think for him, I think he expected it, you know, because, you know, I come from a long line with Coach Burgess. He came from Oxford, where I was before he went to Jacksonville State. So I kind of knew about Coach Burgess before, but when I got a chance to play for him, and when I got the chance to see how he was able to just really take a group of guys and just blend them together and just make sure that everybody was on the same page. That was Coach Burgess. And as you said, Mike, you know, they had played in the national championship the year before I got there, played in the national championship in 91 and in 92. We finally won it in 92, but he was the one that started that foundation. He was the one that had all of us believing that we could achieve that. And so that was my man right there. And I know there's a lot of guys out there. I've been getting texts and everything about it. You know, everybody's just kind of sad because he was like a second father to all of us.
Oh, what a great person to have in your life, Jay. Thank you for sharing a little bit about him with us today.
And our condolences to Rick, Greg, and Angie, his 3 kids, and Miss Burgess Gunnell. We love you, and we'll be giving you guys a call soon.
Appreciate it.
So there it is, JJ Puit, class act, and really laid it out, that combination of encouragement, kindness, and toughness, and no nonsense, and my way or no way. It's a weird combination. A lot of times men can do one, but they can't do the other.
Yeah.
And that is tough. And it was one of the things that Sherry talked about yesterday. We were talking about it last night, and she was talking about what I said a minute ago. She goes, so are the men of this family ready to fill the void? And she goes, let me tell you one thing about your dad. We all felt safe. Mm-hmm. He was our protector.
Yeah.
And so she goes, and you did not go after anybody that he protected. And he also did that with his coaching, which also made it unique. Like, let's say, for instance, you play left tackle
on the team that he was the head coach of, and you weren't getting it done. The quarterback's getting killed, okay, or they can't move the ball. He may tell you some things about what you need to do and how you need to adjust that you're thinking, oh, my goodness, he's really humbled me, and he's real serious that I need to get this right, or he's going to get somebody here that can do it.
Mm-hmm.
He can do that. Now, let's say a sports writer says, I'll tell you that left tackle is not worth the crap. Now you got problems.
Yeah.
Dad would go after you. Hey, I can criticize him.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
Because they know I care about him and you don't. Yeah. Okay, and buddy, he was very protective of everybody, his family, his players, his coaches, and you knew you had an advocate in him, and he was loyal to you, and he would protect you, and he could criticize you, and he could correct you, but nobody else could. And so that was unique, and Sherry talked about that. She said, even though I know he had Alzheimer's, the fact that I could still see him and touch him and hear him, we all felt safe. And she said, now we've lost our protector. And she goes, so I hope all of the men of the family will step in and give us that same sense of protection. And she said, and I hope y'all ready to do that. And of course, we said, well, we are, because he's trained us to. He's made us. We are his legacy. And so,
I love that picture Adler showed. Greg, tell him the story about that, because I know a lot of people don't know that about this picture of him hugging the player. Adler,
that's actually an opposing player. That's not one of his.
Which
players.
makes that picture mean so much.
And so
more.
many people don't know.
New
that.
Haven, Connecticut.
That's it. You got it.
Yeah,
that was it. Yeah.
And it was a semifinal. The winner of this game goes to the national championship game against Pitt State. And Jack State had a big lead, and then New Haven made a run. In fact, we had to stop them on 4th and short to win the game. And this guy was the reason he's a great quarterback, and he brought him back, and Dad respected him, obviously, from the game. But a lot of people see that picture and say, there he is, one of his players. That's actually a kid from the other team.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, that's special.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
if we'd had the transfer portal, then he could have been saying, come to Jack State. But he wasn't, because you couldn't do that.
And here's another thing that's important about that picture, and Greg, you've hit on the key part, but I want to add this one thing. And because you said you got to know the history of what just happened there. And think about some of the modern coaches now, okay? Jacksonville State was way ahead. I'm talking about way ahead. Hey, I'm in the stands. I'm telling y'all.
No, goodbye.
I guess you wish you hadn't come to Alabama today.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people doing that.
Mm-hmm.
They come roaring back because of the play of this guy.
Yeah,
he didn't give up. Yeah. Now, a lot of modern day coaches would talk about how their team went soft and didn't finish the game, and it's all our team's fault that they came back. They didn't do a good job, but we did a bad job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what Dad did is whenever he said, no, this son of a gun right here nearly whipped us, and he didn't give up, and I got to go over to this opposing warrior and say, let me tell you something, young man, you are something.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go over and say, well, if we hadn't,
we let him
we
back
were so
in.
far ahead, and we stopped playing the way we were supposed to. It's really our fault. It's no credit to them.
Mm-hmm.
And what he did, he said, no, I tell you why they came back. It's because this guy right here.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go over and tell him how much I'd put him in our colors in a second.
Yeah.
And so that's all that's unique.
Yeah.
That's why I tell you, when you throw around this one of a kind, in this man's case, it applies.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Right.
And some of them hilarious that we've talked about over the years. His quirks are world famous. We'll come back 15 minutes to the top. The number 629 We Be Big as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Chris in Florida. Chris, welcome to the program. How are you?
Good morning, Biggins. How's it going?
Good.
Well, I was calling in to let you guys know about the Urban Meyer retirement. I guess he couldn't fake a heart attack yet to come up with something else.
Couldn't understand a word you said.
Yeah. Well,
not one word. I mean, I don't know
I
that
think
one
he said
word.
Urban Meyer couldn't fake a heart attack this time.
Yeah, couldn't come up with.
Is that
something
what you
else.
said, Chris?
Yeah, that's what I said. He couldn't fake a heart attack this time, so he had to use a head situation.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
he's faking that cyst in his brain.
Yeah, there you go. Well, and look, you talk about elaborate.
Yeah.
You got it. You come up with X-rays and all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's
a
really
long way home.
That's a
Yeah.
commitment.
That's gracious.
Let's go to Roland. Roland, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
I'm getting after it, man.
All right, excellent. I was going to talk about a little bit of an expansion on your college and free and taxing the rich and all that. So I was going to say, if college was available to all the people that could not go to college, therefore, in turn, getting a degree and getting a job that allows them to be taxed so that college can be available for everyone.
I'm trying to follow you.
That one is as confusing as the one before. Say that one more time.
I'm trying to follow your loop here. All right, try me again.
You were talking about socialism and how the French didn't like it and all of that.
Well, they like it to a point till they got $9 gas. Right.
Yeah. But as far as you were saying about college in America, and if you were to tax everybody in order to make it free, which it is not, then therefore if we taxed everybody on it and made it available to the people who aren't able to go, and they were able to get a degree and get a job, they would also be able to be taxed.
Well, yeah, I think that's
to make college available.
Well, I think that's what Bubba said.
My point is that it's not free though. Then if you go to school and it's free, and then you get out and get a job and you pay an extra tax that you wouldn't have normally have paid, so the next bunch gets to go free. You actually paid for your time.
But he's acting like that these people who got to go. That I mean, they're going to get you can get a job and not go to college. Is
Correct.
my point.
Absolutely.
You can work.
And what do you do with all the people that don't finish?
Yeah, that you've invested money in. I mean, I always wondered that with these scholarships that they have the lottos. I don't know how it works. So if you pay that scholarship and then I go and flunk out, do y'all have to pay you back?
The question there is though that if the people that had it available that were not able to go, if it was to be paid for.
Well, we already have that though. There's multiple grants and
Pell Grants.
Pell Grants
if you
that
can afford it, you got a better chance of going than somebody that could.
We kind of have already systems of that. And I'm for you. I think we should avoid some of these. The college loans are devastating to a generation of people.
Yeah.
But
I was currently a college student for a year and a half, and the loans by themselves are devastating to my credit and my personal life.
Yeah, no doubt. And that, to me, we got to get out from that. But to the point, I guess I hate to just go, everybody's dad in the flannel shirt today, but it's not the role of taxpayers or any government to provide education for anyone. That's not the role of the government.
I think we need to be
That's
cautious.
not the role of that's a.
How about this? If I'm going to do that, then I should decide as a taxpayer what degrees are available, and the only degrees that you can actually get a job and make a living off of. Instead, I don't need you in theology, and I don't need you in tuba, and all that. I need you to go take a degree that's going to get you a job. If that's what this is about, so you can go out and work and spend tax money.
I've got a couple of texts lately. Some guys that I've invested in, and what I invested in them was to help them get their commercial driver's license. I've helped them to learn how to weld, and you know what? They both have followed up with me and said, "Hey, that was the leg up I needed. I'm now working, making money,
and go make good money."
Yeah, what I could have done is tried to come up with $100,000 and thrown it down the trash can for them to go get some worthless degree. And the college is not for everybody, and sometimes that's not the best path for everybody. And it's not some instant. Let's get everybody a college education, and then we'll have some hardworking, tax-paying people. And to Bubba's point, though, if you want to do it that way, but don't call it free college, the person who
call it deferred payment.
But see, the problem is those that would take our money, squander it, and then they never work and they never pay it back. Now, what do we do about that?
You can't assume that everybody that wants to go, whether they can pay for it or not, is going to do well, no matter their circumstances.
Yeah.
You can't wake up one morning and say, "I tell you what, now that I'm in college, I'm going to start working hard and get this degree." That's not how it works.
And I'm going to be gainfully employed when I'm finished.
Think
9 minutes to the top of the hour. We're going phone calls right now, so we're not doing, we're not looking for a number, a caller, or anything like that, but we are going to take phone calls and have a conversation with you. The real Greg Burgess back on the phones at 629 We Be Big, and we'll chat with you. So let me run down a little bit of a little house work here that we have, things you need to know. Now, Bubba tonight at Jacksonville State University.
Rock on.
Benefit concert. We'll talk to Riley Green later. He'll be there with Jamie Johnson, also Randy Owen, and Gordon Moak and some others. That's tonight. And then Speedy, while we're on break, will be at the Birmingham Bowl. If you're coming in for that, Duke and Troy, we'll talk to Mark Meadows about that coming up. A couple of things you need to know, housekeeping, when it involves what we just talked about with Dad. Because of the sheer numbers, and Mom is 82 as well,
and all that goes with that. We're not going to do a visitation type deal. Just we don't think that's possible to even manage. So the family is going to have a private graveside service, just us, just the immediate family. And then Sunday, for all the players and coaches and people who want to be there for us remembering him and sharing and talking and singing songs of praise, and you'll have a chance to see the family then. Now, there won't be an official everybody line up kind of thing, but we're going to be there. We'll all be on the front row, and you can see us too and all that on Sunday if you can. Now, because of the time of year, we tried to – there's no way we can do a perfect time during this time of year. And I know for some of you can't be there. So my church, Valleydale Church, is going to stream it for you. So 2:30 Central Time, if you just go to YouTube and search Valleydale Church, Birmingham, Alabama, that YouTube channel, it'll be streamed there at 2:30 Central Time. And Valleydale Church is easy to find. It's right off I-65 in Birmingham. And you're welcome to be there if you're one of the former players, coaches, family, extended family, friends, all that. That's going to be Sunday. 2:30, Valleydale Church. Either watch it streaming or you can be there in the room with us as well. So make a note of that. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's go to Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick.
Hey.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
First off, Rick, condolences to you and the family for the loss of Coach. And I was telling Greg, I said probably one of his famous moments was when Greg was in the spray tan, but one of my favorite ones was when you were talking about, I think one of your sons missed football practice to go on a ice cream date.
Yes.
And you told him about it, and he said, well, what do you think about that, Pop? You went, that's the kind of play I want playing for me.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the way he was with his grandchildren, he was the most over-the-top version of what's wrong with grandparents anybody ever saw. You talk about two different standards. And watching him with his grandchildren and even with his great-grandchildren, even though when the great-grandchildren come, he was getting in the stages of Alzheimer's there. Watching that man with all the intimidation and all this stuff you hear, all accurate, but to watch him throughout his life, every single time to watch him hold a baby. The first time you hand him a baby, one of his grandchildren, there was nothing like it. The way he held the baby, the way he'd always hold them like this. He'd put his hand behind the back of their head, and he'd hold them up in front of him, and he'd just start looking at them, and he'd start messing with them. That man loved babies and loved children. That's all. And they drew to him with a draw that was unique. I mean, incredible. So, yeah, the grandkids, I mean, they can't believe we talk about this other man. They have no idea what we're talking about. Austin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Just wanted to say I was praying for you guys. First-time caller. Been listening for a while.
Thank you.
Been trying to call here the past couple of days, try to get in on the 12 days of Christmas, and it's been a fun ride. I've always enjoyed listening to you guys. Been listening to you guys since I was probably about, 5 years old on the way to work with my parents.
Thank you, man. Very kind of you to call. Mickey in Alabama. Mickey, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you for everything y'all do, because I went blind in 2018 from my diabetes, but listening to y'all every morning keeps me up to date on everyday activities and what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, what y'all do.
That is so kind of you to say that. Would you like a Bluetooth speaker from DeWalt?
Are you reaching for a gift right there, huh?
I was going to give you a tape measure, but I don't think you can use it. But I think this Bluetooth speaker will be.
I can't believe you just said that.
Well, that's kind of but I thought the Bluetooth speaker will work
now,
real
nice. The Bluetooth
nice.
speaker is a great idea.
That way you can hear the show even better, and it's DeWalt. It's really cool.
So Mickey's getting a DeWalt Bluetooth speaker just because she was a good caller?
Yeah.
Okay.
What line is she on?
She's on
Mickey,
line
hold
one.
on.
Yeah, I'll put her on
hold on.
Line one.
Mickey, where are you calling from?
Looks like somewhere in Alabama. So this says Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
She go.
Yeah. So she's on hold.
Hang on.
So we'll Mickey, stay on hold because we're going to have to finish this phone segment, then get the information.
Look, why hang on? This one right here. You just can't do anything with him, Rick.
No, I know. Well,
he's giving it to me. He's not supposed to give it to me. Greg gets it.
Since Rick explained this king thing, I'm enjoying life a lot
better.
Great?
Yeah. It's like he's a racquetball.
Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys,
First of all, my phone's not good. I'm sorry. I drive a truck. I lost my father over a year ago on Father's Day. Nobody can tell you how that feels until you've accomplished it. But my father was a good man and a Christian and a pastor, and I know where he's at. So that makes it so much better.
Amen. I mean, you're blessed to have a man like that, man, and that you don't even have to worry about it. You know that they've been made whole. Robert in South Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Rick, just want to tell you I'm thinking about y'all.
Thank you.
But I want you to know that as a man in the Deep South, I need y'all to explain to me what a photo-worthy charcuterie board is, because I don't know. Can you help me?
Yeah, it's one of these things that have various meats and cheeses and sometimes olives and various things.
Yeah, it's so pretty. You want to take a picture.
Food to graze them.
Yeah, and I guess it's one of those people. You ever notice? I've never understood this. When social media first came out, all we could think of is taking pictures of food and showing people what we're eating.
Right.
I guess it means it's so wonderful. That you take a picture of it.
Well, it's visually pleasing, not only tasty.
Yep, like a pretty sunset.
Look, I used to make fun of charcuterie boards, okay?
Yeah.
And then I started asking for them during ball games.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind having that word on a recording, somebody saying it right. I think we're saying it right, don't you?
Charcuterie.
It's charcuterie. Are we saying it right?
Not charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Bubba's saying it right.
I think your tongue's getting in the way.
Yeah,
it is. It's a big tongue.
Is that right?
Charcuterie.
A lot of real estate in there, Bubba. Speedy.
Yeah.
But he is saying it right.
You can almost tell that you start out and
nervous.
3/4 of it you got, and that last
it's
fourth.
kind of a new word.
It is.
It's almost like you bite the side of your tongue.
Charcuterie.
Yeah,
That
you're
sounds
saying
great.
it right.
No.
I think
now you really got
Huh?
it. Now you really got it. You know what you are right now? You remember the first time your kids started pedaling on their own, and you realize the bike's really moving and they're on it.
Yeah.
That's you right now.
There they go.
Yeah, you got it.
Get the wheels off, honey.
We'll be back. We'll continue to remember and talk about Dad, but we'll also continue to talk about other things going on and giving away gifts. I mean, every time we look. Gave away one there. We gave away one right there. All right, we'll be back. Top of the hour. Our number is 629-WE-BE-BIG. Congratulations, Mickey from Alabama, winning a DeWalt speaker.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we were just discussing the aging process. Been talking about that a lot today. But let me tell you something about MD hearing. Now, it may be that you're having hearing problems that didn't have anything to do with your age. But let me tell you, these hearing aids have really solved a problem. And I watched that, now that Dad has gone on in now and he has stepped into eternity. But I remember in the early days of his Alzheimer's that when his his hearing was not good, and when he couldn't really hear, that only made it seemed to progress because he couldn't participate in conversations and things like that. Well, and then you start trying to get hearing aids, for your loved ones, and you realize how much they cost, and you're like, good gracious. Well, MD Hearing has stepped in, and boy, have they done a great job. MD Hearing is an FDA-registered rechargeable hearing aid that costs a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. MD Hearing's new Neo model, over 90% less than the clinic hearing aids. And the Neo is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, fits in your ear. No one will ever know it's there. Plus, they're rechargeable with battery life. It lasts up to 30 hours. MD Hearing recently cut the price in half. That means you can get high-quality, rechargeable digital hearing aids for only $297 a pair. You're hearing me right. No wonder they've sold over 1.5 million hearing aids, and they offer a 45-day risk-free trial with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you buy that with confidence. So here's all you have to do. Go to MD, that's the two letters, M and D, MDhearing.com. You need our promo code, that's Bubba, and get a pair for $297. Okay? That's promo code Bubba at MDhearing.com and get a pair of hearing aids for $297.
this. You're actually taking the school loan program and just renaming it free college.
You are. You're right.
Exactly. Because you're going to get it free and then pay for it when you get out, just like you would with a loan.
Yeah.
We need to develop more grants. That's what we need to do, and make them based on you making good grades.
Merit.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of scholarships out there.
Yeah, there's a ton of them.
There's a ton of them.
You got to work it, though. You got to have some get up and go work it.
Yeah, it is a process, but it's out there. Money's out there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba family.
That's all right.
So Bubba, you because I was laughing because
that's fun.
Well, anytime there's something wrong with the vehicle, and I just went through this with one of my kids about teaching them to listen for things on the vehicle. Undoubtedly, after the assessment yesterday, one son doesn't listen very carefully, but there's always grinding and there's some kind of problem. This week, I came on Monday and said we can't wait to see who makes the Final Four in the playoffs on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And they'd already said it midday on Sunday.
Right.
And you just screamed Porky Pig as loud as you could at Bing Crosby. Okay? And this is not, I mean, how there's a grinding noise. We better get to the shop.
Something's loose.
Hey, we've been at it a while, haven't we, son?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, we've been at it.
No,
Golly.
listen,
Hey,
today.
I love all of you. God,
Today,
we've been at it.
Look, there's days that I go, well, that's early on to that right there. But today is pure sleepiness.
What's why's Pooh Bear sleeping?
It's just one of them days.
Because your worst day was Monday. Did you have to grind again yesterday?
Yesterday was a little longer than I wanted it to be in some areas. But anyway, it's just, I don't know. The alarm clock, you just, who knows? You go in cycles. I have days that I wake up before the alarm clock.
Right. Oh, yeah.
The last 2 days, the alarm clock has woke me up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully it'll catch up.
Well, I had one of those yesterday, similar you're talking about, where you think, all right, it's one thing after another. And right toward the end, as I was thinking, all right, the day is almost done. And right toward the end of it, in every city, wherever you live, we all have our different deals. But there's certain things in the city we live that if you're standing in point A and a family member, a loved one, a friend, or the company needs you to go to point B, it's an impossibility. I mean, it's the longest, most grueling, horrifying distance.
Right.
Because you think in your mind will start running, how can I avoid the route to where I'm going? And you come to a conclusion, I can't get there any other way. You're going to have to get on the worst piece of road in your city, and you're just going to have to, hey, Chubbs, you just going to have to grind it down there. I mean, you're going to have to go from one end of that all the way to the other, and you're just going to have to grind it. And, of course, it's bad. It's as if.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Rick. I was up kind of late last night.
Yeah.
I drove down to Auburn.
Yeah.
And I had me a whole bunch of toilet paper, and I was ready to roll Toomer's Corner and welcome Kelly Bryant to Auburn, and it was like Linus and the Great Pumpkin. I just kept standing there. Nothing ever showed up.
You did. I followed some of your bizarre texting yesterday, and involved one Juliet Tango. He got involved. I finally heard from him late last night. And
I had.
Here we go, wrapping up 30 years tomorrow. We'll come back, Lord willing, and be able to celebrate our 30th anniversary coming up on January the 3rd. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here. Some things you do need to know about. Tomorrow, the last gift. We're giving away gifts all day today. About to give away another one. We're going to give you an opportunity, but you got to wait because you got to know what we're looking for, and we'll probably have to weed through some people because we're going to do it a little bit different. So we have that coming up. So we'll end the year tomorrow. Also, if you are ordering something from the Rick and Bubba store as a gift, you need that order in by this weekend. If you're wanting to get tickets to the 2 Man Church conferences in our Rick and Bubba markets next year, one in Birmingham, February 16th and 17th with Robbie Gallaty. Got a great call from him yesterday. Thank you, Robbie. Also, Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten does worship. We'll have our new 2024 resources. That's in Birmingham on February 16th and 17th, Samford University. March 8th and 9th, Starkville, Mississippi, Mississippi State University, Bettersworth Theater. We'll have Granger Smith, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking there, Chuck Hooten, doing worship. If you want tickets to the remaining seats, you need to get them this weekend because there's a price increase this weekend. So go ahead and get them, and you can get them at themanchurch.com. Bubba, welcome back for a brand new hour. How are you?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba, and Merry Christmas to you.
All right, so I think everybody out there, if you're calling right now, you should just hang up because unless you're going to be able to answer this question on the fly, we kind of think with 30 years, this is a great time to test your Rick and Bubba knowledge. Now, we're not going to do the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. We're going to do one specific question. But the first person that calls us at 629, and don't worry about screening, guys. I'll just take them live.
Don't worry about screening.
629, we be big. We're gonna. If you can answer this question correctly, and you must get it right, it's got to a little bit of feel of Match and Moultrie, right?
Well,
it's not going to be easy.
No, this actually has a correct answer.
Well, that's true. Now, one thing I do want to ask you this,
and there's not multiple interpretations.
And I meant to ask you this in the break. And I know we toyed back and forth.
Yes.
Do you think the position on the team is also, or just the number?
I'd say both, Rick. Look, we're going to give away.
Tell them what we're giving away.
We're going to give away a DeWalt cordless pruner.
Well,
okay. Now I know many of you have been desiring to get out and do a little pruning.
I do need to do some pruning.
Yeah.
We joke about it, but if you've ever used the manual ones, it's only fun for about 2 bushes.
Right.
And then it turns into work. Well, the good news with this one, it's cordless, it's battery powered. You get 1,100 cuts per charge.
Wow, that's a lot of cutting.
Now you can have a lot of fun with that. I mean, you can be like Edward Scissorhand out there, you know.
Right. Uh-huh.
Now don't put your finger in there because you'll be minus one. This is a nice little prize. Right?
That is nice.
I like this. Is one of my one to keep.
What's the value on that?
About 170.
Really?
About 179.
Speedy, pull your headphones back. Got to ask Speedy a question in the break. All right, I just want to make sure. All right, okay, I thought I had that right. All right, so
well, sure.
All right, so here's the question, and Bubba's told you what it's for, and you need to be the first person at 629 We Be Big with this correct answer. Does anybody remember the last Rick and Bubba softball game? When that was?
A minute.
How far back was that?
It was in Vestavia.
Yeah, how far back was that?
Was that the last?
Yeah.
Boy, that's a long time ago. All right, I'll tell you how long ago it was. You're going to think
it was on August. I'll tell you what date it was. It was August the 12th.
Really?
Because it was our anniversary.
Let me tell you why I think it was somewhere around 20 years ago. Because we had just moved to Birmingham not long after. We had just found our home church. And is that me? Who was that?
I don't know.
Santa's calling.
And some of the members of our Sunday school class came to that game, and they said it was weird because they'd never seen that side of my life,
right?
And it was strange. They didn't know how to act.
Yeah.
And we went to that church for 21 years. So if we were just starting, that was probably over 20 years ago.
Yeah, I would have to say I can't believe the 20-year tour was 10 years ago.
Right,
and we had been retired from softball about that long, too. So that's pretty close.
So we had a softball team that would go around and play games for various charities, and we had a blast with it, okay?
Yeah, we did.
And 4 of us, of the current 6 of Team Rick and Bubba, played on that team. That is Bubba, me, Speedy, and Greg. Greg actually, because he was so prominent as far as content on the show, he actually was on the Rick and Bubba softball team. So here's what we're asking.
Could have used you, Ham.
Yeah. Well, I wish Hams had been with us then. And Adler, you too. You could have run bases for Bubba and me. Because you're a fast little fella.
You got it.
All right. So anyway, here's the question. And you must get all this correct for the what, Bubba?
This is a DeWalt cordless pruner. Battery and charger so separate.
So we've already let you know that Greg, Speedy, Bubba, Rick were actually on the team. And here's the question. What number did each person wear? Okay, and we kept our same numbers the entire time. What number did each person wear, and what position did they play on the team?
That's going to be tough.
That's not an easy one.
You gotta earn this one.
Yeah. What number did and you must correct. You can't just throw out a bunch of numbers. You got to go. Rick was numbered this and played that. Bubba was numbered this and played that. Speedy was numbered this and played that. Greg was numbered this and played that. And if you get all that right, what do you win, Bubba?
Rick, a DeWalt 20-volt cordless pruner that gets 1,100 cuts per charge.
And this is our way of rewarding people. I think I said that right.
You could use that in the kitchen.
Who have been around for a long time. Okay. So if you don't know the answer to that, you should probably just hang up. But if you think you know the answer, 629 we be big. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lita, Chelsea.
All right, Lita, you're gonna make a shot at this question. Turn the radio or TV down. Though,
listen to the phone.
Listen to the phone. And all right, give us your best guess, and maybe you get it right.
Okay, Rick, 75.
That's incorrect. Already. See, it's a trick question.
Come on!
It is a trick question. You would think that's what I would have wore, but that was not my baseball number. That was
I don't think anybody's going to get this.
Greg, you know what? I think somebody will. Greg, you go and take
Rick,
it.
I can't even know it.
I got it.
One person
Listen. I have been here for 15 years, and I think I know Bubba's number, but I don't have a clue what yours or Speedy would be. I know what positions y'all played.
You won't be surprised when you get mine, by the way, if you really think about it.
Well, I'm taking a guess on yours, and I'll tell Greg.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. You're on the air. Go ahead.
I'm going to be honest. You totally lost me.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Remember, guys, if you don't know you don't know on the celebrity softball team, if you don't know Greg's number and position, Speedy's number and position, Bubba's number and position, and Rick's number and position played on the team, there's really no reason to call. It should only be people that think they know the answer. All right. So
that doesn't make sense.
Let's go to John in Odenville. John, do you have the answers?
I don't. I just want Greg to tell me what I won.
Well, I got great news. You've won nothing.
By the way, seeing Lisa, the whole family together, she really hates when Greg does that.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
I did it yesterday, Rick. It was so uncomfortable. It felt bad.
You did it?
Yes, and it felt bad. I didn't really. I don't know. I don't know why you do it every day.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm
why.
with Lisa.
No, see, and this is what y'all are missing. If we were tricking the person, making them think they had won something, they know they haven't.
Thank
won
you, Greg.
nothing. So it's not as bad. You know what I'm saying?
Greg,
it ain't like you go.
Greg,
What color are you?
Yeah, but
he goes in and tells them that they've lost before I scream nothing.
Yeah, but then you go into this. Well, we've looked and I've talked to so and so, and we're giving you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I get that.
I think we're to blame because we originally talked him into doing this.
Well, Greg tried to defend
back
that,
when.
and then I tried to defend an email that I thought was kind, and he and I didn't do real well, did we?
Nah, never mind.
All right, we'll come back. If you got the answer, you're about to win. We'll take your calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My head off at that. I laughed hard.
Did you like the pictures I sent you?
Yeah, well, you couldn't see anything.
Yeah, well, that was
that's made it even better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did.
Picture of a tree.
So to answer your question, yes. But anyway, listen. Let me tell you this too. Talking about football, Bubba's veering into football. Is the kid's name Kelly Bryant? Is that his name?
Yes.
Okay. So Kelly Bryant has made his
Kelly Bryant to Bubba.
Yeah. Well, it's all the same. I mean, Brian Bryant. I'm more afraid of getting the first names right than if I can get your last name, then that's almost like like winning the lottery. But
and Tyler Murray, don't forget about him.
But anyway,
I said Kyler, y'all just didn't hear it right.
Right. But anyway, so that announcement comes out. He's going to Missouri. Well, then this whole thing started with Alabama's offensive coordinator took the job at Maryland. Alabama rose through so many coordinators.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
That I'm not making this up. I'm not even trying to be funny. When the picture came up, I thought it was the other guy. I thought when they announced it, I pictured in my mind the guy who's already been gone.
Oh,
who went back to the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't know his name. So when this guy's picture came up, I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to the bald guy that was the offensive coordinator. And I didn't realize. Oh, wow, he's already gone.
Yeah,
the coordinators changed so fast at Alabama. I don't even know which one's currently there.
You missed the rotation.
I missed the rotation. I really did.
Yeah.
And
well, part of the fun was I was aggravating JT because he is such a huge Alabama fan.
Yeah.
And JT's fun to mess with.
Oh.
I don't even know if I should tell this whole story because it's really
maybe you shouldn't.
You know, I've still got some of it going.
Well, anytime I talk to JT, I'm reminded of how much I love to talk to JT.
Yeah.
because he is a blast.
Because he knows I'm messing with him.
Right.
But then it gets to messing with him and him thinking, could that really be true?
Yeah. Right.
And it involved Lane Kiffin and his son, and it was great yesterday. It was fun.
15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, this neck, I mean, we saw it. I've seen it. It's emotional. It's difficult, but I mean, it's.
I heard about it first. Bob Dole, 95 years old, visiting the coffin of George H. Bush in the Capitol Rotunda, unable to walk now in a wheelchair, and they both were Republicans, but sometime rivals on various issues. And Bob Dole comes up, and it's just a very emotional thing. He stands up, Rick, with help from his handler and salutes that coffin. And I'll tell you, when I saw it, I just about took to squalling.
Well,
you see it right there.
Speedy said he pulled a me. He thought Bob Dole had already passed, but he hasn't. I did too. And of course, this is two guys who served us in the military, and by golly, he's going to give the salute to his fallen brother, and it was, and I mean, up out of a wheelchair with help to get it done. And if you watch that and it didn't give any response whatsoever, I mean,
when you hear it
wrong
too, and you hear the silence,
Yeah.
in that room,
Which we have that.
I don't know if we can do it here. We
I
got
mean,
a lot going on in the background today, but
I know, but we'll try to, because it's one of those things where you think to yourself, 10 seconds seems like 5 minutes.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
So there it is. And then bring him back down. Speedy, I know that in your world, you're definitely, and he kind of looks like you, you're in the role of the handler. And guys, you realize if you don't do your job, he falls.
Yeah.
I mean, he
You
can't.
talk about ruining a moment.
Oh my!
I'm sure that guy's pretty strong.
Oh yeah, but I mean, think about it.
Bob Dole don't have to hire the second team.
It's really on him. I mean, he's got to get that right.
Yeah.
He's got to get that right.
Yeah.
And because we're not talking about somebody that can stand, you just need to balance him. I mean, he can't stand at all. I mean, you got to get him up on his feet.
Yeah. What a moment.
Yeah.
And George H. Bush, I guess, was our last veteran of World War II to be a president.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, and it says that that Trump and Melania will join the 4 living ex-presidents at the funeral. You know, that kind of went back and forth, if you remember back when Barbara went on in.
Yeah. They've really.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
All right, so we're back. Somebody's got a chance to win here. Bubba has got a prize ready to go. And Bubba, tell them again what they're playing for.
Rick, this is a DeWalt 20-volt cordless pruner.
All right.
And you get 1,100 cuts per charge.
All right, and so
you can get in there and go like Edward Scissorhand, make them bushes look good.
Go crazy. And the question is this, trying to give a reward for 30 years of knowledge, and you'd have to really be in the loop. We had a charity softball team that finished with a perfect record of 63 wins, 0 losses throughout our time of playing, and it was kind of like Harlem Globetrotters playing softball. It was a whole show, and Bubba was on the team, I was on the team, Speedy and Greg all on the team. The question to win this prize is, what number did each individual person wear, and what position on the team did they play? If you get that right, Greg, Speedy, Bubba, Rick, then you win this prize. All right, so Alan in Nashville said he wants to try. He thinks he may have it. Alan, go ahead.
All right, fellas, I'm going to start with one I think I know 100%. Bubba was number 12 and played shortstop, but I think y'all called it different, like stocky stock
That
or
is
something
correct.
along that line.
That's correct. You got one right.
That
That's
is
correct.
a check
All right.
for that one.
All right. Big Rick was first baseman.
Right.
And I'm torn on the two numbers. I hope I got this one right. I think in this you were 44.
That is correct. Wow. That's 2.
Okay. Wow. Now, here's where I get a little iffy from. I've been with you since 1999, and I've heard it, but I'm 58 years old, so that brain's going.
Understood.
I want to say, Lord, I know, please let this be right. Was Speedy in left field?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Oh, come on, number 25.
Oh, my gosh. But he went a long way. So
But
listen.
you know what? He did a lot of heavy lifting for the next
He did
guy.
People pay attention.
So he just gave you 2.5 answers.
Yeah.
You have 2.5 answers if you're on hold. You just got to complete what he didn't get. Let's go to Nikki in Double Springs. All right, Nikki, what do you think?
Can't nobody have nothing asking stupid hard questions like that. But I wanted to tell you that my sister actually did cut her finger off with one of those exact same pruners.
Well, how about that?
I have no doubt.
I stayed on hold for that.
Rick, I wanted to know which finger.
It might have been a setup. Say, I'll show you what finger it was.
Yeah.
Because she was mad about the question. Jenny in Gulf
Let's see that
Shores.
picture again, Ed.
Sunny 105. Jenny, what do you think? No, there went Jenny. All right, let's go to Anita in Coleman. So we played in Coleman. Anita may know. Anita, what do you think?
I don't know. I didn't hear the question. I was trying to get in. First time ever.
Okay, well,
Anita, you don't have a chance.
You have no chance. I mean,
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say hello and Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas.
thank
You're
you.
very,
How
very sweet. Thank you. Terry in Alabama. Terry, 2.5 of the answers have been given out of Nashville. All you got to do is get the rest of it. Terry? Terry.
Terry Doctor.
Okay.
Hello.
Chase in Alabama. Chase, what do you think?
Hello.
Hey, Speedy went number 27.
No, that's wrong. Good question. You know, that was smart because his kids wore that number, and that was smart for you to go and see that and think they must be wearing what Daddy
But
wore.
there actually was a tie-in to his number.
Was
and, well, to us there was.
Okay. Because I've forgotten that, and maybe it's best.
If it's just to you, nobody else is going to know that.
Okay. I think you may have come up with that on your own. All right, let's go to Caleb. Caleb in Tennessee. Caleb, go ahead. But that is
Bubba, number 12 at shortstop.
Right.
Got that, buddy.
Greg, first base, 44.
No, who?
I know he
you
just
said
missed.
Greg.
He
You
misspoke.
said Greg
He
was first base.
misspoke.
Did you mean Rick?
Speedy was left field as
Whoa,
number 23.
Caleb.
Well, he's
Well,
wrong.
you're wrong
Exactly.
anyway. You're wrong anyway.
Wrong and won't listen.
Wrong and not coachable. And honor dad today. So,
Was he like that guy that worked at Pizza Hut and kept getting our names mixed up?
Yeah, and people do that, but it will cost you.
Yeah, you're right.
So we'll continue. Let's go to Alan. Can I tell you, there's a guy on hold that because of I guess his history calling us, the computers called him Confused American. Okay, so
Yeah, it remembers. That's what we put down.
Alan in Trustful. Alan, go ahead.
Hello.
Alan.
Hey,
Yeah, you're on. Do you have the guess?
number 2.
No. There's not and we're going to need a little more setup than that. What do you mean by number 2?
Yeah,
Who are you assigning that to?
12.
You probably know off what I said about Speedy.
Yes. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, 75.
36.
34. All right. So here's what we'll give you because somebody else has. Bubba wore 12 and played shortstop. I wore 44 and played first base. Speedy played left field, but the guy did not get his number, and nobody's got Greg's number or the position he played.
Y'all sure I was even there?
You were.
You were
Lincoln,
there
go
most
right
of the
ahead.
time.
I want to guess 34.
No,
Speedy?
I'm so sorry. So sorry, little Lincoln. We got 629 We Be Big. Is this how it feels to be Dan Moultrie?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Let's go to Lisa. Lisa, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Are you going to give it a shot? No, she's not. What about Ryan out of Alabama? Ryan, what do you think?
All right, so Rick, 44, played first.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba, shortstop, number 12.
Yep.
Speedy, left field, I'm going to say 26.
No. That's got him. Can I just give some of you a hint? Did you hear the guy go? Speedy's kids wearing 27. It has no connection to his number in the Rick and Bubba softball team.
Yeah, go ahead.
So stay away. I see some of you trying to get around it, thinking, well, if his kid was 27, he must have been 26.
Right.
And that's smart. It just isn't right. Let's go to Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
All right. So, Greg was number 8 in second base.
Second base is right, by the way, but 8 is wrong. All right, so now if you're filling in the puzzles.
You only got 2 pieces missing.
Yeah, Greg is second base. Speedy's left field. Bubba's shortstop. I'm first base. All that's there. You really just need Greg and Speedy's number.
Really?
That's really all you need. It's coming together. Robert in North Carolina. Robert, what do you think?
Okay, this is going to be a pure guess. I got Rick, first base, 44. Bubba, shortstop, 12. Speedy, left field, 22.
No, sorry.
Well, they in the 20s.
Bubba gave a hint, and we may give a hint on Speedy's.
Well, it has to do with. I've never really kidded Speedy about this, but you have quite a bit.
I have. And it's a.
See, I don't even know.
And the numbers kind of, in a strange way, represent what Rick kid Speedy about. If you look at them from a physical standpoint.
That's true. That's good, Bubba.
Is that good?
David,
I've been here for 15
Scott
years. I
Sparrow.
have no idea.
David, go ahead.
I didn't help at all.
No.
How about number 14 for Speedy?
No.
How about new?
Greg,
How about a big no?
Greg,
What about new?
Greg, did he win anything?
No, Ricky did not. He won absolutely nothing.
All right, so we'll just keep that going, and
let's keep it going.
Yeah.
And remember, don't cut your finger off.
So here's
when
what
you do win this.
Here's what you already have: Rick, 44, first base; Bubba, 12, shortstop; Speedy played left field; Greg played second base. All you need is the 2 numbers: Speedy, his jersey number, and Greg's jersey number. If somebody can fill those 2 in, you got it. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pull close in this. I think I heard one report that Trump had invited them to stay at the White House too, and they had accepted. So I don't know. But there was some friction there from the campaign, but they appear to have really patched a lot of that up over this, and needed to.
Yeah. In all fairness, there's always been friction in campaigns, but there's something about the way Trump does it.
Oh yeah,
that seems to leave.
It's
more,
the bulldozer.
It seems to leave more scars.
It's hard to move past.
Yeah, right. But now y'all were telling me, we didn't talk about this on the air, maybe the kickoff hour did, but I know we didn't on the main show, that Trump was going out of his way to serve them during this time and actually sent Air Force One.
Correct.
Right. They had to move some seats out so they could take the body and not have to bring it themselves, that Air Force One went and got it.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
And so that was a great olive branch reach out.
Yeah.
And I think that everybody.
And he canceled several things he had going in respect to the president passing. I think, which also was, very, very nice of him to do, and I think that obviously spoke to the Bushes too.
Of course, it'll be a big step to see if Jeb sits by Trump. Probably not.
Rick, some things you just can't rebuild.
Right.
Yeah. Him and John McCain went to his grave
right.
with this uncaptured statement still on his mind.
Yeah, but the
when
story
Trump said he preferred his heroes uncaptured.
By the way, that is true.
Yeah,
McCain went to his grave, never resolved with
Right.
Trump.
Trump. Yep, true.
And the Bushes have also put out a statement they didn't want any anti-Trump rhetoric at the funeral.
Yep. That's right. That was a story we had yesterday that we never got to, that they came out and said that.
Well, asking for anti-Trump rhetoric is a nice a nice gesture, but it seems the anti-Trump people don't seem to be the classiest folks on the planet.
Well,
But I
they've
appreciate
been
that.
asked not to do that.
I appreciate that.
And then today
You
is
say
our official day of mourning. The post office is not delivering today and everything. It's a complete shutdown. So, and then after today, his body will be carried on a train back to Texas. Have you seen that?
Mhm.
And they've made a special train, and the engine's all painted up. Bush
How about
41.
that? How about that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So a nice tribute, as it should be for former presidents.
Even if you disagree with them or you didn't, they wasn't your guy or didn't vote for him, there's something about when a president dies, just the respect that goes for the office,
Yeah.
You kind of put all that other aside.
The only one I've seen probably made a bigger deal was Aretha Franklin's.
Yeah.
Well,
that one went on a week. We had a gold casket. Don't forget that. They changed her clothes 3 times. I've never seen anything like it.
Thank you, Greg, for reminding us of that during this segment.
Thank you, Greg. Bubba, you were about 20 seconds away from getting the break.
I know, almost made it.
Yeah.
Almost made
Well,
it.
we were bragging about real fancy funerals. I mean,
Well, we're talking
I think
about president.
I think Aretha moved the bar about as high as you can move.
She did pass any
But
president.
you have a gold casket.
Yeah, right. And if you change the clothes on the body 3 times, that's
just go ahead and leave me in what I'm in.
That statement alone.
Oh yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Get to them, but now it's time for festive fun with the award-winning 3 on the String and the beloved Kevin Derryberry. They have been fixtures on the Rick and Bubba show for most of its history. And they're back, and they're teaming up together.
It's kind of strange to see them together.
It
isn't
is strange to see them
Is
together.
this a fusion or is it a super group? Which is it?
Yeah, which one? Yeah, that's a great point.
It's
Greg.
3 on a string with 4 members to begin with. It's kind of like having the Big 10 and the Big 12 and all that.
Yeah. At this point, they've made it very clear. At the age of 3 on the string now, it takes 4 to make 3. And now they got 5.
Sorry,
with Kevin Derryberry, who joins them. They are going to be together a great Christmas show called Oh What Fun, and I'm sure it will be December the 11th at the historic Lyric Theater in downtown Birmingham, Alabama. All those details, how you get tickets and all that can be found in show notes at rickandbubba.com. We got it all there.
No, Rick, 3 is 5. They've got a bell ringer in the back.
My goodness.
Oh, my God.
3 is 5 plus Kevin.
And if you count Bubba on the harp.
Right.
Oh, boy, I forgot about that.
You really don't want me messing up your number today.
3 was 4, and today is 5, and Kevin makes 6.
It does.
So is it a
half?
Are you a member of 3 for this show, or do you do your thing and they're doing their thing too? Is it a double bill or one super group?
Well, we're both, because they'll come out and start the show, then I'll come out and do a few things. They'll come out and join me. I'll go backstage when they give me the look off, and then I'll come back out at the end. We'll do some stuff together. We are the world and all that kind of,
Right. Yeah.
But Rick, I finally figured it out. They just needed somebody to look up to them.
They do have the height advantage.
They do. So the gang's all here, and we're back 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. TheraBreath is our sponsor, and boy, they've been good to us. Love the TheraBreath products. Give everybody fresh breath for Christmas. Don't be going to all these family gatherings and have stank breath. Nobody wants that. And, and there's things that you're out there and you're thinking, all right, we're all going to the holidays. We got a Christmas party coming up, New Year's Eve, whatever, all this still coming up over the next few weeks. And you think, hey, I got my breaths pretty good. I use my TheraBreath toothpaste. I got my mouthwash. Then you get there. There's maybe some little tuna sandwiches or garlic or onions or cheese, coffee. And then you're like, okay, wow, now I feel like my breath's not fresh. Take the lozenges with you. We love those. And you can get them at over 100 different retailers, or you can get all of the TheraBreath products by simply going to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com. Confidence in every capful. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So if you're just joining us, we updated you. Greg and I are back. We're giving gratitude to all the outpouring of just wonderful stories and kindness from the audience as our dad has died his earthly death and stepped into the presence of of Jesus Christ and has been made whole, and Alzheimer's is over, and Dad is in his glorified state. And wow, what a reunion! Some of you, I know, you've gotten emotional thinking about some of those reunions during the history of the show that's been going on. And we've been telling stories about him. We've been hearing your stories, and so just thanks for that. There'll be a memorial service for Dad in Alabama. At Valleydale Church. That's my home church. They were kind enough to host that. Adler's dad, Michael Adler, is kind of heading up. Michael and Linda Adler will be there. Dad he really, really, really had a special place in his heart for bluegrass music, and so they're going to be doing an Alison Krauss version of a song. Going to have Brad Ryan come in on the fiddle, and Kirkwood Bullis, who's the worship leader there at my home church, is going to team up with the Adlers, and it'll be beautiful. And then Greg will be speaking, and my sister will talk, and I'll be talking, and we'll hear from some of the coaches that coach with Dad, and there'll be a time of reflection and remembering him. 2:30 Central Time, Valleydale Church on Sunday afternoon. If you can't be there, we understand. It's a tough time of year. You can watch it on the Valleydale YouTube channel if that works for you. We're going to stream it as well, and just search Valleydale Church in Birmingham on YouTube, and you'll find that YouTube channel. All right. So, Bubba, we've got a great gift that we're giving away. This is for a hardcore Rick and Bubba listener or viewer. The Rick and Bubba charity softball team, 63-0. Greg was on the team, Speedy, Bubba, me. Helmsy and Adler were not part of the team yet, even though they would have been very beneficial to the team. Mm-hmm. We're asking you, do you remember what number we all wore and what position we played on the team? Now, most of the work has been done. We have listeners, and we're going to give you these. It's like on bingo. You get a bonus square. So we've already had a correct guess. I played first base and wore 44 for Hammering Hank.
Hammer.
Bubba wore number 12, which was his number he wore all through high school and everything, playing stocky stop. Greg played second base. That's been documented, which he and I, when we played baseball together, that's what Greg played. And Speedy played left field. All that's been done for you. All you're missing is what number Greg wore on the team and what number Speedy wore. And Bubba even gave you a hint on Speedy's number.
Yeah, not a very good one, but it was a hint.
If you think about it.
Can I give a hint on Speedy's number?
Yeah.
Well,
if it gets tough, you want to
yeah,
wait?
let's
you
wait
hold it.
Look, we got to give this away or put it back in the prize bin and move on, because we're going to be so far behind here. We're going to be taking phone calls for winners to the end of the show.
That's right. It's like Moultrie. Todd, go ahead. Do you have these answers, sir?
Here goes my guess. First of all, just want to say condolences to Greg and Rick. His dad's a great man.
Thank you.
Greg, number should have been double alt, because you can't have nothing.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Good one, though. Steven, what do you think?
I'm going with Greg, 31.
Well, that's a good guess, and I knew somebody was going to guess that because that was his football number. But just like 75, Greg and I didn't wear the same number. Greg could have got away with it. That wouldn't have been a bad baseball number.
Yeah.
But we wore different numbers outside of football. Let's go to Hunter. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to say Greg wore number 10.
Should we let him give the Speedy number just for process of elimination to help people?
Yeah, give him a hint.
Yeah.
On Speedy.
No, I'm talking about like he missed Greg, so you buzzed him.
Oh, I see.
Should we allow them to
get a partial just to help others?
And the hint I was going to give, and an emailer sent this, it was actually not 00 because he's cheap.
Oh, that's good.
That's not what it is.
That's a good one, though.
Gregory in Birmingham. Greg, go ahead.
I'm going to go with Speedy 5.
No. What about Chris in Jacksonville? What do you think?
Hey, guys, I think Speedy wore number 11 for his chicken legs.
That's correct. You are one number away.
Got it.
If you get Greg's jersey number, you win.
Greg is going to be a guess, but I'm going to have to go with number 0.
Oh, man, somebody already guessed that if you'd been listening. All right, so here you've got...
There's a hint that's obvious.
Greg, I think we can't do that, though.
But I'm just saying, there is an obvious...
Shut up, Greg.
Hint.
All right, here's what...
Not ready for that yet.
Here's what everybody has
That gives
now.
it away.
Greg played second. Don't know the number on his jersey. That's all that's left. Speedy wore number 11 for chicken legs and played left field.
That's funny.
Bubba wore 12, played stocky stop. I wore 44 and played first base. All you're missing is Greg's jersey number. Everything else has been done.
I've got a good hint for you. Look at the book.
Well, see, there he goes. He's giving that hint.
That's what
Greg was
saying.
talking
This
about.
thing has to end at some point.
Bubba acted like you and I had been talking about that for 5
I'm
minutes.
sorry. I think that's a good clue.
Well, yeah, it is. It's a great clue.
No, Bubba, that's why we don't want to say it right
Reed and Jasper, go ahead.
We've been going on
Was
45
Greg number
minutes.
one?
Greg was not number one.
I agree with you, Bo.
No, that's not.
Bubba, it's time to end
now.
this.
That is hilarious, though, that for the last
We've been talking about that.
10 minutes, we've been talking about it, and Bubba acted like, I'll tell you what we ought to do.
Well, look, breakfast came.
Hey, look in the book.
Breakfast had arrived right in the middle of that.
His skinny leg
People
hint
don't know
actually
what book
worked.
I'm talking about.
Yeah. Danny in Nashville. Danny, go
I
ahead.
doubt it's the Bible.
I'm finna text somebody.
I'm gonna say Greg was number 8.
Number 8. Boy, that's
Nope.
See, it's not quite as obvious as you thought.
Yeah, he hadn't heard that yet. Bro.
Steele, Alabama, or Steele is his name, in Auburn, Alabama. Go ahead.
Oh, still, he's already won.
Greg was number 3.
That's a pretty good guess. Caleb in Georgia, what do you
would
think?
say you're warm.
I'm gonna say Greg was number 7.
Cold.
That's Ryan Greenwood.
Actually, Ryan Greenwood wore 7.
I could give a hint right now that would just be done with it.
Jenny in Gulf Shores, Sunny 105, what do you think?
Maybe we need to.
He was number 8.
No, that's wrong again, as a matter of fact. Let's see. So,
Seriously, it has to end this segment, or we're gonna have to move on.
do you want me to? Y'all, what
so
y'all said was a little obscure. Do you want me to dial in on that?
I could even,
Give us one, Hal.
Well, we had
Nah,
a guess
'cause I
of
would give it
3,
away.
and I said
Well,
it was
you
warm.
need to give it away. This has been going on too long. People
Let's
don't wanna
try
hear us
Andy
guess and
first.
stuff all
Andy, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with Greg 27.
No. All right, Helms, go ahead.
Well, when there's a double play,
There you go.
and by the way, Bubba, Greg, and Rick would be involved in it. It'd be a 6-4-3
There you go.
in the book.
Yeah, it was.
That's how you would mark it up in the book. 6-4-3.
Carlton, go ahead.
Number 2, Greg number 2.
Carlton
Obviously didn't hear what I said.
It's okay. Maybe not a big baseball fan. You don't know. Dina in Alabama. Dina, what do you think?
Number 7.
No. That's
Dina
been
not
wrong
in.
twice. That's been wrong twice.
Hey, roll it up, kid. 6-4-3.
There you go.
6-4-3.
Come on.
Nice double play, kid. Greg played second base. 6-4-3.
He's trying your best, man. He's trying his best.
Tim, go ahead.
Greg's 13.
Oh my God.
Never. Rick, here, go put this.
Listen, do you know what that guy just did? He added up 6-4-3.
Oh my God, he did.
What position did Greg play? I don't know how to say it.
I don't either.
Look, I need a trimmer.
Greg played second base.
Robert, go ahead.
Number 4.
Hey, number 4.
I'm the guy that added him.
All right, so how about Robert?
Yeah. Where are you calling from, Robert?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Tell him what he's won, Bubba.
Rick, he's won the DeWalt cordless pruner. This is the 20-volt version, and you get 1,100 cuts per charge. But hey, it's kind of like the Red Ryder BB gun, and to put your eye out, this thing will cut your finger off. So
Yes,
be careful.
Be careful.
Old nubby.
So if you want to know this forever in Rick and Bubba history, when the Rick and Bubba softball team took the field, at first base wearing number 44, Rick Burgess. At Stocky Stop wearing 12, Bill Bubba Bussey. In left field, Calvin Speedy Wilburn wearing number 11. And at second base, just like it's in the book, Greg Burgess wearing number 4. So there you go. Congratulations to Robert in North Carolina and really all of you that helped Robert put the puzzle together. There's going to be more winning continuing today, my friend. And the big year ender, Lord willing, comes your way tomorrow. We continue to remember Dad and look at the stories of the day and chat with you and just enjoy this most wonderful time of year when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're about to just get a little sample. We're going to have a little sample of what it's going to be like. Is it going to be fun? Because it's called What Fun.
Fun and festive.
All right, fun and festive. Here
Fun
we go.
and festive.
3 on the string, Kevin Derryberry, and somebody on a bell. Here we go.
I played bell.
Christmas time's a coming. Christmas time's a coming. Christmas time's a coming. And I know I'm going home. Snowflakes falling. My old heart's calling, tall pines are humming, Christmas time's coming. Can't you hear the bells ringing, ringing, joy to all, hear them singing. When it's snowing, I'll be going back to my country home. Christmas time's coming, Christmas time's coming, Christmas time's coming, and I know I'm going home. Holly's in the window, home's where the wind blows. Can't walk for running, Christmas time's coming. Can't you hear them bells ringing, ringing, joy to all, hear them singing. When it's snowing, I'll be going back to my country home. Christmas time's coming, Christmas time's coming, Christmas time's coming, and I know I'm going home. Christmas time's coming, Christmas time's coming, Christmas time's coming, and I know I'm going home.
If that right there doesn't get you in the Christmas spirit, I don't know what will.
Man, it sounds good, too.
And I'll tell you what, if all I needed was everybody to take a run, including the bells, but I will tell you, it was fantastic.
And how about the bluegrass piano?
Kevin, you really fit in pretty well right there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now I know.
Just humbled to be here.
I know all of you been in the entertainment business so long. Y'all haven't practiced or anything, have you? Is it going to be like this show? Because Brad Ryan walked up a minute ago, who's part of the amazing three that is 4, 3, and 5, and he said to me, he said, "Here's kind of what we're going to do," right. And he acted like I was not familiar with that concept. I said, "I do that 4 hours a day every day."
Yeah.
The concept for me every morning when I show up is, let's see what happens.
We know better than to plan when we come up here.
Right, and so we got time for one more, and then we'll come back and do a little more. What you got?
Should we go back to the beginning where this combination?
Yeah, this is important for those of you that don't have the knowledge of Rick and Bubba history, the 25 years. The year was 1999.
Yes.
The year was 1999, and Bubba and I got together with a local promoter that we used to talk about on the show, the great Gary Weinberger.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba, this is Gary. Call me.
The greatest ever.
Rick and Bubba is an audience that is unique, and we'll have people you hear on the show. Never before in the history of the amphitheater have we had this. So we get the pitch from Gary. What do you guys think about doing a music festival? And it would just be a Rick and Bubba music festival. Meaning if they're tied to the show, you may see them there, whether they be comedians, musicians, anything in between. So we immediately know that the Amazing Three must be there, and we know that Kevin Derryberry must be there because we had already established relationships with them. And then we made a decision in 1999 that we would also put on the lineup the Naked Cowboy.
Right.
The Naked Cowboy is a fixture in Times Square as we speak right now.
Oh, he's gone on to very big hikes, Rick. Very big hikes.
And Bubba and I had seen him on the Jenny Jones show or on a talent show. We were judging with some other folks, and we brought him in for Fat Fest. So I don't remember the full lineup. I just remember that it was 3 on a String, Kevin Derryberry, Naked Cowboy, the world's greatest garage man, Mickey Dean, I think, did a stand-up routine. I don't recall who else may have been involved.
Cassio Kid, maybe.
Maybe Cassio and Dom One.
Yeah.
I think you're right. They did a hip-hop type act, if I remember. And so we had the lineup set up, kind of, and you and I are backstage, and Naked Cowboy goes out. Now, first of all, he's in an amphitheater, wearing nothing but briefs and a cowboy hat and his boots.
Well, that's the name.
And then he had some songs we weren't aware of. We thought we knew his lineup, and we're backstage, and I don't remember if it was Brad or who came back there and said, "Hey, the Naked Cowboy's got a song going y'all might want to hear." I
remember it being Kevin. I think
might have been Kevin.
Yeah,
and so
in my memory,
and Kevin, of course, being nobody. I mean, Kevin's main job every day is just to love Jesus.
Right.
I mean, when he gets up,
that's right.
Yeah, and so his whole presentation, because we've just like we're doing now. Then though, the top still to come on the program. Riley Green with us. He's with Bubba tonight at Jacksonville State University for the Randy Owens Center JSU benefit concert. Bubba the MC tonight.
Rock on.
And we'll talk to Riley Green coming up next hour. So looking forward to catching up with Riley Green. The gang all here today. Greg and I are back.
and we've given you all the information about the memorial service for Dad coming up Sunday in Alabama. If you can't be part of that, you can certainly watch it streaming live on YouTube. Valleydale Church will be hosting that 2:30 p.m. local time on Sunday, so you can search YouTube for that if you want to watch it and can't be there. And I know this time of year, there's just so much going on. Speaking of that,
Are you kidding me?
We just can't give enough. We just keep on going. Bubba, gift number 11.
Rick, let me tell you what. This is one of the finest pieces of engineering mankind has ever conceived. A MacBook Air laptop. Has the M2 chip, 8 gigabyte of memory, 256 gigabyte of hard drive, up to 18 hours battery life. I could go on and on, but I won't.
But you won't.
Retail value, $1,099.
Wow.
$1,099. I can't give enough. I just want to give.
I mean, you just want to give.
I can't stop it.
And give and give.
Bubba, you're gonna wear yourself out.
And we're going to add this winner on the official 12 working days. Now, if you've been paying attention, 2 bonus gifts have been given away today. This is the 3rd gift, but this is the 11th on the 12 working days.
Yes, the 11th day.
This is the 11th day,
we give 2 already.
Yeah, and so we've been talking about the legend that is Bill Burgess, and that's not an exaggeration. So what we're going to do is all the tributes that are going on and things like that, which are all very kind. Dad lived from 1941 to 2023, so he went into glory. He was going to turn 83 in January, but officially you got to put him on the board at 82. So what we'll do is we'll take caller 82.
There you go.
In honor of Dad today.
We started to do that number yesterday. We
that was cool what y'all did,
92,
Yeah, that was a good one.
and then for one of his former players to win, even
That is something, isn't it?
Well, we were sitting there in the hospital, and they had already told us that this would be, we're hours away, not days. And I'll tell you a funny story about that coming up. But and then somebody I forget who it was. Somebody said, "Hey, I'm getting stuff that this is the 31st."
Angie, the way
it was Angie.
you of,
Yeah, she was like, "I just got something that."
Yeah, it was.
Did y'all know this is the 31st anniversary of Jacksonville State winning the national championship, and Dad and his staff and those players? And we thought, and then you guys doing that, and then somebody who played for Dad winning. I mean, that was incredible. But caller 82 is going to get the laptop. So here we go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I just got
something's happening. Something's happening.
Well, it's finally buckled.
Is
He's
it
drilled
really?
the new one.
Is it, Rick?
It's putting everybody on hold.
It's doing it itself.
Yes.
Well, there she went.
And Bubba, you know what it was? All this before you're doing too much.
She buckled. She couldn't handle the giving.
Y'all wore it out yesterday.
So I hear 7 over here. I've gone through 6, and okay. So he said, I don't know why it's putting everybody on hold. So here we go. Let's see what happens. There's 7. All right, now we're good. 8, 9, 10. Well, it's doing it again.
See if you can keep answering.
11, 12,
Bubba, you giving
13, 14, 15.
Ooh, Poppy.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
This doesn't work.
21.
We're going to go to rock, paper, scissors,
22,
lizard,
23,
spot.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's 30. I'm sorry, 31. Well, it's messing me up
Have you
here
ever
because
played that
that's
version?
gone down.
I have not.
30.
It's not hanging up on.
Okay, I got you.
Going through the same caller every time, so it's not resetting.
Okay.
Keep counting. When you hit it, I'll delete them.
Okay. All right. So here's where we
Thank
are
you,
now.
haircut.
We are now at here up here. I'm gonna start here at 1. See, it's another caller, and I'm gonna make that 31. Okay. So there's 31.
I'm gonna stay right here.
Okay. And then 30. See, nothing's happening there. So I don't know what to do about that one.
Okay.
There's 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39.
Right.
Oh man.
Right. Let's go to 40.
Make a call. Let's go to 45.
It's not that.
Call the winner.
It's not letting you do it.
No, I can, but that ain't gonna be 40.
What's it gonna be?
It's gonna be the person that was 20. So because we're still on
Could
hold.
be Rick.
Now we go.
That was excellent.
Yeah. There we go. So
Just give it to
Line
me.
2's gone.
right. Okay. So there.
Come on, Rick.
There's
Rock
40.
your
Folded like a cheap
There's
pen.
40.
I'm telling you, too
There's
much giving, Bubba,
41,
too much
42, 43, 44, 45, 40, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. I'm chasing Helmsy. 57, 58. All right, here we go. All right, there's 59. There's 60. There's 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. All right, there's 66, 67, 68.
We're chasing the clock.
69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77,
Air
78, 79,
What is it, Bo?
80.
MacBook Air.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Samantha from Rainsville.
Oh, Greg, she was caller 81.
Oh, Samantha.
Oh,
It's not. Look, it's okay.
What's you win, Greg?
$100 Amazon card.
Oh, you won
yeah. Something. You won something.
You won something. Threw a curve. You won something. You won something.
It wasn't a MacBook Air, but you got $100.
$100. It's better than me screaming nothing at you.
And Greg's wife will speak to him again.
Yes,
he
yeah. See, I'm giving joy.
All right, I'm putting her on hold. Ham, she's the $100 gift card. Okay.
No, yeah.
Congratulations. All right, here we go. And this.
We got you a little something.
And what line was that?
8.
8.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Justin Caldwell, Columbus, Mississippi.
Yeah, Justin, you just won it, baby.
That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Justin. Bubba, tell him what he's won.
He's won the MacBook Air. This is the very, very skinny MacBook
That's
laptop.
what's so happy.
It's got 8 gigabytes of memory, 256 gigabytes of hard drive.
Watch out.
And it's all digital, baby. No moving parts.
Justin, how do you get the show, Justin?
We listen to 96.1, and we also stream on YouTube when we're not able to listen on the radio.
Oh, Laser 96.1 hosting the Man Church Conference coming up March 8th and 9th there in Mississippi, though, so we'll be there with you. Congratulations, Justin.
And a Hell State.
Let me put you on hold.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there
no,
you go.
hotty toddy.
Yeah, I hope you drop it. I'm sorry. That was just a little. I'm sorry.
Did that just come out?
Well, don't spill a beer on it.
All right, so,
Yeah, it'll ruin it.
tell him, since the way it's acting, that number 9 is
All right,
Justin.
yeah.
Well, he's got it. He's talking to the other one.
Oh, boy.
I'm just kidding. Hey, Merry Christmas and enjoy it.
Boy, he went crazy.
That will be great.
You know, it's happened. Well, we're hurting right
Yeah,
now. It's bad.
I'm
Bad.
texting with IT.
Hey,
right
Rick
now.
and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you from?
This is Greg calling from Ardmore.
Oh, my goodness, caller 83.
Yeah, though.
What do you mean,
my
Greg?
God.
Well, you heard what happened earlier.
Yeah.
But not happening again. You get nothing.
Well, 3 winners already today on day 11. Congratulations, Justin.
How
Enjoy
about
that.
MacBook Air.
That's a big one.
Four
Yeah,
winners.
4.
Somebody got a gift card.
Tell him I'll give him $200 for that right now. Like it said.
Like it said. Hey, if you leave us, Merry Christmas. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, listen. There's a lot of things you need to do with this new beginning that comes up. And I know, look, it may just be a date on the calendar, but I know like a lot of us, when you look to the new year, don't you love that? Hey, you know what? Let me just start out fresh. So you're now thinking, what are some things that I need to do just a little bit better? And one of them is you got to stop mistreating your liver. Right, Adler? I mean, you got to stop mistreating your liver. It does more than 500 important jobs for the family. And let me tell you, it's 1 in 3 Americans, 1 in 3 are now living with a sluggish, fatty liver. Some of you, it's because you're mistreating it with all sorts of things, carb-packed diets, overuse of alcohol, some of the statin drugs, some of them, if they're overused, they can have bad side effects. There's all kinds of things that we do, and our liver just can't take it. So do something for your liver. Get Liver Health Formula. It has 11 powerful botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. Get it today, and you'll get a free bottle of their blood sugar formula to reduce sugar cravings, something else we need to do better. Just go right to this website. You ready? GetLiverHelp.com/Bubba. Get that free bonus gift. Don't miss a chance to start feeling better this year, okay? Do something for your liver. That's GetLiverHelp.com/Bubba. We're kind of the infancy stage of how do you do secular entertainment and mix all this together. And, you get better at things as you go along. And we thought we kind of had Naked Cowboy in a palatable,
workable
situation.
Yeah.
Kind of just being funny until he launched into a show that involved a few cuss words and what it would be like to be beat up by him and in his underwear. And it kind of got away from us a little bit. And there was a moment where Kevin said, "I'm not following the Naked Cowboy." Is that correct?
That's true.
Yeah.
And I didn't want him walking backstage while I was,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so we, being new concert promoters and new to the game, it was the amazing Three on a String who raised their hand
and said, "We'll bridge the gap.
We will bridge the gap from the Naked Cowboy to Kevin Derryberry."
I sure appreciate it to this day. That's why I'm here today.
So really, if you ever wonder in life, what is the piece of the puzzle that goes between Naked Cowboy and
These
Kevin
two
Derryberry?
great entertainers.
No, from this day forward, it's always Three on the String. It's always.
Who's sometimes 4 and today 5.
Right.
Well, no pun, but they tied all together.
So what we really have a piece of Rick and Bubba history here from 1999 now back together in one Christmas presentation. We'll hear more from them when we come back. Oh, what fun is the name of the evening. Share Christmas spirit with Three on a String. Special guest Kevin Derryberry. Get your tickets at rickandbubba.com and show notes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No crib for Rob.
21 minutes past the hour. Kevin Derryberry music brings us back. And this one has been a staple on Rick and Bubba Christmas music for almost all of the 25 years that we have been together. Three on a String, also a big part of Rick and Bubba history. Oh, what fun. These two music icons come together for one big night at the historic Lyric Theater. Make that part of your family Christmas celebrations. They put on a great show. They're funny. It's great family entertainment. And, boy, we could all use some more of that. 7:30 December the 11th is when it all starts, Central Time. And if you're coming to the Birmingham area, make that part of your trip here by going to rickandbubba.com and checking the show notes. Now, we have Three on a String and Kevin here. They've already given us a little smidgen, but there's more connections to the Rick and Bubba family. Jerry Ryan, who, of course, is the patriarch here, he and Andy McGinnis, who's here, and Bobby Horton, have been playing together for, 48 years, 49 years, somewhere on and off. But anyway, you wanted today, because you also...
Rick Marconi used to be in the group.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
The way I was introduced to Three on a String is that my dad and Jerry Ryan have been friends since college. Both of them have coached throughout time, and you wanted to say something about Dad's day. We were roommates. Oh, yeah, you were roommates in college, right?
When we did our student teaching.
Yeah.
But I want to congratulate you and Greg, your whole family, on him being inducted into the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What an honor.
Yeah, that's great. So
the Bullet made it.
Yeah, the Bullet made it. And you were telling me the other day you had a vivid memory of playing against him in JV football?
I was a sophomore. He was a freshman. I was at Phillips High School. He was at Jones Valley. And I lined up at linebacker, and he was the fullback. And I'll never forget the face. It looked like he was just grinning at me and saying, "I'm fixing to run right over you." I'll never forget it.
It's still in your mind.
I can't tell you the rest of the story, but that's
Right, that's it.
It's all the fog.
And you also want to introduce, you said you did want to introduce who's playing bass.
Introduce Stacy Gordon.
Hey, Stacy. Stacy Gordon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Bell player over here.
This is the bell player, and they're going to be part of what's going on.
She's with us, the Crestwood, you say it.
The Crestwood Community Band.
Crestwood Community Band, and you guys will be part of this as well.
Yes.
You're fantastic on the bells.
Thank you.
I mean, you
I started out on cowbell. I've worked my way.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Day 11, 4 gifts have already been given away on day 11. 4. So tomorrow, the big year ender. Greg and I are back today. Thanks again for all your well wishes and condolences and so many emails and comments on social media and articles and tributes, and just we can't thank you enough concerning Dad, who went into eternity at 1:11 early hours of the morning on December the 13th, and so at the age of 82. And so Greg and I were off yesterday. Thanks, guys, for stepping up. And then we're back today, and we'll all be remembering him over the weekend, and we'll tell you kind of a humorous story about that coming up a little bit later on. But, Bubba, tonight, you will be rocking on as you'll be headed to the Rock On benefit concert, ROC, for the Randy Owens Center. A star-studded lineup tonight. Former JSU students turned Nashville hitmakers Randy Owen, Jamie Johnson, Gordon Moat will be there, and our next guest, JSU alumnus, country music star, Riley Green. Riley, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
What's going on, fellas? I'm doing well.
Let's go, Riley Green. Hey, let me apologize to you for just a moment. I, on one of the promotions, told everybody Riley Gaines was coming.
Oh, no.
And though I think she should be able to give a speech, I don't think she's booked. So I want to apologize to you if you start saying, hey, I'm glad you're here. Where's Riley Gaines? Because that was – and if you want to sing a song called Title IX, maybe, but I just want you to know.
Heck, that's why I was going.
Riley, buddy, you've been busy, hadn't you?
We're wide open, man. This is it's one of those things, and I'm sure y'all deal with it in y'all's business too. I say, man, I'm gonna take off November, and have December to go hunt and all that, and I'm playing shows up until Saturday. So it's a good problem to have, man. I've been really blessed, and it's a crazy lifestyle. Something I never thought I'd be doing. That's for sure.
Is it just surreal to you where you're going, where you're playing, and who you're playing with now?
Oh, it's great. I mean, even, Jamie Johnson was one of my favorite country music artists forever. Randy Owen, 50-something number ones, the group Alabama. It's unreal. And, I've always got this feeling like somebody let me slip in the back door.
Yeah.
Anything I do in this business, and I think a couple of weeks ago I did an All for the Hall benefit in Bridgestone Arena, and I was on stage singing I Wish Grandpa's Never Died with backup vocals from Vince Gill and Keith Urban.
Good night.
I didn't get a chance. I was going to ask him about, you remember when he helped that sweet lady get that custom guitar? Keith Urban did.
Oh, yeah. That's
really
really I
nice.
can't believe you brought that up.
That's a good one.
That's it has to be surreal. And you said, I guess the answer is no. So none of this feels normal yet, because sometimes, like, even you try to things become. It's what you do for a living. Now, it's wonderful to do for a living something you also love. But has it become, when you step out into some of these arenas and you see the size of these crowds, has it become common yet where you're like, yep, another night out here, or every time do you step out you go, what am I doing?
It kind of comes in spurts. It's like, I go play I'm not too far removed from playing Loco Mex in Jacksonville. That was not that long ago.
That's right. It really wasn't.
And trying to fill that place up with Brothers and Pelhams and Heroes and all that. So, we did the majority of the NFL stadiums this year. I was out direct support for Luke Combs. Sold out 2 nights, Nissan Stadium in Nashville. It's like 80-something thousand people. Wow. The biggest part of it for me is I always kind of consider myself a songwriter first, and watching how people react to I Wish Grandpa's Never Died, that song especially, and seeing people crying and just screaming that song at the top of their lungs was just something that never gets old. A lot of the travel and a lot of the, for lack of a better term, BS that goes along with the music business, the politics of it, something that'll never get old is being able to go out and see people react to your songs.
You know, Riley, I really think you're probably one big hit away from Entertainer of the Year. Maybe a song about your favorite morning show or something.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. That. I feel like it's right
Well,
there.
you know, the nostalgia of y'all's show is one reason why I listen now more than ever, probably. Just for being gone, I can listen to that anywhere, and it kind of takes me back to riding to school in the morning with my mom and dad or going to work with Pops. And I've made my alarm in the morning the 7 o'clock work song.
Really? That's old school. That's old school.
So as you probably know, I hate that song now because it means I got to get up. You know, that's what happens when you make a song, your alarm. But
yeah,
I mean, I love the show, and just man, I want to say we're thinking about y'all. Coach Burgess was such a legendary guy, an awesome person, and if y'all need anything, y'all holler at us.
Well, that
I can
song,
remember when he was.
that song. I mean, when you
Yeah.
when you wrote that song and watching his grandchildren, and of course, you know, Greg and our grandfathers have been gone for a long time, but in that room, watching those grandchildren surrounding their pop, and grieving, watching the presence of a grandfather like those men, like you had that you wrote about. It really is. It's something to watch. There's a lot of emotion and power with that, no doubt. So you really nailed it with that song.
Well, I appreciate it. I can, you know, him never being my coach, but having played a little ball, there's always those guys, those coaches, the legendary old school guys that just kind of command respect wherever they go and can seemingly make people just draw up when they walk in a room. And he had that effect on me. I remember seeing him in church, just thinking he could make me take off and run sprints right there, just looking at him. He had that presence. So, and I always hoped he wouldn't.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny, Riley, with your song, and Greg, you've said this 1,000 times, and we talked, just like you said, we talked with players that said, you know, if he sat next to them at the pregame meal, they couldn't eat.
Yeah.
You know, because but when you say things like that to his grandchildren, they have no idea what you're talking about.
No.
They're like, well,
Yeah,
Pop?
yeah,
You
it's a
talking about
different
Pop?
relationship.
Yeah, it's a different relationship.
Oh, absolutely.
No doubt. Well, you know, Bubba wants to sing it with you tonight. He probably told you that.
He's been practicing, Riley. It sounded really good.
Riley, it's funny. After about 7 o'clock at night, I go a little flat.
Yeah,
and
right.
So you probably
Yeah.
don't want that.
I'll tell you what, man, I'll let you sing it with me if you get Greg to come sign it.
You know how I love that.
So it is kind of interesting. This college, Jacksonville State University, it's really the people that are connected to it, graduated from it. It really is quite a little band of people that have come out of this college, and you being one of them, and Jamie Johnson and Randy Owen, and of course Gordon Moat. If folks have not, what a talent! Good grief!
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, you know, it's really easy for me to want to do stuff to try to help out Jacksonville. For one, I'm born and raised in Jacksonville. You know, that was my Dallas Cowboys growing up. We didn't have a pro team in Alabama, you know, and you know, I think we played my high school football games in that stadium until 8th or 9th grade.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's just, aside from even the sports aspect or just being a hometown, so much of my music career I owe to Jacksonville. I played in every bar, restaurant, coffee shop, barbecue, whatever it was in Jacksonville every week for about 4 years, and people had to be so sick of hearing me. They probably wanted to just sit down and eat their meal in peace.
And a few backyards.
It gave me Yeah, I know. I got a big break. Yeah, I don't want to get into that.
I told them they couldn't bring that up.
We were told not to bring that up.
Oh, yeah, Speedy called and briefed me, said, don't bring it up, man. Don't bring up the Drake. Take it easy on him. So. But man, I learned so much and got so much support from this area that it's just so great to see the university doing well. Obviously, the football team's doing great, Coach Rodriguez, and it's just awesome to be able to be a part of it and help in some small way.
Well, there's a limited number of general admission tickets still available for the show, and that you can go, and there's even an opportunity.
It's a very small group, Rick. There's only 275, 300 tickets to this, so it's going to be an up close and personal experience tonight.
Yeah, you could get sweat on you right off Riley Green up there. Yeah, if you that's true, you could.
I'm not going to be sweating, I promise y'all. It's not going to be that kind of show.
Well, and it is. It's an opportunity.
We're not paying quite that much.
I got you.
Well, if you want to have this unique experience, see Bubba tonight, see Randy Owens, see Riley Green, see Jamie Johnson, see Gordon Moat up close and in person while helping out a great cause.
That is tonight. If you want to check rickandbubba.com and go to show notes, you'll see the link to get maybe a handful of tickets that are still available for tonight. You can check and see for yourself. And Riley, you've always been good to us. Thank you for always coming on when we want to talk to you, and thank you for coming back home and doing some good.
Thank you, Riley.
I appreciate y'all, man. See you tonight, Bubba.
See you, man.
There it is.
We'll
Riley
be ready.
Green. Riley Green. There he goes. There goes Riley.
We'll have a lot of fun if I get a nap this afternoon.
Right, get you a little power. Hey, by the way, you having a nap today is crucial. Crucial.
It's going to affect tomorrow.
It's a big year ender.
Yes, it is.
The BYE.
That's right. We'll leave it on the table.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you know what we say, more cowbell, always. So thank you, and welcome to Rick and Bubba and your debut today. Looking forward to what you guys will be doing next Tuesday. Thanks a lot. All right, so Brad, Bobby, Andy, Kevin, Jerry, what we got next? You ready? Here we go. A little more taste of what fun coming up next Tuesday in Birmingham.
Do that one?
Yeah.
While shepherds kept their watching over the flocks by night, behold, throughout the heavens there shone a holy light. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Shepherds feared and trembled when just above the earth rang out an angel's chorus that hailed our Savior's birth. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. All right.
Go, Bobby. Everybody getting a run.
Down in a lowly manger, our humble Christ was born. God sent us salvation that blessed Christmas morn. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Here we go, everybody. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born.
Dang it.
That Jesus Christ is born. That Jesus Christ is born.
Andy finish. We'll have a little finish there. We got it. There it is. There it is. I gotta have one. Hey, I gotta have one more. What we got?
Brad's written a Christmas
All right, let's do it.
Here we go. Up on the housetop, reindeer paws, and here comes good old Santa Claus. Have your picture made by the Christmas tree at the mall. Everybody's singing happy holidays. We got to make sure that the list is made, but what we need is a little more Jesus in our Christmas. Cause I love a sleigh ride and some pumpkin pie and jingle bells out in the snow. But our Savior was born that first Christmas morn. I wanna let the world know what we need is a little more Jesus in our Christmas. Hey, hey. Now they say it's all about family, and we love to rock around that Christmas Christmas tree, watching all our favorite movies by the fire. It's a special time and there ain't no doubt, but let's don't forget what it's all about. What we need is a little more Jesus in our Christmas. 'Cause I love a sleigh ride and some pumpkin pie and jingle bells out in the snow. But our Savior was born that first Christmas morn. I wanna let the world know that there's hope under that tree. It's a gift for the world to see. What we need is a little more Jesus in our Christmas. I love a sleigh ride and some pumpkin pie and jingle bells out in the snow. But our Savior was born that first Christmas morn. I wanna let the world know.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Bubba tonight at Jacksonville State University. Those of you that are going, see Bubba tonight. Coming up later, we'll talk Birmingham Bowl, Duke and Troy. Mark Meadows will be here with the Birmingham Bowl. Speedy will be there on the 23rd of December if you're coming to Protective Life Stadium to work everyone into a frenzy. Also, still more giving today, and, of course, the last gift coming up tomorrow. Other deadlines. If you're ordering Rick and Bubba stuff out of the Rick and Bubba store, need to do it by this weekend if you want to, make sure that it gets to where you want it to go to either you or a loved one by Christmas. Also, don't forget the cutoff this weekend. If you want to go ahead and buy the remaining tickets to the Man Church conferences, that's a great gift too. One in Birmingham, one in Starkville, February and March of next year. You can go to manchurch.com. A price increase coming at the end of the weekend, so try to get that done. Great gift ideas. They're about 25% of the room left. Still some good seats at both places, so you can grab that. And then also, if you want signed copies of the new 31-day devotionals from themanchurch.com, Jesus Is by Brian Gill, or Transformed that I put out in February for the team, you can get those signed copies. Need to do that by Friday. So if you want to get them by Christmas, all that's in play. So we want to let you know, and then we wrap her up, Bubba, tomorrow, Lord willing, for the year, and you'll get best of shows and replays, and we'll come back for our 30th anniversary on January the 3rd. All right, so we've been talking today, obviously, and y'all talked about it yesterday, that Greg and I, our dad passed away day before, it was wee hours of yesterday morning. And so we're all in the process. We were there with him when he arrived at the emergency room. We were told pretty quick that this would not be something that he would survive, that he was in his final hours. Now, one of the things, and don't you, Greg, I wish I could remember everybody's name, and I can't. But, when you're in these situations with people that you love, bedside manner and the people you're dealing with is crucial. Oh, yeah. Because I know for them it's just another day at the office, but these people that work in emergency rooms and then the hospice people, wow, they're just cut from a different cloth, and it has to be a call in their life because they're certainly not doing it for the money. Mm-hmm. And talking to these people, we were just so blessed to be given such wonderful human beings dealing with Dad, both in the emergency room and then in hospice in the final hours. I mean, those people, they were just so kind and so loving and so caring.
They pretty much told us, look, y'all just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
They even brought us pillows, blankets, whatever y'all need. And we had a crowd.
Well, one thing I remember in the emergency room when the male nurse that kind of was helping getting Dad stabilized.
Wow, he did great.
And we had talked to the doctor, and the doctor already told us, this is and Dad has a do not resuscitate, and he said this is going to be hours, not days, before his time on Earth ends. And he'd gone through a time where he was digressing to the point that he wouldn't shave himself anymore, and people were trying to they were helping him at memory care, and they were trying to keep him shaved, but it was harder. So he had kind of a growth that he normally doesn't have with a beard. And it upset Mom, and Mom was like, I've never seen my husband like this. It makes him look like he's,
homeless or something.
And for the record, he was not a fan of facial hair.
No, he was not. He was not a fan of facial hair.
He had some colorful explanations.
Yes, he did. And so you could tell it upset Mom. And I remember that, and I can't think of his name. And I knew immediately he was a follower of Christ just by the way he acted. And it turned out it was. He prayed with us and everything. And so he looked at me and he said, "I will resolve that. When she comes back in here, that will be resolved."
Really?
And he goes and finds him some trimmers and shaves Dad's face to make it look the way Mom wanted it to look.
Oh.
And so
did a great job.
Oh, and did a good job, and that was just so cool. And so to her, he looked more like himself at that point. And so I'm talking to the hospice guy, and I said, "You've been around this a long time." Because we're trying to get everybody there. We got people coming from Philadelphia. We got people coming from Atlanta. We got people coming from everywhere, and so wanting to be there in his final moments if they could. And I said, "What we talking?" He said, "I'm talking a few hours." And I thought to myself, I know you have a lot of expertise and you're trying to help me, but this guy that we're dealing with. Mm-hmm. None of us can imagine that this body is ever going to stop. And if you think a couple of hours, then I'm going to think, looking at him, that's going to be probably a day. There's no way he's going in a couple of hours.
Right.
I mean, we all wish he would.
Yeah.
But he's not. I just know this guy just doesn't turn off like that.
Right.
And, of course, he went 13, 14 hours when they thought he'd be done in a couple of hours. And so it did allow for everybody who could get there to get there. And so that was beautiful. So there was this moment where Greg and I, Greg says it best, Dad liked to coach, but he loved to hunt.
Yeah.
And
that was his passion. Outdoors was his passion.
Outdoors was his true passion. Football's what he did for a living, and that's what he's best known for.
And he loved it when the battle and all that.
And he loved all that, but not the way he loved hunting and fishing.
Oh, my goodness.
And, the coaching was not his identity.
Yeah.
And so Greg and I, we had all planned that we were going hunting this weekend.
That's right.
And
we got in trouble.
To kick off the vacation.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've already got the camp house stocked, ready to go. I mean, and so we're sitting there and we start thinking, if he goes tonight, then we're Baptists. We're going to get you in the ground in 48 hours.
Yeah.
That's just the way we operate. And so that's Friday, and then memorial service. We figured, for everybody, and the least intrusive would be a Sunday afternoon where you can go to church that morning. If you got something that night, you can make both.
Right.
And so we're looking at that, and so Greg and I. We looked at it, and he said at first, I think he said, Dad would want us to go hunting.
Yeah,
and
he'd hate to know he's messing the trip up.
Yeah, I said Dad would hate to know he's messing the trip up. And so
and if he was somehow in a different role, he would have brought it up too. Like if someone else was saying his spot and he was the one going hunting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I made a mistake of presenting to the women.
Oh no, you did.
Rick, and you did it out of your entertainment.
Yeah, and I
for
said,
me and you,
I said, hey ladies, here's what Greg and I are thinking. So we go ahead and have graveside with just the family.
Mm-hmm.
We do that early Friday afternoon, late morning.
Smart.
I said then the guys, because a lot of the family guys are going. We're going on to the camp house.
Rick.
And I said we'll hunt.
Sherry,
I said we'll hunt Friday afternoon like Dad would want. And I said and then we'll hunt all day Saturday. And then do the memorial service on Sunday.
That sounds like plenty of time.
Sounds like a plan.
What kind of look did you get to that?
Oh, Helmsy. Oh. She said, have you lost your mind? and I said, so we don't want to do what Pop would want?
Right. That's right. We're just trying to honor.
So you don't want to harvest one
I
for
said,
Pop?
if he could get up out of that bed right now, he would say, boys, go hunting. That's a great schedule.
Yes.
And
Rick, and they're starting to open scrapes up a little bit down there at the farm.
Right. I mean, guys, I wouldn't do it if the rut wouldn't start.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's what Dad would have wanted.
Rick and Bubba.
Got shot
Rick
down.
and Bubba.
Is a little more Jesus in our Christmas. What we need is a little more Jesus in our Christmas.
There it is. Hey, a little more Jesus. A little more. There is three on the string. Kevin Derryberry. I even saw Sarah Gordon kind of working the bells out on that one. Yeah,
Stacy. Yeah.
Stacy. Yeah. Or some people call her Sarah.
Why do they call her Sarah?
Well, it's and the only people that call her that are Daryl Hall and John Oates. But this is getting to be fun because we started doing the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge
a couple of months ago.
It's always fun when you give away other people's money.
Yeah, I like when we get a donation.
We call it
rounded-
OPM.
We get a donation rounded up, and all we did was eat wings.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's the easiest help I ever did. I wish I could cut the grass that easy.
Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Thanks to all of you that participated in the first one. You raised over $4,000 to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. And today, you've done it again. Tim Spencer is here with Buffalo Wild Wings. Randa Carroll is here with Venice's Foundation, and they are going to receive a check today because all of you went out to the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations on our last charity charge. Of course, part of those proceeds that were raised that day were taken out, and the check is here today for Venice's Foundation. Tim, are you fired up? Here's Tim from Buffalo Wild Wings.
I'm fired up.
Thank you for doing this, by the way.
Man, this is awesome. Perfect time of year to be doing it, too.
Yeah.
It just feel good.
Tim, your goal for doing this, man. I tell you didn't have to do all this. and
Well,
we appreciate you doing it.
We're all one big group. We're all in this together. We ended up raising that day $3,359.87. At the same time, our new store in downtown Birmingham opened up.
Yeah, it's rolling now, by the way.
Yeah, it's rolling. It's rolling well. And the week we open is a training week. So we cook a lot of food. Everybody's got to practice. We throw a lot of food away. Don't like to, but the couple of nights before we open, we do a mock service type of thing, training. Friends and family come in. They get a limited menu where we can practice and get everybody. But you can purchase desserts, a couple of things that are not included in the menu, and all we ask for is a donation of $4 per item. So I thought, what better way, what charity to use this time around than let's just add it to Venice's Foundation. That added another $890 to it. So for a total of $42.49.87.
That's awesome.
And I'm real excited to present it.
Well, we got it today. Randa Carroll's here, Venice's sister. And, of course, Venice's Foundation, it started. Greg, I told Randa when she sat down, I said, look, if you are not known for anything else, you were able to get Greg Burgess to run. And
3 times so far.
You've got Greg to do a lot of things he normally doesn't do.
Yes.
Yeah, well.
So Randa, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I'm honored to be here.
Well, and what an honor today to get that check on behalf of your sister's foundation. And those of you that may not know, we've talked about it a good bit, but you may miss that. Tell everybody what Venice's Foundation, how it was established, and what it's for.
My sister, Vanessa, battled breast cancer for 9 years. And in 2013, she decided that she wanted to do something to give back because having sat in the chemo chair for hours, she saw how people would struggle and herself even, had issues. So she wanted to create a foundation where we pack bags and put items in those bags that help comfort someone going through chemo. And the items are very inexpensive: chapstick, gum, mints, a blanket, a pillow. But it's everything in there is going to be used to help comfort that patient. And when they get the bag and start going through there, they don't even know at the time why they're going to need these things. But in time, they learn, hey, now I know why that was in there. And someone really knew what I needed. And patients going through radiation, it's every day back and forth for that. So we give them a $50 gas card just to help in their gas. So my sister was special, and this was one of her dreams, was to come on the Rick and Bubba show. So it's an honor for me to be here.
It's an honor for us.
Yeah, we're glad you're here. And, $42.49.87 is gonna buy a lot of bags.
Absolutely. Yeah, like you said, it's easy money. And for us, we were honored just to be able to go and do what we love to do, which is eat, and help raise money for what we love to do.
Well, thanks for what you guys continue to do. I've got some friends that are going through cancer treatment right now, and a lot of. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 629 We Be Big. We'll take more of your phone calls coming up, giving away more gifts today, and then tomorrow as we roll to the big year ender. One of the things you can get out there from one of our sponsors, buyraycon.com/Bubba, is a great gift idea. I mean a doozy. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, making premium audio wherever you go. Power Tech products that you never run out of charge. And boy, they've got tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. This company first made a name for themselves with those everyday earbuds, and boy, they're great gift ideas. Raycon Power Tech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their new Magic 180 charging cable, hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, cable devices, Type-C devices. Also, you can buy now, pay later, all kinds of stuff. Save 15% right now off the entire order by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So anyway, Greg and I, thought that it would be a great tribute to Dad to go ahead and hunt this weekend. Our wives thought differently.
Rick, if he had his say, you would be dead right.
Well, let me tell you one thing. If it was somebody else, and I was looking across the room at him and saying, you know what he would have said to me, that plan I just laid out? You know, he said, hey, that works.
That'll work. We'll get back.
Remember what Dad taught us about hunting and dealing with home, okay? I remember one time he got himself in a lot of trouble with Mom, and he was in really bad trouble, okay? And so I think he's not coming to the hunt because Mom, I've been on the phone with her, and I know he's in bad shape.
Right.
She's
unhappy.
She is very unhappy with him. Well, he comes up, pulling his truck up, getting his stuff out, and I said, Dad, Mom's not happy with you. He goes, yeah, no, you're right about that. and I said, I see you still come to the hunt. And remember what the lesson he taught us? He said, well, here's how it goes. And Taylor said he learned the lesson from
he gave Taylor the
same speech. He goes, I'm in trouble either way. He said, there's no your mom suddenly being good with me if I stay and don't hunt. So I get no points for that. Now I'm still in trouble, but I still get a hunt in. And he said, so I'm in trouble either way. Do you want to hunt and me be in trouble, or not hunt and me stay out?
The trouble's there whether I hunt
The trouble
or not.
does not. I can stay in it all weekend, or I can be hunting and be in trouble.
And see, I think people should learn from that. I've
That's a good
always
one.
said when you're in a negotiation or a combat or whatever, you need to give your opponent a way out that
Right.
you want them to go.
That's right.
And give them an avenue of escape. But if you don't do that, see, they go, well, there's no need for me to even try to accommodate.
Yeah. So and I don't, and he just went right on with the hunt. And he would, he didn't even blink. All right, let's get a quick Your America in. This is
Well, it's Christmas time at the White House, right?
Do you even know what to say to what we're about to see in here?
Well, let's just let's check in with the First Lady, Jill Biden, and we'll look at her Christmas video at the White House, and then we'll review one maybe from a year or two ago.
All right, so here is the current First Lady.
Yes.
And this is the video she sends out to our nation. Merry Christmas from the White House.
I actually have the top and bottom going at the same time here. So this is the top is Jill Biden. Here's Jill Biden's. Well, that's not actually Jill Biden, but this is Jill Biden's Christmas video.
Yeah.
On the bottom is Melania Trump's, and you guys might notice a little difference.
All right.
So we're just looking at the video of it.
Yeah. Are y'all making this up?
One features drag queens, and one kind of talks about like Jesus. So
Okay,
they're a little bit different.
So the current First Lady has sent us a drag queen Christmas video. These are all drag queens dressed, dancing around, Christmas trees and candy canes.
Are you
And,
serious?
yeah, and so this is what our current First Lady is sending us. And down below is when Melania Trump was the First Lady, and the White House did a Christmas message that featured Jesus in the nativity scene.
Scene.
Okay.
A little contrast.
So it's a little different. Yeah.
Guys,
That's two different approaches.
This is where it has to concern you, okay? Because some of it you have to start thinking about just even having a mind that can clearly think. Does anybody think that the Biden family is going to be protested by drag queens, LGBTQ, whatever, if they just do a Merry Christmas from the White House and don't even go spiritual, go completely secular, go Santa, go stockings, elves, candy canes, all that. But then they didn't even think. What they did is says, let's be sure, let's do one that may anger people.
Yeah.
That we've brought drag queens into our Christmas message, and this is so defiant and so doubling down on a narrative and a worldview that it should concern you, just the fact that they don't. I mean, this is
Why?
Why would you do
what's the
this?
point?
Why
not just have a Christmas?
And you don't have
thing?
to. How about this? You don't have to do anything that's negative toward different sections of our society. But to take this and let this be the celebration that the nation watches from the same White House, by the way, that we've covered in all sorts of things lately over the last 20 years. And do y'all not? Does it not just concern you, just from a standpoint of just
Adler? Can we hear Melania's version of it? I noticed you were able to go single screen there on it. Can we hear the other one?
Yeah. This is.
That's just
the Biden one. Yeah, let me go try to find the Melania one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You want to have somebody tap dance and all that. That's fine, and have a candy cane. But the part I don't get is the drag show. That just doesn't seem necessary to anybody. You don't have to do anything that upsets people who.
Whatever.
Yeah, just do something that is just.
I've heard other Tucker Carlson. I for some reason, Instagram thinks I love his reels when he's posting stuff now.
Right.
He's been getting out there lately. And when I mean out there, I mean like far out there for me on conspiracy theories and things of that nature when it comes to elections and politics in general. And he's starting to say things like, what people don't realize is it's not political anymore. Like we sit around here I do it. Yeah. And I go, this is just politicians being politicians. And he is making the point now that we're far beyond it being political.
And that's kind of the point I was making.
It's
I
all
agree
about
with that.
power. And what they're doing with things like this is saying, this is who we are. We're in charge. Sorry. Deal with it.
Yeah, because that's the point I was making. It doesn't really make political sense.
It doesn't.
Because it's not a big enough voting block to make a difference, and you've got them anyway.
And that's the first thing I think of. When I hear him say things like that, I think, Tucker, I'm not sure. But then I see this, and I'm like, Tucker's all over this.
Yeah.
He's 100% right.
What we're watching right now is not just let's do what we can do to see if we can get the most votes.
Exactly.
It really isn't.
No.
It is. There's a worldview being indoctrinated into the nation that we're all part of.
Yeah.
And that should be really concerning. This is not how you see the size of government and how we should tax, like you talk about, Bubba, and how we handle foreign affairs and those kind of things. This is a worldview.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is about being on the quote right side and wrong side of history.
That's right. I know. It's and again, if you wanted to say we're the modern day Democrats, so you're not going to hear a lot of Jesus in our Christmas wish. I don't agree with that because it's hard to ignore. That's
kind of what the holiday's about.
That's what the foundation of this is. And this was a nation at one time that recognized that the nation has been a nation of a lot of people that. I know not everybody. I'm not saying that, and no one has to be, have a Christian worldview when it comes to Christmas, and nobody makes you do that. But if you said, "Hey, we're the modern day Democrats," we're going to kind of drop all that, but we're still going to say,
yeah.
Of course, it's hard to leave Christ out of something when you say Christmas, since the name is in it.
But it's in
there. Or if you want to, heck, go. It's we've already said it. It's a worldview. It's not a political move anymore.
No, it's not.
If I could brag a little bit on my.
Is this a humble brag?
No, this is going to be just a braggy brag.
Oh, arrogant brag.
Not even a humble brag.
Egotistical brag.
I knew this was coming, so I've been really trying to hammer it down for Ruby, because at their school they will ask, why do we celebrate the holidays, and then they will write down everybody's answer. Last year Ruby did not pass it. I think she said elves or something like that.
Okay.
But I have a picture. Why do we celebrate the holidays? And many of Ruby's classmates were like, Jesus' birthday. That's good. Some people said Santa's birthday. Jesus gets presents. Jesus eats cookies.
No.
Santa comes to town. Snowman. But then you get down to Ruby, Jesus' birth.
Okay.
So,
that's a big step up from elves.
I love that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it was a close one.
But you know what you realize? Now more than ever, you better be intentional.
You better be hammering that down.
There was a time when in this country, especially where we live, you could be a little lazy as a parent when it comes to the faith, because everybody was telling them, but you really can't be lazy with it anymore.
Yeah.
Because don't assume what society's going to tell them. At one time, it was the same thing you were saying, but it's not anymore. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. And so more giving away coming up, more stories today. We'll get to more of your phone calls, just chatting and hanging out together as we approach the big year ender, which will be right here, Lord willing, tomorrow, wrapping up the Rick and Bubba year.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of them I'll know when the days come up, he'll send a text, say, hey, anything that I can read or videos you think I could watch today?
Yeah,
because I'm going to be here a while.
Yeah.
So you're right. And so thanks for what you guys are doing. And Tim, thank you for what you guys continue to do. So we've done 2 charity charges, and we have our 3rd coming up on Monday. And really tying it all together today, we're excited that on Monday at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Birmingham, that'll also include Pell City, and it'll also include Tuscaloosa. They will all be participating Monday, and those proceeds, when we take the percentage out, it will go to Kevin Derryberry Ministries. Kevin, you get a charity charge on Monday.
That is fantastic. I love Tim and been friends with Tim for I don't know how many years. We go way back.
Way back.
Way back. BC, you know.
I'd like to hear the charge for Kevin one time.
For charity charge coming up on Monday.
Yeah.
This is for Kevin Derryberry Ministries. Bubba, call the Buffalo Wild Wings. Here comes the charity charge.
Come on.
Release the Buffaloes.
And I mean, they hit hard. They don't just ramp up; they hit hard.
That's Bobby Horton on the trumpet. So there goes the charity charge. Kevin, now obviously we've worked with you for many years, and as a matter of fact, those of you that buy BuzzBox coffee, we do hand out grants. If we can't do it every month, we do it a lot of months to the Kevin Derryberry Ministries as well. But this is another opportunity for us to have a big hit at one time. And tell everybody what Kevin Derryberry Ministries are all about. What do you do?
Well, we're all about sharing Jesus Christ and the gospel, but we go to like transitional facilities. These are facilities where men are coming out of prison. They've served their sentence and they're about to enter into society. And we take a whole praise setup, production, everything, and we do an event, a worship service. We present the gospel. Then we give them music. We give them big study Bibles and feed them. And we try to just acclimate them back into society with Jesus Christ, so they can use a different perspective to make decisions when they get out. And then we also, one of the greatest things we do this Christmas is we provide for Christmas for right now we got about 39 teen boys in a behavioral management facility called Safety Net. And each one of them got to make out a list, and each one of them, we try to fulfill each list. We got a $200 limit on each list, but we've fulfilled that list for 39 boys. And we've had people, take a boy and fill out their list. But, it's amazing what they'll ask for, Sometimes one pair of shoes will fill up the whole, thing, So, but we get to go down Friday afternoon and with a trailer full of packaged presents and everything for them. We do that. We go there. We go there every quarter. We go to the transitional facilities every quarter. We do a lot of stuff at the Love Lady Center.
Yeah.
And then we just do other events around the community and go out on foreign mission trips and things like that. We've seen just thousands come to Jesus Christ, come to hope in Christ, and it's we love doing it. It's a blessing. It's something that God has just put on my heart years ago. And made it very clear that this is what we were going to do.
Yeah, so it's evangelical in nature. He hit you with some of the high points there. There's the prison ministry, straight out of the Word of God. You've got taking care of those that need help, that maybe don't have parents, or in a situation where they're trying to get back on their feet, who are actually boys. And then you have, when you mentioned the Love Lady Center, that's an organization I know Betty's been involved in, Sherry's involved in. We've had family members who have benefited from going through there, and even now. And this is an organization that was set up to get women who have found themselves in drug abuse situations that have led to all sorts of calamity in their lives, to try to treat that, to get them through rehab, to get them back on their feet. But it's a faith-based organization, and I know that, Kevin, you're there, as you said, every quarter, I believe. I actually talked to a family member that was there and said they just heard you come and
and sing and preach to them just recently. So it's comprehensive top to bottom, but in the middle of it is whatever the problem is, the Kevin Derryberry Ministry say Jesus is the answer.
Yeah, that's true. It's the only way. What was really neat one time at the Love Lady Center is a lady came up to me and said, "You were just at Safety Net, and my son is there, and you gave him a Bible, and I just want to thank you. And could I have one of those Bibles too?" So, it's kind of, I knew that there would be a connection between a mother and a father and these kids that are in these facilities that we go to, the Safety Net, because they're basically taken away from an abusive situation.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we continue to work through another one. And you can get all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. Check show notes. A lot there as we get ready. We got a lot of deadlines coming up this weekend of things you need to get done. Everybody here today, which is great.
Not again!
Not again!
Are you kidding? Stop that crazy music!
Many gifts?
Stop it!
Many gifts? Another gift. Bubba, what are you doing?
Wow. Rick, I love giving.
I know.
And I can't give enough.
I know.
Now, if you check with our credit card company, I have given up.
You have, and I see that Greg's office with things to ship out just keeps building, and frankly, I don't feel good about it.
They're overrunning me. They're overrunning me.
It's getting a little out of hand.
Right. People thinking they won it, didn't. I mean, it's out of control.
Yeah.
There's too much winning.
Well, Rick, right now, we want somebody.
Are you tired of winning?
No, I'm not tired of winning.
There's just
I
too
never
much
get
winning.
tired of
There's
it.
just so much win, so many
Winning.
wins.
DJI Mini 4 Pro Fly More Combo Plus Drone
Good
kit.
night. Look at that. That's a good one.
Well, that's a good one
What
right
I
there.
like about this, Rick, and a lot of them are going to this, you used to you get your phone or your iPad and you'd hook it to the controller of the drone and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now they're making the controllers with a built-in screen, so you can leave your phone in your pocket and call your buddy and say, "Hey, or take a picture."
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So you don't tie your phone up trying to plug it into the drone.
Right.
This one is really cool. It's got extended battery life. It is a $1,257 value.
Whoa!
This is the coolest thing ever.
Here comes Adler.
Yeah, that's really neat.
My next drone, I think, will be that one. Once the one I got, if I crash it into another tree or something, or when my kids graduate from college, and I can afford it.
Okay.
Well, Adler, what happens with a lot of people, I don't know if you know this, they will be out flying their drone, and it just flies out of range, and they lose it.
Oh,
and then they go buy a new one. And then they find the one that went out of range down the street.
That's like thing you didn't hit that deer, and you find it.
Right. That's it.
This drone is so cool. It's so capable. It's so small. It weighs 249 grams, and they built it and designed it that way because at 250 grams and above, the FAA gets involved. Airspace.
So no pun intended. This one flies under the radar.
It flies under the radar.
There it is.
You don't have to. You don't have to have any examinations. Nothing. So. It's incredibly cool, and it's just, I mean, it's really neat, really neat. I'm going to stop talking.
Anybody got a number?
33.
33?
Yep. You know why?
Why?
Coach's number.
There it is.
Auburn
At
football.
Auburn.
Bullet Bill Burgess. Right. Fullback linebacker, Auburn, wearing number 33.
Let go.
I like that one. That's good. All right, here.
Double three.
You know, and that picture that Auburn put out yesterday, I don't think I've ever seen that picture.
Oh, really?
That was one I don't think I've ever seen.
Oh, that's cool.
All right, here we go. I did see the one somebody.
What is it? Doing the whole thing?
No.
Do I need to go back in there?
It's fine.
It's okay.
It's fine, everybody.
Here we go.
What's the look?
No,
that look, Rick.
Well, I mean, I saw some things that warranted the look, but it's fine now.
The whole screen looked like a Christmas tree for a minute, but it's fine.
By the way, I got under my Christmas tree last night.
How
Looked
cool.
up. That was
Isn't
cool.
it neat?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I started to send y'all pictures.
Like you were under a car?
Nervous.
Yes.
Everybody send us a picture laying under your Christmas tree looking up.
Here we go.
Send it to speedy@rickandbubba.com.
Yep.
And copy Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
And
Greg at
1,
rickandbubba.
2. Let's do it again.
Oh, here. I
If
got
it, he said if it goes a whole close it out,
5,
bring it back up.
6, 7,
That's what Brett
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
19, 20, 21, 22.
I feel like we're climbing Mount Everest carefully.
23,
over all the
24,
ice.
25, 26.
We're on that ladder that goes over
27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Mackenzie from Birmingham.
Oh, caller 32.
Oh, man.
Mackenzie. Mackenzie.
Dang nabbit.
Doggone it. Greg, do you win anything?
Let me check and see.
Do I win
$100?
No, you don't. But I tell you what you do. I got good news. You do win $40. $40 from Best Buy. $40 from Best.
That's a way to go. $40.
40 smackaroos. It's no drone, but hey, it's
no
better than
drone.
nothing.
And if you wonder why it's only $40, you can tell that's where they cut Bubba off.
That's all that was left on the card.
Last card to make it out. Yep.
We got taxes.
All right, here we go.
I think that was our reward points for all this.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Stan from Illinois.
Stan from Illinois. Stan, you're caller 33.
You won it, Stan! Stan, we're going to fly it all the way to you.
Stan, you
With
did
his
it.
laptop.
And Stan, where'd you say you're calling from again?
Illinois.
Illinois. And what-
Illinois, see?
So how do you get the Rick and Bubba Show out of Ramsey, or how do you get it?
Ramsey and then the TuneIn app.
All right.
Winner.
That'll way to go.
Chicken dinner.
That'll way to go. Tell him what he's won, Bubba.
Rick, he won the DJI Mini 4 Pro. Now, this is the Fly More kit. You get all the goods you need in here. You got the screen, controller, extended battery life. And as Adler was telling you, this thing is a next-generation drone. It is super light, has extra special omnidirectional obstacle sensing for enhanced safety, so you can't fly it into your neighbor's chimney.
So well done, Stan. Well done, my friend. We'll put you on hold. Merry Christmas from Rick and Bubba. A drone headed his way.
Yep.
Out of Ramsey, Illinois.
Let's take one more.
Worked. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's go to, that was caller 33. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Beth.
Hey, Beth.
Enterprise.
Oh, Beth, you're caller 34.
That's okay.
So close. I mean, Greg, did she win anything?
Beth, I hate to do this.
Yeah.
Dang it. My wife
Oh,
hates it.
no.
So I'm not going to. You get a $100 Amazon card. Winner.
Oh, man! Stop it, Greg! Stop it!
I'm just giving stuff out left and right.
Holy crap! Stop! He's like a slot machine. Stop it! Stop the winning!
I can't help it.
We gotta stop it.
I'm trying to make up for all the negative I've been doing.
All right, Beth, you won a $100 gift card.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Boy, we're giving stuff out left and
Beth,
right.
where are you calling from?
I don't know what to write down.
Enterprise.
Enterprise. You told us that, didn't you? So how do you get the show?
YouTube and the 103.9.
Yeah. You got all kinds of stuff going on. All right, let me put you on hold, and we'll get your information. And Beth, enjoy that card. There you go.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
All right.
Thank you. Merry
Beth
Christmas.
got something.
You got, guys, the winning's got to stop.
It's out of control.
I feel like a slot machine.
How do you stop winning?
It's just pouring out of us.
It seems like the winning is coming downhill, and there's nothing we can do.
Rick, the back of my truck's going to be full on my way to UPS.
I know.
I'll have stuff stacked in there.
Right
like
till we get there and they
cordwood.
reject your
Maybe
card.
it'll be
Yeah, no,
full.
they're not going to pay for it.
It might be full when you leave UPS.
Let me check my personal account because I have to cover it.
Yeah, I think Bubba's gonna have to go on this trip with you.
Yeah, you may have to go with me.
Greg, is there any hope of you getting a payroll notification? I
hope so. Push this baby on through.
God love you. So thank you very much. If you're leaving us, I know.
Can't believe it.
How about for the rest of the year,
Good night.
counting the kickoff hour tomorrow, there's 6 hours left.
You can't afford not to listen.
No, you
No,
can't.
that's right.
We're not done today. boys.
What? There's more today.
What?
Bubba, stop
I still
it.
got a stack of yellow over
Hey,
here.
stop the winning.
The phone is yelling mercy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or their parents may be in jail and they're hurting, man. They're hurting. They don't have good examples, and we just want to go love on them and tell them that Jesus loves them,
Well, that'll be coming up on Monday. So thank you, Tim, for what we did for Venice's Foundation. Randa, thank you for being here. Kevin, looking forward to what we're going to see produced on Monday for you. Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of all food sales on Monday. That's Birmingham, Pell City, Tuscaloosa, all those participating locations. So make plans to be part of that. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Bubba Bussy.
There he is, and I'm glad to say Merry Christmas, Rick. I know not everybody here on the staff feels that way until it's Christmas Day, but I think it's Christmas season.
It's Christmas season.
So
Merry
I say
Christmas.
Merry Christmas the whole
Merry
time.
Christmas, Merry Tuesday, Merry Wednesday, whatever you want to call it, whatever day of the week it is. So we will talk a little bit. What'd you say, Greg?
I said, or just say, I hope you have a Merry Christmas, because it's not Christmas yet.
Well, that's true. I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah. That's what I go with. That's me and Bubba's been debating it.
Yes, I think it's the Christmas season, so it's
Right.
implied Merry
Right.
Christmas.
You
don't have a birthday season, and that was kind of the comparison. I understand that. You don't say
No,
happy
sure.
birthday to the day, but Merry
Right.
Christmas.
Right. The question was asked in the kickoff hour because because Greg, he has this big New Year's thing where once it's New Year's and New Year's Day is over, you can't say Happy New Year anymore.
Right.
So we asked him, when is it too early to say Merry Christmas? Like when?
Yeah, right.
And he gave us December the 1st. For you can say I hope. He says I hope
this is
you
just
have
my
a Merry
rules.
Christmas.
It's his own rule. What he goes
And
by.
on Christmas Day you can say Merry Christmas, but then after that you can't say it anymore.
And I'll be honest, the post-Christmas people that, well, did y'all have a good Christmas? That's just wasted talk. They can't think of something to say. That's all that is.
I heard that part on the kickoff hour, and Greg was 100% right, where we use some of these things. There's weather, which is always available to
Always
you.
available to you.
And then various holiday things when you get into a situation and you don't have any small talk.
Right.
And I'll tell you, they're like gold to go to, because it's not the things you discuss with people that you really have conversations with all the time.
No.
As you said, you got so many other things to talk about. Like I don't spend much time talking to Bubba other than the one time when we get back, say, I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And that's it. I won't be saying that 3 and 4 days later, because we got to think.
Did y'all have Merry Christmas?
Yeah, did y'all have Merry Christmas?
Yeah, it's February, but yeah, we did. I appreciate it. I mean, and Happy New Year to me by midnight 30 should be over. Because you said, hey, Happy New Year.
But you said you would allow New Year's Day,
I'll
right?
give you that.
Okay.
After that, done.
No, I agree. After that, it's not. I don't know why we're doing it. But, yeah, I got you. So, but Greg, like you said, what it is, it's,
Rules for the holiday.
What it is, Greg, that is what you got on your depth chart for small talk.
That's it. And that's
Yeah.
fine. There's
Right.
nothing wrong with it. I
Greg,
mean, I get tired of talking about the weather. At least we got something different.
I'm curious. Your rules for life has been a topic of this on
Oh,
the
yeah.
show for many years,
Many
even
years.
before you were on the
Oh,
show
yeah.
full time.
Just some rules I go by.
What do you think about these things, or do they just kind of hit you?
They just evolve.
Or
They just evolve.
At some point, do you think, all right, that's it, I'm declaring that a rule of mine, or how do you
It
address
usually, like with the
What's
happy,
the process?
The Happy New Year thing, I'll give you the prime example for that. I never really noticed it early. And then all of a sudden one day people were saying Happy New Year, and I was looking like it's like the 5th. And I thought, wait a minute. I mean, it's not. You don't say Happy New Year after the 1st,
right?
You shouldn't,
right?
It just accumulates over time, Bub, and then want to pop out.
Yeah,
And you go, well, that's it.
Well, like
Yeah.
you say,
That's it.
Christmas does have its season, but on New Year's, that's almost like wishing somebody happy Valentine's, like on February the 18th.
Yeah, I mean, and
hey, happy Valentine's. You're like, well, hey, that was.
And the post Christmas, like again, we need that conversation that when you're just filling time. So it has its purpose, but you know.
We're just
It's
feeling
very
time.
insincere.
See,
honest to goodness, though, they really don't care whether you had a good. They don't want you to have a bad one,
right?
But they weren't sitting there and going, "I wonder if Bubba had a good Christmas." I'm going to ask him.
And
They're
see,
not doing that.
And see, here's where the problem
totally
comes in
follow.
too. There's a point where it probably would be appropriate to say season's greetings to somebody and
see,
cover a
that's-
lot of it. But see, I don't want to do that and
I
take
don't know.
Christmas out of it. You know, so
Yeah. No,
I'm going to stay
well,
on Christmas
and this may-
longer than I normally
Well,
would.
this may surprise you, and you're right. I'm doing Christmas really to annoy people to some point, because there really isn't anything wrong with saying happy holidays or season's greetings, because especially before Thanksgiving,
right?
Because you're talking about multiple holidays,
right.
And right now, if you say happy holidays, there are multiple holidays. There's Christmas, there's Hanukkah,
But then I
there's
feel bad.
There's
See,
there's New Year's Day. And all of that. But, yeah, I'm like you, because Christmas has been abused. I have to go out there and use it more than I was using it in the past.
Yes.
But I will say this. You can't call a Christmas tree anything but a Christmas tree, because that's the name of it.
Right.
That's
Now,
what it's
now
called.
I got nothing for that. I will not allow that tree to be called anything other than a Christmas tree, because that's all it is.
That's it.
If you don't want to have one, that's fine, but that's what it's called.
Yeah.
And that I wouldn't call, as I said, a menorah a holiday candle arrangement.
No, it's,
I would call it a menorah.
It is specific
because that's what it is.
Right,
Right.
To a religious celebration.
Right.
And I did catch myself. I'm a little further out than I normally am. I told someone this week, "Hey, I hope y'all have a Merry Christmas." That's a little early.
Right.
I usually tell you that the week of Christmas.
Week of Christmas.
If I'm not
But
going to
just
say
saying Merry Christmas, isn't that the same thing as saying I hope you have a Merry Christmas?
I guess it can be.
I mean, I don't want to split hairs.
Yeah,
in
it
our
can be.
grading.
But to me, Merry Christmas would be it's Christmas Day, and you walk up and go, "Hey, buddy, Merry Christmas." Just like I said on your birthday, I go up and say, "Hey, happy birthday." I don't tell you happy birthday. Hey, hope you have a happy birthday.
I know, but birthday is a day. It's not a season.
I got it though, but in my mind,
well, Christmas Day is a day.
Right.
But
There's a Christmas season.
Right.
yeah, and that's when. But during the season, you wish them to have a Merry Christmas.
Right.
But again, I did it a little earlier than I should have. I kind of broke a rule. I normally, but what I thought was this particular person, I said, well, I'm not going to see him before Christmas. But now I'm thinking too much. But I did, and I said, so hey.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Here we are, the Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world, on various platforms, live and archived. 30 years we've been at it. The big year ender comes your way tomorrow as we wrap up 30 years. And then we'll, Lord willing, be back on the 3rd of January to celebrate the anniversary all year long. And we hope you all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being with us. You have been such a blessing to us over 30 years, and we want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
We do, and Bubba, I just want to beg you on behalf of all of us, stop the winning.
No,
I mean, just stop. Look, you're killing the team.
Winning.
I mean, the team. I mean, you're killing the team.
Look, I just want to give. It's my heart, Rick.
Right.
I know
It's just. I mean, that's it.
I gotta. We're trying to make up for a lot of the things Greg said this year.
Right.
So it's the only way I know to do
we
it.
continue to roll that out. So anyway, and also obviously yesterday the guys let you know about the earthly passing of a big legend on the show, Greg and me, our dad. Bill Burgess, and like I say, there's a lot of people mourning the earthly passing of Dad, which we understand, but also here a special mourning because of the amount of content that we just lost. But you know what? He's provided us so much over the years. We certainly can. I heard Joe yesterday that people were telling me we flash back on some of those, and we have plenty in the bank. But that's one sad thing that we won't have any new ones to deal with, but there's all kinds of things to review on, and we were sitting around. I think it was one of the most beautiful things, and I sent that out to you guys, that in the final hours of his life here on Earth, we were sitting in his hospice room. Wonderful, kind people there with hospice, and they were just being so gracious and kind. These people are just cut from a different cloth, and because that's all they do every day, and they've chosen to do it, is to help families in this process. And so that, when you get to hospice, a lot of the rules just kind of go away.
You know, they don't care how many people's in the room. They don't, you know, whatever. Bring in, stay all day, do whatever you want to do. And so I just thought about, I mean, if all of us out there living our lives, so have we lived our lives in a way that if we were in the same situation, we would be surrounded by a wife who adores us, children who adore us and respect us, and consider that they're not like a lot of people that have to go out and say, I got daddy issues. How about our family? We don't have any daddy issues. Right. We have a great dad who took care of us. Certainly not a perfect man. None of us are. But the things that you need to get right, he did. And then surrounded by grandchildren that not only don't see you as outdated, they adore you and wanted to be around you. And they didn't come to see you because they thought it was obligation that you're supposed to go see your grandparents. They adored time with you. And then everybody's telling all these legendary stories because, hey, you talk about, like we said, a unique individual, and then, you know, coaches and then players and so many things. And so we were discussing the one that I kind of made a mistake, I guess, a little bit added on the picture you pulled up. You could see where I was going. And and I'll talk about this a little bit at the memorial service on Sunday, but, you know, the thing that hit everybody at one point, now, you know, you think about, which, you know, a lot of us are going to have this situation. Bubba, you're already there, and I'm getting there, where there's a reunion with our parents. Mm-hmm. And my dad and both his parents have already gone on into glory, and he has a mother that probably is in charge of something in heaven. and so, or at least had to be told she wasn't.
Right,
okay, but
right.
anyway, so you have that. And then, of course, he's got cousins, and, you know, on my dad's side, his daddy was kind of like your family, Bubba, where your daddy, my dad only has one sister, but my granddaddy had 12 brothers and sisters. Yeah. So Dad has tons of uncles and cousins and, you know, all this, and Sherry has that in her family, too. Sherry has so many cousins, I don't even know that.
Yeah, my dad was one of 10.
Yeah, wow. and Sherry has it on both sides.
I got cousins I hadn't met.
Yeah, how about Sherry has it on both sides? Her dad has tons of siblings, and her mom has tons of siblings.
That's
I think
a
they
lot.
total for 20-something between the two of them.
Good night.
But anyway, so there's a lot of that. But one of the moments in life with Dad that was probably, well, it was a pivotal moment for everybody. But you know, I'm a grown man at the time, and already, you know, had 5 children, and Dad and I, you know, the relationship changes a little bit, which is enjoyable, actually, when you become an adult and they recognize you as an adult, and they drop all the parenting stuff, and now they're just wisdom for you, you know.
Right.
And so when Bronner went to heaven at 2.5 years old, that really, really had an impact on Dad. It really, really rocked him because of his love of his grandchildren and just his love of children in general. And so I don't remember who the first person who uttered it, but we started thinking about that he had his reunion with Bronner.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a picture that Sherry has, and we keep it up right here, of this is Bronner sitting on his lap. Wow. So we're sitting outside. We've all been outside playing, and ironically in the pool. And Dad is out there, and we're barbecuing, you know, and doing all that kind of stuff. And he's got him sitting there in his little bathing suit, and they're eating something. Of course, Pop's giving him whatever he wants. and there's this moment that Sherry captured of that little boy looking into the eyes of his grandfather, but it opened up a door, you know, because my dad is definitely a man of faith and was raised in the faith, you know, completely. Mm-hmm. And I remember that it opened up a conversation between he and I that he said, hey, I think it's time for you and I to have some discussions about things about God that I'd like to talk about.
Yeah.
And we got into some really deep conversations, and there was this odd moment where the man who had raised me in the faith was kind of coming to me going, I see what you and Sherry have been doing, been paying attention to this kind of stuff, and let's talk about who God is and all this. Yeah. And now he wouldn't come out and act at that directly.
Right.
But I remember being in the backyard and just walking through the backyard. You know, when you're dealing with these men from that era, they don't just come out and say, well, I'll tell you what, I don't. Right. They kind of walk around it. And you know, I'm just thinking to myself, you know, about this situation, you know, in Bronner, and, you know, kind of watching how y'all live your life, and, you know, the fact this would happen. I mean, just, you know, may start talking about a lot of stuff. That was kind of that's as close as you're gonna get to hey, let's talk about this. And then I would very respectfully, say, well, here, let's talk about this verse a little bit. And so what was interesting about that, one of the verses that meant a lot to us was John 16:33. Well, Sherry gave Mom and Dad years ago this thing that has John 16:33 on it, and it's like this. I don't know how you describe it, Greg. It's set up in their apartment. It's on a kind of
easel.
On an easel. And Dad, when his mind was was completely going and completely gone, he would glance over at that verse and he would talk about it all the time.
He would read it out loud.
And read it out loud. He said, "I like that verse right there." I'm talking about after saying something that didn't make any sense whatsoever.
No. Wow.
And then he would see that.
A hand gesture.
And he said, "I say this so that you'll have peace. In this world you will have trouble." Hey, here's what I like right here. I've overcome the world. I said, "That's right, Dad. I've overcome the world." I like that. And that was one
read it to you.
And that was one of the conversations that we had that Jesus said there would be tribulation, there would be difficult, but because of what he did. And then to hear him talk about that verse so many times, even at the height of Alzheimer's, and know that verse, and when he stepped into the presence of God, and the reunion takes place, ultimately the most important thing, with the God that redeemed you. And then secondary, realizing, oh, you overcome that. So my grandson is actually is more alive than he's ever been, thanks to you. And so that so everybody started talking about that reunion taking place, and we were just like, and
when you sent that to us yesterday,
yeah,
wow.
Well, it's it's something,
man.
That's a big one right there.
It is.
Yeah.
Sure is.
We'll come back. We'll take some of your phone calls on any topic. 629 we be big. 629 we be big. But without God being gracious and without Jesus doing what he did, there's no hope in any of it.
You're right.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Merry Christmas, and I thought to myself, ooh, December 2nd, that's a little early.
Right. Did you really want them to have a Merry Christmas?
Well, I don't want them not to have a Merry Christmas, but I wasn't concerned.
Does
about it now.
Right. Does it bother you when you're buying a Christmas gift and checking out, and whoever sold you the item or working the cashier's desk says, "Hey, have a Merry Christmas" or "Merry Christmas"? Do you respond?
I do.
Sadly, if you're going to,
I'm looking at Greg.
Can I say this? Sadly, Speedy, that's not something to worry about anymore because nobody will do it.
That's a good point. I will say, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. I'm not going to say, hey, Merry Christmas, especially if it's not Christmas.
So your reply to them is, I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
too.
you have a Merry Christmas too. Something like that.
Do you hate when you do have to do it?
No, I don't hate it.
Kind of.
I prefer not to do it, but I don't hate it.
And this all
It's
really
necessary evil.
is an outgrow of the classic Greg rules of life.
I love them.
He doesn't like puppet to human interaction
all that
on TV or movies.
Done. Can I tell you, Greg, I follow all of it. Now, I don't adhere to it, but I follow it. I certainly understand the logic of everything you've ever mentioned.
I think you get it sometimes. You'll go, I get that. It's
no,
bizarre.
I get it. I get all of it.
Yeah.
I'm good at seeing the logic in it.
Right.
Some of it I just go, well, I got my own logic.
Right, yeah. or
and that's
or
good.
I don't care how logical it is, it's still what I do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I do what I do.
Right. But I understand I understand every quirk of yours completely. I don't adhere to all of them, but I get them. I'm not bothered by all of them.
There's a few sequels I like.
Yeah.
And I enjoy a good military band.
Right. I understand the logic behind why we're doing it, though. I mean,
Right.
it seems like you'd have people that are just that do that. They're not haven't.
Let's
been,
don't bring the military band back.
No,
Yeah, please not.
Your analogy of Paris Island is solid gold.
I've got some bad. Actually, a guy wanted to come fight me up here one day about that.
Yeah.
Of course, he plays in the military band. I'm not concerned, but but he did want to fight me.
Right. Sure.
It's still funny.
Right.
That's the one I gave the address to. It finally got to that point. I said 700 Montgomery High. And I was going to look out the window, and if he looked big, I go, Greg's back there in the back. He's bald, and he's got a goatee. I mean, he's waiting on you.
Right. And when there he is right there, and he's mad.
He said, bring it on.
Bring it on.
A man who serves as a president. We honor the office like today with George H. Bush's funeral, and all that is underway now. The casket being taken out of the Capitol building. It's about our country. It's about what we are and where we stand in the world, how we honor people who serve. It's so much more above politics. It seems senseless to even put it in the same category.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Two things I'd probably do. Now, it will have nothing to do with whether I'd go or not. So just say I went during the Clinton years.
Yeah.
Okay. We won championship. Am I going to let Clinton near my wife? No.
No, probably not.
Am I going to get between him and her? Yes. Am I going to shake his hand? Yes. Will I probably wash it after I shake it? Probably.
You better.
Right. But that doesn't mean that I agree with Bill Clinton or he agrees with me.
No.
It doesn't even mean he might even like me. He's honoring my team for being the champions of the world this time. That's all it is.
If I sit down with him and he asks me a question, we get to have a conversation about it. I might explain my differences and why. But that would be the time to do it, not turn down the thing for the team. Look, the team is a lot like the. It's just the honor of going. You know.
Well, it goes back to when you and I, on two different occasions, had an opportunity to meet the president. I think both times that was W, right?
Yes.
And we had a chance to meet the president. They told us, because it's good behavior. Okay, let's say that you and I had a chance
manners
to meet Obama that day. I would have done it.
Yes.
I would have been fantastic. But here's the thing. They said, and sometimes, we probably all need to learn this in other settings, not just in this. Hey, you're here today. What a chance for you to meet the president. We're honored you're here. If you're thinking here in line, this is your time to pitch him on some policy.
Yeah, your policy for Africa or something. I think what the example was.
Yeah.
The nice man with a machine gun was telling us.
The nice man said, "This is not the setting for that. This is a meet, a thank you, and a picture
photo op.
A photo op. Yep. That's it. If you want to pitch, how you think we should handle, the Middle East, then that's a meeting at the White House. That's a letter to your congressman." This is not the time and place for that, and you kind of need to remember that. And sometimes all of us need to kind of learn, what's appropriate in this setting and what's not. I kind of think that's kind of a lost teaching thing.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I can tell you a lot of times. It seems there's a lot of children that don't know when to be appropriate, when not to be. What is the proper setting here? It's like we've lost the ability to look at ourselves and think, hey, this is not the appropriate time or place for fill in the blank. All right, we're back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so here's a story that is, you talk about ironic, all this that's going on in the Middle East and some of the anti-Semitic, things that we're like, are people just letting this go? And we talked about that. But this is a really interesting piece of video, and we'll get to your phone calls the rest of this segment and next segment after this, but if we need to. But this is really, really a daunting video, and Bubba set it up.
Rick, let me tell you this. You can't write something like this, and we have video to prove it's not made up. A Turkish lawmaker is giving a speech on in the Assembly of Turkey there in the capital city. He's 53 years old, and I'm quoting about his speech. He's wearing Israel out, okay? Mm-hmm. He says, "We can hide perhaps from our conscience, but not from history. Israel will suffer the wrath of Allah." Mm-hmm. Seconds later, he drops of a heart attack.
Wow.
He is alive, but in critical condition. Here is the video.
Okay.
They will not be silent, even if history remains silent. The truth will not be silent. If only you could be saved from the torment of history, you cannot be saved from the wrath of Allah. Salutations to you all.
Well, look, and you can see he's struggling. Down he goes. Wow. I mean, he drops. Right after he said it, he drops of a heart attack.
Good night.
I mean, unbelievable. I mean, guys, don't think it's like he walks up and we see him later. He can't even get out from behind the podium before he falls down.
Careful what you say.
Mm-hmm. Look, watch him right here.
No, he's right.
So boom, and down he goes. Looks like a deer that's been shot. He even had an arm out there doing this. I mean, it's wow. You know how sometimes they'll hit and they'll have a leg going.
If someone had told you that story, you would go, "Well, somebody made that up. That ain't real."
Right? No, you would. I think they're exaggerating.
Yeah,
right after.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow. To the phones we go. Let's go to Rebecca out of Birmingham, listening to us on ZZK. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi guys.
Hey.
So, I wanted to bring back the other day. Somebody came on the show and was talking about a pet deer that they had.
Yes.
And I wanted to say that literally not even 3 weeks ago, I went to like a sort of a Thanksgiving dinner at one of my family's houses. And there was a deer standing outside, and it came up to us. And my father-in-law told me that it was the neighbor's pet deer, that they had rescued it from drowning in a lake or something, and they brought it back to their house, and it's been playing with the kids, and it's just their pet deer.
Yeah, they're gonna get in trouble for that though. Yeah, you can get in trouble for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're just free roaming,
right?
And
If
you're
they're not
feeding
caging
them,
it,
but the guy that called in the other day actually in his house, I think.
Yeah,
he had it inside his house.
Yeah,
it was watching TV or something.
Which let's just say that's a little odd.
Yeah. I've heard of these people that rescue deer, or maybe their mom gets killed or whatever, and they start feeding it, bottle feeding it, and these deer really relate to, well, this is my home now. This is where I'm going to stay, and love you guys. I don't know that that's how the deer talks. But,
if it could, he'd probably say that.
Yeah. Mike in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, I first off want to say I'm sorry about your dad.
Thank you, man.
But the things that y'all have said about him, he was obviously a very special person. But night before last on Hannity, Ted Cruz was on there, and he said that I don't know how they got on the subject, but he said that in Jeffrey Epstein's house, there was a portrait of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red pumps.
Yes. Didn't we
Yeah,
talk
we
about
covered
that?
that story. Yeah,
that is true. We covered that years ago when that was first discovered. You're
a
right.
lot of people don't know this, but Speedy actually has a picture of Greg in a red dress in his house.
That's why I get him to do the things I need.
James in Alabama. James, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Just going to give you a little memory of your dad. I used to work for a vending company there in Oxford called Vendala, and we had Jackson steak. And I delivered 5 cases of Diet Coke to his office one morning. And I told him, I said, man, I really like your son's show, him and Bubba. I said, what do you think about it? And he goes, that's a heck of a way to make a living, isn't it?
He said that all the time. He did. Well, that's funny because his parents thought that coaching wouldn't really work, right? Or was it your grandparents?
It was It was his. My mother's grandmother.
Yeah.
My mother's grandmother didn't know Dad, couldn't believe Dad was getting paid for coaching football.
Yeah.
And every time she'd see him, she'd go, "You got you a job yet, Billy?" and he said, "No, I'm a coach." You still balling it? That's what
Still
she would
balling
say.
it.
That's what she was saying. Wes in Spanish Fort. Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the video from the White House.
Yeah.
You can take the people, the nativity, everything out of both of them. And one thing I noticed is one of them looks like a circus, and one was real clean and classic. I mean, maybe it's the state of our country that's being video or something.
More ways than one.
Yeah, it's those videos say a lot, and most of it's sad.
Yes, it is. It's not a good
feeling.
feeling.
It's even hard to even laugh because you're just like it's really really so bad. We continue. Bo in Louisville, Kentucky. Bo, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, God bless you all for your show.
Thank you, man. Back at you, brother.
Sorry about your loss. You brought back a lot of memories of Dad taking me hunting. And
oh, isn't it great to have those memories? I'm so glad that I had a dad that took me hunting and fishing, and I hope my kids are glad they had one to do too. Mm-hmm. There's something special about that,
sir.
Yeah,
sir. Could I brighten your day today with maybe a tape measure?
Are you going to give him one of the Walt tape measures?
Yeah, I can. I mean, he's
he's remembering his daddy.
I understand. How about a tape measure?
How about
sir?
A tape measure from DeWalt?
Man, I use a tape measure constantly in my work, and I will cherish it.
All right, well, Bo, consider it done.
A great memory.
It's got a light on it too.
You guys,
thank you.
Yeah,
Merry
you guys
Christmas.
have brought in a lot of good memories.
Well, Bo, thank you, and Merry Christmas.
And Bo, you think of us every time you measure a 2x4.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah. Everything. He says he does it a lot too.
That's right. I could tell he needed this.
We'll come back. We'll hit anything else
today.
that's out there, but we'll continue chatting with you too at 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big. Birmingham Bowl Talk coming up this hour. We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we got to get better at that. We got to start developing some basic social skills again. It just seems lost.
Well, just basic respect for humans, human life. You know.
Yeah, but
you can have disagreements.
Well, there used to be the ability to kind of go in your own mind, the ability to reason, to say, "Hey, this is not the right thing to do in this situation." And this is the right thing to do in this situation. It's almost like people don't understand. And I'm not talking about hard stuff. Some things are complicated. I'm talking about the basic, common, decent, appropriate behavior. You know, there are some complicated things in life, but we can't even get the simple stuff right anymore.
No.
You know, should I be doing what I'm doing right now in this setting? You really shouldn't. Should I remove my baby from a guy giving a speech if he's screaming or she's upset? There was a time everybody knew to do that. Everybody did. Hey, should we be talking during the movie while everybody's trying to watch the movie? We all knew you weren't supposed to do that. You know, hey, I'm meeting somebody with their family as they're going into a restaurant. I shouldn't be standing here right now wanting to tell them a big story why his wife keeps looking back and they're trying to get to their seats. You know, I shouldn't really ask that person this right here, right now. This is not the setting for that. We used to know all that. And it's like we don't know it anymore.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brush up on it just a little bit. I got to get my flow down.
Oh,
right?
goodness gracious.
It's coming, though.
Is this from Larry the Leaf?
Yes, it is.
I understand that the Edgar's Bakery, Speedy's got his theme cake. It's got him on it. And he's
it's
saying,
funny.
What does it say? Who's got lunch?
Somebody's buying my lunch, and it has dollar bills flying all around it. And he's got his hands like.
Well, it'll be a fun day. Lot to uncover. Well, we got some headlines.
How about a little buttercream icing on it, though?
Yeah.
He said buttercream.
Anything
buttercream.
So I know that Greg says that he needs a few minutes to get ready for Speedy's 50th birthday poem. Speedy's dad, as you know, writes poems, and Speedy, you said he's been writing poems for a long time.
Oh yeah,
and then of course is a children's book author now. Larry the Leaf, the series, second book coming soon.
Right.
And so he has written a 50th birthday poem for you. And
has he really?
And over the years, your dad has written various poems for various, holidays and celebrations and acknowledgments. But this one today is a little more personal because it's about you.
Oh, no.
But all of it is odd that of all people on the show to read things that are really emotional and supposed to move you, we've selected Greg to read them.
Yeah.
And if I understand, your dad wants Greg to read them, right?
Most definitely. Yeah, he does.
So
he likes how Greg reads the poems, and anytime I get one, I print it out and give it to him. But he has gone around me this time and sent it directly to you guys.
All right, here comes your birthday cake first.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay. Here
well,
it comes.
yeah.
It's so funny to see them.
But
do
you
this.
should be glad this is kind of getting over with.
Yeah, I like that.
All
Yeah,
right, so
good.
So here we
good
go.
stuff.
Sing it.
Ah, look at him.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm not supposed
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Speedy. Happy birthday to you. Hey, I'm 50.
Look at me, I'm 50.
Thank you, guys.
The Otis, it's been a long time, baby.
Yes, it has.
All right, so now in Edgar's Bakery, as we talked about last
Look at
segment,
that cake.
buttercream icing. It has a very Speedy's easy to draw. If ball
Is this a ball joke?
Yeah, I mean ball people are easy to draw.
Yeah.
And so he's on there, and money's flying around, and he's reaching his pockets like he doesn't have any, and asks who's getting his lunch.
Well, it's asking who's getting his lunch today, Rick, and I want to.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Merry Christmas. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. The real Greg Burgess, and trust me, he and I both haven't got a whole lot of sleep lately over the last couple of days. But when Greg gets back to his house, he lays down that Helix Sleep and gets a couple hours?
That's right.
Couple hours.
You know why? Custom made, the way I like it.
That's right. Well, they're going to ask you how you sleep, and it won't take long. It only takes a couple minutes. And you'll let them know if you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. You like a firm mattress, something in between, maybe a soft mattress. They have big and tall models. They have models especially for children, if it's going to be a child's bed. 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models. And you can tell them, this is what I prefer. They build around the way you prefer to sleep. What a concept. And they send it right to your door. There's no shipping. And if you don't like it within 100 nights of sleeping on it, they'll take it back and they'll refund you the money. So if you'd like to find out more, 25% off at HelixSleep.com. That's supposed to be 20, isn't it? They still ain't changed the copy, have they? Is that supposed to be 20% off? Greg?
20.
Yeah,
20.
it still says 25% on the copy.
We talked about it.
20% off at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save 20%. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Remember, that is a 20% saving. All right, so we have coming up, told you Bubba tonight at Jacksonville State for the big concert, the big Rock On concert. He'll be the MC tonight. Coming on December the 23rd, Protective Stadium, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn working the crowd into a frenzy for the Birmingham Bowl, the 76 Birmingham Bowl. And it'll be coming up on that evening as the Duke Blue Devils will take on the Troy Trojans. And we have right here with us today Mark Meadows with the Birmingham Bowl to get everybody ready for the big game coming up December 23rd. Mark, welcome back.
Well, thank you. I got all excited when Heather told me I was going to be here. I thought she said Friday, and I was going to get to sing along with Derry Berry, but, you know.
Oh, the big year ender.
He's working on Jingle Bell.
That really hurt, didn't it? So we have, really it's been an icon that Bubba and I grew up with, and that's that 76 orange ball. I can remember seeing those all over the place. And
we used to have one on our antenna on the car.
Yeah,
they used
you
to
could
give
put
away
one
the
on.
little
You
phone.
sure orange ball, the Spirit of 76.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do remember
the Spirit of 76.
That's
and
back when they came out and they'd wash your window for you when they filled you up. You remember that?
Yeah. And the Motor Racing Network at Talladega, they sat in orange balls in each turn. That was the little studio.
Barney Hall.
All the time, and they had that big Spirit of 76 ball there. So they're sponsoring the Birmingham Bowl. So let's talk about that relationship.
Yeah, so Motiva has worked with us to form a relationship to have 76, like you just mentioned, the iconic brand be part of our game. They've got some promotions that we have put out on social media, and so I think you can win tickets to the game. You can win a special like a suite or not a suite, but special tickets to the game. So there's lots of things. If you watch our social media, you'll be able to see the things that they are offering, and then we're just happy to have them on board as our title sponsor moving forward. And all the different plans that we have around Bowl Week.
Mark, you have to be excited. You've got this beautiful new stadium. I know you've been in it a few years, but it's just a very nice place to go see a ball game. And you got two great teams coming in, one local, one a little more legendary from the ACC, but it's going to be a great matchup.
Oh yeah, both of these teams come in after great season. When I say great season, I mean Duke has the last 2 years. They've really had some success, and unfortunately for both of these teams, they were so successful that both their coaches got hired to go to other programs.
Yeah.
But that they do come in on a high note, both teams, and so we're excited about having them in. We think it's going to be a great ball game.
Well, when you look at so many bonuses of the new stadium, like Bubba said, which you guys have enjoyed the last couple of years. But then the bonus of Calvin Speedy Wilburn. When you go to Protective, it's like, please tell me we get to have Speedy for the bowl game as well. Talk about the excitement this young man brings to every situation, including the Birmingham Bowl.
Well, he brings a lot of energy, So we love having him there. A lot of energy this year. We've got a winter wonderland in the south terrace of the stadium.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, we're gonna have all sorts of things going on there. We're giving away a PS5 again this year. GameStop is going to be up in that end zone. We've got snow machines. We've got Santa. We've got a gingerbread house with a slide. We got all sorts of things. Speedy's going to be right in the middle of all of that. And on top of that, then he gets to give away some Conica sausage products. So we'll be excited about all that.
Yeah. Yeah, his Conecuh sausage promotion, we've talked about
second
it.
Second to none.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so many times.
YouTube sensation.
On the program. So we've got.
Isn't he going to be dressed as the 76 ball?
Greg, actually, no, he's actually going to be dressed as the Link.
Okay.
So anyway, and he has the head for it.
He does.
But talking about moving the game to before Christmas, I know it's kind of been back and forth. I like that because all the stuff you just talked about, I'm in the Christmas spirit. I'm winding my way up to Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We get the family out. You got an 11 o'clock kickoff. Wonderful time of day. It's going to be on CBS for those of you around the country that can't get to Birmingham, though we want you to come. It's really
ABC.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for people to see it on ABC at 11 o'clock Central. But here in town or coming in from out of town, it's going to be a beautiful morning.
Yeah,
and just so Christmassy and all the stuff you talked about.
And with the winter wonderland, it's a great opportunity for folks to have family in for the holidays.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting around on that
Let's
Saturday.
go, yeah.
You can get out of the house, take the kids, let them come up there and enjoy that area of the stadium, and let others kind of have a little bit of peace at home while you're out with the kids.
Mark, I love stadium design and look at how they're doing these things now. I love that design in the south end zone because it's a built-in stage for concerts. It's a social area, and you don't give up a lot of seats the way it's put in there. And I just love the way it's laid out because you can do these kind of things, and people, it's just so multi-use the way they're doing it.
Yeah, and like I say, we're excited about this year, and our marketing team, Heather and Sam, have done a great job of putting all this together, and we think people that come out, will really enjoy that area, and plus they'll get some giveaways, and they'll get to see Speedy up there.
And you're right next to that beautiful uptown area where you can go there and eat, and socialize, and walk right across the street to the stadium.
Yeah, and the parking there is also gotten a lot better. But I'll just for somebody that likes a turnkey deal, there's some great pre-purchase parking opportunities, and I'd use those.
Oh yeah,
those are good. I like knowing it's done. I like to get there. I like to know it was waiting on me. I know where to go.
Yeah, and on Friday afternoon from 1 until 5, or 1 until 5, we'll have our Street Fest going on. It's free and open to the public. We're hoping Birmingham people and the people, fans from the two teams will kind of come out there. We've got live music all afternoon, then the 2 pep rallies from 4 until 5, and then a little bit of fireworks. And then Saturday morning, Brad Ryan and man's best friend will be out there playing for
Let me tell you. Brad Ryan, I mean, he has got a fiddle and he's got a guitar and he is ready to play.
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
They always learn the fight songs of the two schools. They've been doing this. Will be their 16th year in our pregame fan fest.
Wow.
So Saturday morning, 8 to 11, come out and hear Brad Ryan and his guys.
And you probably, if you start shouting out Rick and Bubba theme, he'll probably do that too.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he'll do it on command. Yeah, he'll do it.
You got it.
It's a hit, Rick.
Yeah, it is. So a lot to do coming to our beautiful city. For those of you that already live here, whether you're a fan of either team, like you just said, Mark, it's also a great idea to get out, and as the family's getting together and working your way up to Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, be something great to go do as families as well. And of course, Troy coming off back-to-back Sun Belt championships, and Duke. I didn't realize they had played here in '89.
They were in the old All-American Bowl back in the day, and I think Spurrier was coaching them at that time.
How about that?
Yeah.
So anyway, it'll be a great matchup, and there's excitement on both programs, and like you said, they've done so well. Their coaches have been hired away, so you can watch these two programs getting ready for the next phase of their program as well. So a lot going on. Speedy will be there December 23rd, 11 o'clock kickoff. Be there, but if you can't watch it on ABC, it'll be part of the bowl package that they're putting out as well. So, Mark, thanks for always including us in this, and we hope it's going to be a beautiful day weather-wise, wonderful Christmas spirit, and an outstanding ball game.
Well, we appreciate you guys having us on, and we love working with you.
If you want to get tickets, the pre-purchase of the parking, any of the things involved in that, birminghambowl.com. Now, for the parking, it's birminghambowl.com/visitors/parking, but all those links you can find. Go to birminghambowl.com or find it in show notes. December 23rd, Duke against Troy, Protective Stadium. All the festivities going on around the game, even including Friday's pet rally. Be part of it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy a gift on his 50th birthday.
Okay.
Bubba. I want to give guys, I want y'all to see this. I need witnesses.
Yeah, see this, yeah.
I'm buying Speedy's lunch today. $50.
There's $50.
That's so sweet.
There it is.
$50 bill for the 50-year-old.
There's no bigger gift
right there.
He will hoard that. Golly, look at him. But he
at that.
$50. There's no better gift you can give.
That is great.
I had a 50 plus 2.
There's no better gift you can give Speedy than 50.
Thank you.
50.
Look at this.
That's right.
Bubba,
Pays
you're so
off to be cheap.
It does.
He'll hold that 50.
Greg, matter of fact, Greg, it's already $51. He ain't had it with
Look, I'm gonna put it right there in front of me so I can see it.
I squeeze it. I thought I saw one squeeze out over there. All right, are you ready for the point, Greg? You feel like you're running into it a little bit?
I'm ready to give it a shot.
That's perfect.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give it a shot.
All right, so Speedy, should I find you
It's a good one.
some music?
I guess I could find. What do you want? What are you thinking? I don't know what the poem says. So I don't.
Well,
normally
I
I know.
It's deep. It's deep and touching. I think we need some slow.
It's some of his finest work. I'll tell you.
You really shouldn't have to do that. I think I got some stuff.
Okay,
it's your birthday. You shouldn't have to fool with this. Let's try realizing, rising, and radiant.
Okay.
Do we think
Starts out.
Let me see if it's right, Greg. Wait a minute. I'm not sold on the music yet. All right.
It's not bad.
Y'all like that?
I kind of like it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to hit.
Yeah, I did too.
Seems a little hot.
Can I try Secret Pond near Lavender?
I don't know. That one's pretty good.
That sounds like the one William Hung's
Yes.
talking over.
Boy,
That makes it better because this has
tried
humor.
not to quit.
This
when
has
I am
humor in it.
challenged.
Have perseverance.
It's a little loud.
I
too.
must have
It's a little loud
perseverance.
in my headphones.
Well, Greg,
They deliberate.
Well, I'm talking about I think it's over.
Okay. I'm you know how I turn things up when I'm into them.
I know.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, up and under. He doesn't know.
Y'all ready? Goodness gracious. It was a cold, crisp night in December of '68. I was bowling with my team when I received a phone call that couldn't wait.
It's true.
Hello, I shouted above the noise all around. It's time, I heard her excited voice, and my heart began to pound. Hurry, I heard her say as I slammed down the phone and sprinted to the car, breaking the speed limit as I sped toward home. Oh, yes, we made it. Not much time to spare. And it wasn't long before we were blessed with a screaming baby boy with a head of red hair.
That's good.
Now 50 years have come and gone, and so has his hair, my friend. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're right.
I'm going to start back on that. Now 50 years have come and gone, and so has his hair, my friend. But let me tell you, to me and many others, he's a man among men. Many times God has placed him in lives of others when situations look dire.
That's true.
He saved people from drowning, even rescued them from fire. That's true. He's coached many young boys, has shot more than one buck. And if you ever go to lunch with him, his wallet is always in the truck. Yes, I'm talking about Speedy, a son like no other, who has been saved by God's amazing grace and rescued by Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
So bring out the cake as we celebrate this amazing husband, father, and son who is loved by many, but to his wife, Terry, he's number one. Happy birthday.
Now.
Love, Mom and Dad.
Thank you, Dad.
I like that.
Hey, I'm 50. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Thank
Thank you so much.
He had to throw the wallet in the truck. I love it.
I tell you what, he knows him.
Yeah.
He knows him.
Got $50 today, though.
That's right.
Look, he's giddy about that.
That's another.
There's no better gift you can give.
That right there is another John C. Wilburn out of the park right there.
That is.
That's
Thank
a
you.
good one.
Thank you, Dad. Appreciate that, Mr. Wilburn.
Yes, thank you, Dad.
We need to put a book together.
Right. So
I got to talk to my dad about his sleeping schedule. Now, I don't know if an alarm went off or something, but he sent me a text, and I want to say it was like at 2:30 in the morning.
What?
2:57 a.m.
Wow.
Dad couldn't sleep.
Well, yeah.
Either that or he set the, they get
That's
up
when
early.
you were born. At 2:57.
That's right. He might have got up and said
What he
that.
told
Of course, he
me.
probably wasn't
I made that up.
He probably wasn't bowling at 2:57.
That's a great point. Well, she might have been in labor for a while.
Yeah, that she was. I want
No,
to say
he
if
said
I
the
remember,
point, they made it in the nick of time.
if I remember correctly, it was almost. I was almost born on the 5th. I want to say it was a little after midnight that I was actually. It's like 12:31. I can't remember,
okay.
but it was almost the 5th.
I want to congratulate him on being that close to a son being born, being able to get out and go bowling.
That's true.
Yeah.
Times were different then.
Times were different.
Yeah.
Times were much.
The
different.
dads, they didn't have the responsibility of the birth that we have. Now.
Oh, I
They
know.
sat out in the waiting room and
Smoke cigars.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. Greg and I back today. Big year ender coming up tomorrow. So here's some stuff you got to know. Keep this all in mind, things that are happening. Bubba tonight, Jacksonville State University. If you're going to the Rock On concert, the Randy Owens Center with Randy Owen, Riley Green, Jeremy Johnson, and Gordon Moat, all Jack State alumni, and all of them have been very successful in the music business. Bubba will be there for really, it's kind of an intimate concert tonight. It's they're only going to put a few hundred people in there to hear these guys, and you'll enjoy that. Bubba will be emceeing that tonight. So go see Bubba and help raise some money for a great cause.
The tables will be so close, Rick, I can actually sample some of the food.
I love it.
I like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so that'll be going on tonight. Things you need to know by the time we get to the weekend tomorrow. Order what you want to order out of the Rick and Bubba store. If it's a Rick and Bubba gift, get it done by the weekend so we don't have any shipping issues. You want the autographed devotional, transformed, or Jesus Is, or the combo of the two, which, by the way, saves you 15%. Got to get those in. Okay, we got to have that by the weekend. If you want Man Church tickets for the few remaining seats at either Birmingham or Starkville before the ticket price goes up on the remaining seats, get those done this weekend. All these are deadlines for the weekend, and it's the end of the live shows for the year tomorrow and the last gifts of the Rick and Bubba 12 working days of Christmas. All of that as we get close to wrapping up the old Rick and Bubba year.
Yeah.
What you got there?
Well, Rick, I thought we'd give away something else.
Are you going to give away something else?
What about a DeWalt 20-volt fan?
He's out of control. Bubba, the winning must stop. The winning must stop. You're exhausting the team.
Rick, I have one of these fans, and I love it because it's light, it's easy to move, but it produces a lot of wind, and it works off of the DeWalt batteries like you have in your drills and saws and all that. So, you can fill in that area where you're not getting enough air when you're out there working.
Are you telling me that you're giving a fan to a fan?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's what it is.
Fan to fan.
So we're continuing tributes for Dad today. A lot of people did not know this. At Jones Valley High School, Dad wore the number 40. Did you know that?
And that is the number, and I hope we got time for it.
Now I will say this. Sometimes, because it was old school football in those days, sometimes he would wear 42.
Yeah.
But we're going with 40.
Yeah,
40.
The home and the away jersey didn't necessarily match up.
Yeah, and
you better get to punching them up.
And talking to our uncle and talking to Jerry Ryan and talking about facing him in high school and how terrifying he was. Jerry Ryan says, to this day, I can still see his eyes looking at me coming to kill me. Back there in the fullback position, ready to go. So here we go. Here goes caller.
You may have to be patient with Speedy because
he's new to it.
Well, I don't know that he. I don't know if it's
talking
gonna
down
work,
to him.
I don't know if it's going to work appropriately.
Okay, let's
so
see.
you go real quick, and so it's hard to keep up with in there.
Speedy's dumb.
Okay, all right.
That ain't what I said. Greg.
I'm just translating what you're saying.
He said Rick goes quickly, so Speedy can't keep up. He's slow.
Right.
It delays us in there. It's
I'll slow down. All right, here we go. Caller 1. Caller 2. It is doing
Number
it.
1.
3.
Y'all help Speedy.
4.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See how I'm slowing down? 11, 12, 13, 14.
See, it's hard to keep up with it. See, because what's happening
It sounds like you're coaching a puppy to walk.
15.
Well, what's happened is when you hit hang up in there, it takes like 3 seconds to actually
yeah.
hang up.
Yeah,
So-
I see what you're saying. All right,
3
so
plus
there's
3 is 6.
Could y'all use a
17,
fan in there?
18. All right, there we go. We go there. What I do is so we're at 18 right now. There's 19.
Why didn't you pick a low number?
Okay. There's 20. All right.
12
got
would have
that.
been nice. Yeah.
21.
He's honoring his dad. Shut up.
22. I think Speed's in the
Whose
bottom.
classes are these?
23.
That's Bubba's.
All right.
Don't ask me how much this costs.
There's 24.
You know, I've actually,
There's 25.
I didn't know they were glasses were actually
26,
rose colored.
27.
They are. I thought they were purple. They're
29. There's 30.
You like that background?
Purple
31.
glasses, purple
32.
glasses.
Do you want me to get them for you?
33, 34, 35.
I'd like to tell them what they
36,
won.
37,
Thanks.
38. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Suzanne from Foley, Alabama.
Whisper.
Greg, Suzanne's caller 39. She missed it by
She
one.
thinks it's NPR.
Yeah, you missed it by one, Suzanne.
Suzanne,
Are
you were
you
close.
kidding me?
Yeah, Greg, do you know what she won by any chance? Do you know what she won?
Well, Rick, I'll be honest, and I hate to say this.
Yeah.
What is this?
You won something.
You won something. It's a USB charging kit from DeWalt.
Oh, USB charging kit, Susan.
Bubba snuck it in here. Another winner.
Let's go, Susan.
All right, I'm putting you on
Sorry,
hold.
Speedy.
You're going to have to speak up a little bit, though.
Congratulations, low talking Susan. All right, there we go. So she wins one. All right, here we go.
I didn't know what it was. I looked down. I thought it was like a sander.
Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mary Baker,
Mary,
Columbiana.
Mary Baker from Columbiana. Mary, how about this? You've done it.
You're the winner, Mary. Caller 40. You're caller 40. You're it, Mary. You won a fan.
Bubba, tell us what you won.
Rick, she won the DeWalt 20-volt portable fan. It's multi-speed, and you can put this wherever you need just a little bit of extra air moving, and it does the job.
Thank you very much. So how long you been listening?
Ever since I moved to Alabama and y'all were somewhere else and then you came here.
Oh, well, there you go. All right. Well, look, I'll put you on hold. We'll get your information, and a DeWalt fan will come right to you. And everybody know you mean business.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening. There we go. Bubba, you've done it again.
DeWalt.
Bubba, stop it.
She's going to love it.
Hey,
That is
stop
awesome.
it.
I may keep this.
So
Listen,
I don't know about y'all, but I am give out of giving.
Yeah,
I'm just tired.
Can I ask the team this? Has Bubba broke y'all today? Are you broken?
Yeah, Rick.
Did he finally break?
Frustrated but not broken.
Right.
Yeah.
It's still
Real
hanging in
frustrated at Santa Bubba.
I feel like I'm sitting on the ground looking at an insurmountable mountain I got to go over.
Listen,
I'm just wondering how I'm going to do it.
Do you know how I'm getting through it?
You don't know how insurmountable it is, Greg.
Anytime I start needing stroke, I look in his office and I realize what he's got to deal with over the next
And I
couple
was
days.
caught up. See,
What
don't think that I let it back up.
I
And
know.
Greg,
No,
I was completely caught up.
Hey, he's trying to get out there and got a lot of stuff going
I
on with his
know.
dad.
I
And then Bubba just piles it on his table.
I know.
Throwing that on it.
I do want to throw
Hey.
this out there because I don't want her to think this. The USB chargeable thing is for any USB devices.
Okay.
So she don't have to have these DeWalt products in order to use this.
I got
device.
you. So it
So
can just be
it's
a
a
charger.
universal
It's like a
deal.
DeWalt battery that
Yeah.
you charge like you would a DeWalt battery, but then it supplies and charges USB
Yes.
things.
All right.
It's like a
Very
battery
cool.
pack you would carry with
Yeah.
you to charge something.
Okay, Greg. So now
Very
I'd
handy.
like to say something.
He
that-
has he has a ton on.
Well, let
him.
me say this to
Yeah.
Greg because I took a little flack. Okay, I took a little flack in the last 24 hours from my sister, my mother, my wife, and the women of the family that I had sent an email to someone who was trying to send
You
us
talking about when you were so kind?
yeah, a difficult gift. And I said, I know you see this as a blessing, but it's actually a burden because it's going to be difficult for us to deal with. But I appreciate where you're coming from. Do you feel that way about the guy that sent us all the free DeWalt stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean,
You know,
it's-
he meant well, and he was fired up about it.
You're right, and it's been a blessing.
And I
But-
thought we were going to get to pick what we wanted. I didn't know.
Right, you thought we were all taking it home.
Could have used this right here.
Right, but you know sometimes what looks like a
want
blessing
that fan.
for those that are implementing it, it actually can be a burden.
Yes, it can.
You know,
but you
Talking
know
about
what,
hassle.
Rick? It's
Right.
Christmas spirit. I'm gonna get it
Yeah.
done.
Trying to
I
stay
made-
in that lane,
Right, and
It's hard.
I say that to the person that just sent me and Greg a really large plant, But
okay,
anyway,
I saw that. It's a
right,
nice
right,
plant, by
right.
the way.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
that's,
it'll be good on display while during the best of.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot of plants. A very kind gesture and came from a wonderful place.
Beautiful
I've got
plant,
the perfect
by
place.
Came
for
from
it
a
at my
very,
house.
very, very wonderful place.
Is that some kind of fern?
I don't know what
No,
it is.
it's not a fern, but it's a beautiful plant.
And heavy. It's a lot of plants.
I got the perfect spot for it.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
I really
Perfect.
do.
Very kind. Very kind. And how about this? And all from a good place.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just like these DeWalt things that Gray's got to ship today. All from a good
I'm so
place.
sick of yellow, I don't know what to do.
And congratulations to all of our winners. The big year ender right here tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.